301 Freedom. Asta and Yuno walked in the forest with excitement written all over their faces, at least for Asta. The Magic Knight exam is near. I can't wait to pass before becoming the Wizard King. If you pass, replied Yuno, and I'm the one who will be the Wizard King. The two then argued for a few minutes about this issue before continuing their journey. Do you think that the Wizard King will show up? I would like to meet him in person instead of a screen. He has not shown up for the exam in the past few years, so I doubt he would, replied Yuno calmly, despite the fact he was also secretly hoping to meet the legendary man. A few days later, this year's Magic Knight entrance exam began. Asta and Yuno stood in the middle of the Colosseum and the other participants. Soon, the two arrived in the noble realm in the town of Kika. Yuno remained calm, but Asta kept looking at everything with shining eyes. He looked at the 10 seats on the balcony. This should be the seat of the captains? How exciting! Soon, all the captains showed up one by one. And each time they appeared, the participants immediately recognized them and talked about their legendary tales. That was until one person showed up with a black leather strap covering his mouth and neck, leaving an opening to show his sharp teeth. As popular as always, Zora, said Yami while laughing aloud. Our punishment squad does not need to be like, as long as we do our job correctly. The other captains gave him a side-eye before ignoring him. The punishment squad created the Wizard King to combat corruption in the kingdom or the magic squads. Their mission is to capture and imprison any corrupt individual in the kingdom. It did not matter whether you were a commoner, noble, magic knight, or captain, they would go after you. Their reputation was never good because of how much power they had and how ruthless they were. However, things became even worse when this Zora ideal took the position. He was more ruthless than all the previous captains. In one event, he wanted to place the current king on trial, almost causing an extraordinary incident. Luckily, the Wizard King intervened and prevented the other nobles from rioting against him. Ultimately, the king of the Clover Kingdom was forced to stay inside the castle and never leave because of that incident. Although many people do not like how the punishment squad do things, they still respect them greatly because of how many great things they have to do for the kingdom. Plus, the selection process for this squad is very rigid, and each member must sign magical contracts to prevent them from abusing their powers and becoming corrupted themselves. Anyway, why are you here, and even arrived in time? Asked Zora. Yami clicked his tongue before saying, Edward said I had to be here. Plus, he even sent his assistant Marks to force me to arrive in time. Zora gave him a loot before focusing on the exam. Captain William Vengeance was in charge of this year's exam, so he officially began things. The exam was the same as Edward's time. Mages were tested on their ability to control brooms, the amount of mana they had, to hit targets, for magic creation, and to make a seed bloom. As in the main timeline, Yuno did excellent in the test, while Asta failed all the others since he did not have an ounce of mana. However, this fact showed that he was an anomaly, so the captains noticed him. The following exam stage was not a battle like in Edward's time, but a bunch of other tests. The first was a comprehensive physical test, including stamina, endurance, reflexes, etc. It has been proven over the years that the more powerful the physical body, the easier it is to control mana. Additionally, being fit is excellent for combat, so this was one of the new requirements added for the test. The second test was a willpower and spiritual power test. Both were new criteria discovered with the boom of magic development in the Clover Kingdom. People with high willpower and spiritual/soul power can more easily control their magic and develop spells suitable for them in dangerous situations. It is also the main requirement to learn techniques like Mana Zone or Mana Skin. For this test, participants were given 2 magic orbs. One measured their soul strength, while the other placed them in an illusion where they had to experience countless inhuman experiences. And based on they react, a score will appear to dictate their willpower. In the second stage test, Asta began to display his uniqueness. In both the physical strength test and the willpower test, his results overshadowed all the participants and even broke a new record for the willpower test. And when it came to the soul strength test, he was second to Yuno by 3 points, while Yuno's score was considered second in the kingdom so far, only behind the Wizard King. However, the latter was considered an anomaly, so his results did not count. So, all eyes were on these two once the result was revealed. The final test before the battle was a magic knowledge and theory test. But people with a high score can get bonus points. Yuno passed with flying colors while Asta barely scored a few points. But people with a high score can earn bonus points for this entrance exam. Although the two of them attended schools in the village at a young age, Asta was never the most intelligent one regarding this kind of thing. When it was time for participants to choose their partners, it was as if fate cast a wide net on these people. A young man named Sekbronzaza challenged Asta. He did not care about the impressive results the latter had in the second stage of tests. All he cared about was that he had no magic power, and he could stand out in front of the captains by defeating him. Regrettably, he was horribly wrong. Even without mana, Asta took out a massive sword from his grimoire and defeated Sek with one swing. Now, all eyes were on Asta. Soon, all the participants fought with each other for the eyes of the captains. Then, it was time for them to choose. Participants after participants will stand in front of the captains, and if they are chosen, they could join the squad. If multiple captains want a candidate, they can choose which squad they want to enter. Soon, it was Yuno's turn, and as in the main timeline, he decided on the Golden Dawn since they were the most powerful squad. He wanted the fastest and best way to become Wizard King, and joining this squad would be an opportunity. When it was Asta's turn, all the captains raised their hands. Why are you guys raising your hands? Don't you always go for the talented ones full of magic power and soul strength? Asked Yami with a ferocious look. It is obvious this kid is special. Who would be stupid enough to pass out such an opportunity? Replied Captain of the Green Mantis, Jack. Charlotte, why are you also raising your hand? Isn't your squad only accept women? What are you talking about? Our squad has plenty of men, she replied calmly. Of course, she would not say they're mostly servants. All of you already picked some people while I have nothing, so this kid belongs to me, said Yami. Plus, it is common knowledge that all the weird ones or oddballs go to my squad. Well, not this time, responded Fuglian, captain of the Vermilion Bird squad. Do you guys want to settle this in a fight? No one is scared of you, Yami, said Nozel Silva, captain of the Silver Eagle squad. All of them started to release a powerful aura through the use of their mana, pressuring all the participants. However, Captain Vengeance seemed to have noticed something and immediately stood up from his chair. Your Majesty. All the captains turned their attention to the stadium and found a handsome man standing in front of Asta. Your Majesty, they saluted, but Edward just waved his hand to appease them. Your name is Asta, right? The Wizard King. You're the Wizard King. I saw you on the magic television when I was a kid. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Wait, you know my name. How do you know my name? I knew your mother, Likida. She was a wonderful woman, full of kindness and joy. I'm sorry I could not save her. My mother, Likida, is that her name? Muttered Asta. Don't worry. You'll get to see her one day soon. You'll be joining the Black Bull squad. Do you have any problem with that arrangement? No, sir, replied Asta in confusion. As soon as he said these words, chains appeared all over Edward's body before they were broken. Then, a powerful mana pressure, along with his voice, was released from his body that reached the entire kingdom. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Curse you, universe will. Someday, you will feel my wrath. Edward's voice echoed through the noble realm, the common realm, and the forsaken realm. All the Clover Kingdom's citizens could hear the joy and anger behind that voice. And many people understood that things were about to change. The monster finally broke free from his chains, and nothing could restrain him. Although many people knew that this day would come, they also prayed that it never arrived. After laughing for a few seconds, Edward smiled before looking at Asta. He patted the kid on his shoulder. Kid, it seems that you were the last straw. All right, let me test your power. 302 Anti-Magic. Edward waved his hand, and a piece of paper came out from a small circular gate. It was Asta's results from the exam. And after seeing the willpower section, his mouth almost twitched. Asta had a willpower of 5 and was very close to 6, meaning he reached the requirement to use conceptual magic in some weak universes. And with a little more training, he should get 6 on the scale. Over the years, Edward constantly fought with the universe's will, and his willpower is only 4, very close to 5. Now, this was not a bad score. From what he learned from Merlin, most tier 10 individuals score 2 for willpower. This is one of the reasons that conceptual magic is so difficult to use and is one of the factors that decide whether a mage is genuinely an elite or not. After all, this is a form of magic that grants individuals the ability to control the fundamental laws of any universe. Many people or mages can control the laws or authorities in their universe. However, once they leave their universe, they will lose that ability, unless they can use true conceptual magic that Merlin taught Edward. With it, mages can force the universe's will to hand over whatever authority they know and use it in their home universe. Is this the power of the protagonist? The power of destiny, thought Edward. Over the years, he analyzed the curse on him before discovering a way to remove it. By interacting with destined individuals, or people who have a significant influence in the Black Clover universe's plot, he can steal some power of destiny from them to remove the curse. However, the interactions should not wholly change the plot beyond measures, and he also has to be secretive when stealing destiny. On top of all that, he still had to play Julius' role. To be precise, Edward inherited most if not all of Julius' destiny and used most of it to remove the curse. Finally, when he placed Asta in the Black Bull squad, where he was destined to go, he finally acquired the last straw of destiny to become completely free. After a quick review of Asta's result, Edward secretly nodded in satisfaction. One of the main reasons he came to this world was for Julius' magic and Asta's anti-magic and his willpower. Edward did not want to use the slow way to increase his willpower, so he focused on people like Asta, Captain America, and Thanos, people born or who developed terrifying willpower. They were his shortcuts. Let me see your sword, said Edward, and Asta handed it over without question. The moment he touched, Edward felt his mana being drained at an alarming rate. Secondly, he noticed a strange energy being released from the sword. Anti-magic energy? Could this be the answer to Dr. Jekyll's polarity of mana theory? Dr. Jekyll was one of the scientists that Edward brought back from his previous voyage. The man's research on the soul through science gave him a lot of advantages once he became an arcanist. His primary research involved the concept of polarity of the soul, or yin and yang. He divided the soul into good soul and bad soul to study its effect. And he even theorized that mana did not only have different frequencies but also polarities. a positive polarity, or yin nature, and a negative polarity, yin nature. And Edward believed that the negative polarity is the anti-magic energy that Asta used in the story. As long as I gather enough data, I should be able to change the polarity of my mana and use anti-magic. Edward looked at Asta's grimoire. He frowned at his discovery. It contained a storage spell that allowed the owner to keep objects inside but no information on anti-magic. Kid, I will throw a few attacks at you. All you have to do is block them, said Edward once he finished reading. Yes, sir, replied Asta as he held that large blade in front of him. Then, Edward threw many elemental spells toward him while Asta nullified all of them with his sword. Edward proceeded to test different attributes at him, and he could still nullify all of them, as long as they were made from mana. Now, I will use more power, so be prepared. I'm ready. Edward stopped for a moment before remembering something. I will give you a physical boost first. Erudite magic, body enhancement. Immediately, Asta felt a surge of strength rushing all over his body. I feel so fired up. He swung his sword in the sky, and with sheer physical force, he scattered all the clouds in Kika Town. Focus. Yes, sir. Liquid mana technique, small sun. The liquid mana and crystal mana techniques are alternative ways that Edward found to use mana in this world. His magic core is sealed. Every time he uses it, he feels a warning force trying to expel him out of this universe. So, he created a method to temporarily liquefy and crystallize as a technique to boost spells. Because of these techniques, his magic squad full of commoners could compete with other nobles despite their lack of mana. The small sun rushed to Asta, and he tried to cut it into and nullify the spells. Unfortunately, the power was beyond his capabilities. Edward frowned before interrupting the spell. Kid, come here. After Asta arrived in front of him obediently, Edward explained to him. Your sword contained a special power that can nullify magic. However, your body must be physically strong enough to use this power. Do you understand? Asta nodded his head, so Edward continued. Your body has a natural limiter to prevent more energy from entering inside and killing you. I will remove that limitation and grant you the power you can have in the future. However, this power will try to overwhelm your mind, so do not let it. Are you ready? Asta slapped his face with both hands before saying, I'm ready. He understood that this was an opportunity to become more powerful, so he would not waste it. Alright. Edward then used blood magic to remove the limiter on Asta's body. Immediately afterward, he fell to the ground while having a seizure. Black marks and aura emanated from his body along with one pair of wings. Devil power, said Yami, who watched everything quietly while smoking. And it was not just him who identified this power, but all the other captains did. For a moment, all of them became tense as they looked at Asta before they remembered who is that man standing in front of them. They all knew that if there was a devil in the kingdom, it was it that should be scared. A few seconds later, Asta stood up from the ground with 2 pairs of wings, 2 different eyes colors, and a few black lines running through his body. Huh, what a terrible experience. But I feel so much stronger now. You know, come fight me. Kid, don't get cocky. You are too far from mastering this kind of power, said Edward. Yes, sir. Alright, let's continue the test. Edward then threw the mini-sun at him again. After fighting with it for half a minute, Asta could slice and nullify it. Finally, Edward used the crystal mana technique to throw a mini-sun at least 10 meters in diameter. Asta could only divert the attack away but not nullify it. So, anti-magic can nullify both liquid and crystal mana. However, a certain concentration is required. If this kid could make an anti-magic core, he would create a new subclass of arcanist. And as long as some people in the Empire are compatible with anti-magic, they can change into that new class. Once Edward finished gathering data and planning for the future of the Empire, he had one last thing to do, talk to Asta's devil, Liba. This thing might be involved with the core secrets of this world, even without knowing it. 303 Conspiracy. Edward used a spell to send his mind inside the space in Asta's grimoire. So, he found himself in a dark place with a short devil with white hair, clad in all black, including his skin with red eyes. Are you Likita's weird friends? Asked Liba. Weird friend? Yes, she told me about this weird friend who would meet her in the strangest way. Sometimes you would appear in her dreams. Or when she strode in the forest, the trees would turn into faces to talk to her. When she was cooking, a mouth would appear in her soup. Or you would turn into a tiny flame spirit in the candles. I thought she made you up. That's me. Because of a curse, I could not contact her directly, so I had to be creative in my approach. Previously, you said that Brat could see her soon. What do you mean by that? A slight excitement could be detected in the devil's voice, albeit he tried hard to hide it. When Lucy Farrow killed her, I secretly preserved a piece of her soul and placed her body in a time loop. So, I should be able to revive her. Edward was interested in Likita for 2 reasons. He was interested in her physique, which could passively absorb magic power and life force. And the second reason was her son, Asta. Asta does not have magic power because his mother absorbed it at birth. However, why did he not instantly die since she also absorbed life force? Edward theorized that it was because that kid was also unique. He also theorized that this uniqueness was inherited from his father, which was never revealed or mentioned in the anime or manga. Unfortunately, in the previous interaction, Edward did not detect anything besides the fact that the kid's life force was very active. And that only meant that he could quickly strengthen his body through physical training, not enough to negate Likita's ability. Can you really revive her? Relax, kid. Since I said I can revive, I can. But now is not the time. Why not? I have some things I need to do first. What's more important than reviving her? Edward squinted his eyes as he looked at the little devil in the eyes, making him tremble. Liba suddenly remembered feeling the same eyes and powerlessness when facing Lucifero and the other supreme devils in the underworld. I will ask you a few questions, so answer them without lying, said Edward calmly, making the little devil nod his head. How did you create anti-magic? I don't know. I spent years cursing Lucifero, focusing all my hatred on him. Then, one day, my body developed anti-magic energy. Edward frowned. The existence of Liba is an anomaly. In this world, every individual has mana inside their body, no matter how small. The exception to this rule is two people, Asta and Liba. Asta's situation can be explained by his mother, but Liba is an unexplained anomaly. As a devil, how could he be born without any mana whatsoever? Then, things became even weirder. Due to his lack of mana, Liba was able to leave the underworld dimension to the living world. And he so happened to meet the kind Likita, a person who can absorb mana's power from them and resist her life absorption because of his devil's constitution. And after her death, she sealed him in a black grimoire she discovered, and after years of hatred, he suddenly developed a power strong and unique enough that is the nemesis of all mages. And anti-magic can only be used by someone like Asta with no magic power. Honestly, Edward smells a conspiracy. It seemed that someone had been guiding the existence and creation of Asta and Liba so that one day, they could wage war against the devil and eventually wipe them out. Liba already hated all devils, and if things were to proceed normally, Asta would also develop the same hatred once he learned that devils took his parents from him. And with all this information, the most suspicious currently is Asta's father. It appears that he plans everything, or he is heavily involved. Unfortunately, Likita refused to tell me anything about him every time I asked or led the subject to him. Hopefully, she will tell me once I revive her. Otherwise, I will have to read her memories. Can you tell me all the information you have in anti-magic? Liba was immediately a little embarrassed. I don't have any information. All I know is that my body can produce a large quantity of it. Edward frowned before waving his hand. A crystal orb appeared in the space. Leave this with you. What is this? It will scan your body and life code to determine how you make anti-magic energy. Oh, okay. Take care of the kid. After a while, he should hold a devil binding ceremony with you. With his personality, he will likely sign an equal contract with you instead of a master-slave one. Liba nodded his head. He had his suspicions about Asta's origin since he did resemble Likita. Now that his identity was confirmed, he would take good care of his younger brother. Edward opened his eyes and returned to the real world. All right, thank you, kid, for your help. It was my pleasure, sir, responded Asta with shining eyes. Edward nodded before cancelling the buff spell he placed on him and giving him a healing spell before the overdraft of using power beyond his capability arrived. Asta felt the warning rushing through his body. He also felt a sense of loss when he felt how weak he became. Then, he motivated himself since he could one day reach that height. Meanwhile, Yuno watched everything with profound focus. Asta, I will not lose to you. I will be the one who becomes the Wizard King. I have a final gift for you, said Edward. A scroll appeared in his hand before handing it to Asta. The latter opened and read the title, Life Force Body Strengthening. In this universe, aura cannot exist whatsoever. No matter how Edward tried, he could not combine magic with life force. So, he concluded that the laws of this universe were different and prevented the existence of such an energy as aura. So, he developed other methods to strengthen his body. By absorbing mana from the environment, he can improve his life force, strengthening his overall physique. The process was relatively easy since a similar method already existed in the Empire, so he had to modify things a little bit. The method he gave Asta was also a slightly modified version. Edward could control ambient mana through the mana zone. However, Asta could not do the same because he did not have mana inside his body. Another law that Edward discovered was that arcane sorcery was also impossible to be used in this world. In the Empire, as long as someone has a certain level of soul strength, talent for energy sensing, and unique meditation techniques, an individual can control the ambient mana in nature to cast spells. Essentially, arcane sorcerers are low-level mana zone users. Unfortunately, in this universe, to use the mana zone, the mana inside a mage's body has to resonate with the ambient mana of nature, along with having sufficient soul strength and willpower. So, Asta cannot use the same training method as Edward. So, he modified this technique so that Asta could use breathing methods and some yoga movements that allowed him to absorb mana from the environment passively. Yummy, said Edward. What is it? Asked the black-haired captain. What's with this response? You already wasted a lot of my time. I could be taking a massive dump right now. Don't you have any respect? Look how the others look at me with reverence and awe, except for the squinty eyes that seem to want to slice me up. And, for the people who have not watched Black Clover, he is referring to Captain Jack the Ripper of the Green Mantis Squad. However, Yami just looked at him blankly before continuing to smoke his cigarette. No wonder you're almost 30 and never have a girlfriend. Veins appeared on Yami's forehead, but Edward ignored him. Whatever. I wanted to say, don't forget to teach this kid how to sense ki. Otherwise, he will be pretty useless in most high-level battles. That's a good idea, after calming himself down. After a few decades of friendships, he was used to these backhanded jabs at his personal life. Ki sensing can be considered another significant gain that Edward acquired in this universe. Ki is a natural energy emanating from people or objects when they move, and it is a great way to predict a person's movements and attacks. It is the perfect technique for aura masters for close combat and can be used by arcanists to predict the type of spells from their opponents. After instructing Asta and Yami, Edward talked briefly with the other captains and participants before leaving. Then, the examination continued. A few people joined a Magic Knight squad. However, this did not mean that the people who failed left empty-handed, at least not all of them. Some people who had decent results could join the border army. This army was mainly composed of low-level mages, however, they had large numbers and could use a magic formation that allowed them to mix the powers of many mages. They must patrol the borders and hold the enemy long enough for the Magic Knight reinforcements to arrive in time. Edward created this army to deal with the constant attacks of the Diamond and Spade Kingdom. And ever since their inceptions, the border situation has drastically improved. The mages at the exam who did well in the written test will be selected as researchers, teachers, and even inventors based on their talents or magic. Captain Vengeance took care of everything and sent everybody to their designated place before the entire event ended. And on that same day, news of what happened in the exam spread throughout the kingdom through television and newspaper. 304 Search Yami took Asta to the Black Bull's base of operation to meet all the other members. Everyone greeted Yami with great enthusiasm before taking notice of Asta. Magna then challenged the rookie to show his status as a senpai. Unfortunately, because of their previous experience, Asta knew a lot about how his power worked and how to use it. So, Magma ended up in an embarrassing situation. Then, all the members of the Black Bull squad began to party in honor of receiving a new member. Miss Charmy used her cotton magic to cook an outdoor barbecue, while Vanessa provided alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Damn, you startled me, said Yami as he almost spilled his drink. When did you get here? Not long, Edward replied as he held a big piece of meat in his hand and munched it with delight. Why are you here? I figure you guys would have a party, so I came for Charmy's food. Eat up, said Charmy as she handed him a large plate full of food, and Edward ate with a smile. Although he had copied her cotton magic, his food was not nearly as good as hers despite having better cooking skills, knowledge, and recipe. He guessed it was because he was not as passionate about food as her, so his cooking lacked a particular spiritual component. How about the thing I asked to research? You mean about food that can purify mana? I forgot, replied Charmy with an innocent look on her face. Edward shook his head but did not say anything since he knew her personality was like that. In this world, it is impossible to increase your mana pool. This is the iron law of this universe. In the main timeline, Charmy tried to achieve this feat and failed. So, Edward thought of purifying mana as a way to increase strength. Unfortunately, he cannot recreate the arcana flame in this world, so other people cannot purify their mana. So, he thought of using potions and food. Regrettably, even the Empire has not found methods to purify mana that does not involve the arcana flame. Snape was working on a potion for that purpose, but before they left, he only invited one that could accelerate the process, and the potion was not fully completed as there were many side effects that he needed to iron out. Edward did not push Charmy regarding the purified mana food. He taught the little girl a lot about food magic from the Empire with various effects. And once the opportunity is right, she will focus on the task even if she does not want to. The other members of Black Bulls did not react much to his presence as this was not the first time he showed up unannounced. The first time, they were in awe at the presence of the Wizard King. But over time, they became used to it. Do you want to drink with me today? Asked Vanessa. You're too much of a lightweight, replied Edward. Me, a lightweight? That's the funniest joke I've heard. Every time we drink together, you pass out, and I must carry you back here. It's not my fault that you can drink so much. Edward shook his head. Usually, he hated drinking since it affected his mind. However, the alcohol level of this world is low, but the wine is delicious. So, he became a drinking buddy with Vanessa. Edward looked around for a moment before saying, Yami, you're a fortunate man. Huh, what's this about? There are 4 arcane stages mages in your squad alone. 4? I thought it was only me and Vanessa. Yami had dealt with the Heart Kingdom, which used the concept of magic stages. Stages are divided from 9 to 0, with stage 9 being the weakest and stage 0 the strongest. Then, there was the Arcana stage, which referred to mages with unconventional or unique magic, magics that have a significant effect against devils. Lastly, there is the Saint stage, which spirit magic users can achieve with offensive spells since spirit magic can purify malice and destroy devils. The new kid is an arcane stage, while Grey over there is also one. Him? I thought he used transformation magic, asked Yami in confusion as he looked at that humongous man dressed in all black with steam coming out his mouth every time he exhaled. It's her. And her real magic is transmutation magic, replied Edward. After seeing her grimoire, Edward was finally able to use transmutation and turn things into gold. Yami looked at Grey for a moment before laughing aloud. It seems that I have an eye to see people. Edward ignored him while he continued eating. Meanwhile, Vanessa asked, I still don't understand how my magic is the arcane stage. I can only control threads. Until you resolve your problems with the Witch Queen and discover who you are, the fate attribute of your magic will never manifest. He saw her grimoire, and even after understanding it, he could not use the fate aspect. So, he must wait until she develops it before acquiring it. While the group enjoyed themselves, a young man with red hair and a mouth-covering mask showed up. Zora, are you here for the party as well? Asked Yami with a loud voice. Why would I associate myself with a bunch of delinquents like you? I'm here to see the Wizard King. Yami laughed, while Edward said, what is it? Zora was one of the first attempts at removing the curse on his body. Usually, he should be one of the people Edward could not interact with since he is an essential member of the Black Bulls. However, Edward made him a captain in charge of dealing with crooked magic knights and nobles. In the main timeline, Zora did similar things but of his own volition before joining the Black Bull squad. So, Edward shifted his destiny slightly by making captain of his own squad while also ensuring that he does the same thing he is supposed to do in the main timeline. In Edward's years dealing with that curse, he benefited in many ways. 1. He has now learned a great deal about curses and can be considered a master. Second, he gathered a lot of data on the power of fate and how it operates. Unfortunately, one of the weaknesses of his extreme magical talent is anything related to fate. Through knowledge and practice, he should be able to use advanced fate magic, but he was not entirely sure. So, he prepared to hand over the data to Luna so that she could learn from it and, in turn, teach him. Can I arrest Geldra Poizote now? This was the name of the Purple Orca captain, a man who committed many fraudulent acts. Zora had the evidence to arrest that man countless times over. Unfortunately, since Edward's curse was not completely lifted and Geldra was considered an important character, he could not be touched. Go ahead, said Edward after thinking about it for a moment. Zora nodded before immediately leaving to raid the Purple Orca's headquarters. He knew that even their vice-captain and a few others were corrupted. Meanwhile, the party continued. However, near the end, Edward had a frown on his face. What's wrong? Asked Yami. I've been searching for a devil called Zagred, but I cannot find him. Where did you search? I scanned the entire kingdom but cannot find a trace of him. That's odd. Edward was very interested in Zagred's word soul magic, which he theorized is a low-level form of reality warping. He wanted to study it, improve it, and prepare for one day when he has to learn reality manipulation magic like chaos magic. Do you want me to send my squad to search for him? Asked Yami. Forget it. I have a faster way, replied Edward. Tomorrow, there will be a meeting with all the captains. Be on time. Then, Edward left. He went to see the Witch Queen. 305 vacation. Who is there? Screamed the Witch Queen. It's me, replied Edward as he appeared in her throne room. What do you want? She asked with disgust. She hated men, especially that man since her divination was useless against him. Not to mention how powerful he was, yet was cursed. That man was the epitome of imperfection. I'm no longer cursed, so you better watch your tone. She looked at him for a moment before asking again, what do you want? This time, with a softer tone. She remembered the mighty magic power he released the first time they met. Back then, she knew she might have suffered terribly. I need you to find a devil named Zagred for me. After pondering for a moment, the Witch Queen waved her hand, and the crystal orb floating in the distance flew in front of her. Then, she stared intently at it for a few seconds. A frown appeared on her face. I can't find him. Any information at all? Asked Edward. No, he seems to be using some magic to hide very well. Edward nodded as he somewhat expected this outcome. Many events have deviated from the original timeline even though everything looked the same on the surface. Additionally, before coming here, he used Future Sight to search for Zangred but could not find anything. Over the years, Edward's knowledge of chronomancy has exponentially increased because of Astaroth's grimoire. The Time Devil has spent his long lifespan developing time magic to a truly high level, creating countless spells. The only downside to his time magic is that stored time is still needed as a price to cast. Regarding this issue, Edward hunted countless magic beasts to steal their time, using his status as Wizard King. At some point, his hunting began to affect the balance in the Clover Kingdom's ecosystem, so he had to stop as he felt the intervention of the universe will. So, he created a secret laboratory to create clones of these animals and steal their time. Albeit not as much as regular animals, they made up for it in quantity. In conclusion, he had plenty of time to cast time spells. Edward pondered for a moment. He could use drastic measures to find Zangred or lure him out. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided on the method with less risk, luring him out. In that case, can you find the location of Morris Libardet, the mad scholar from the Diamond Kingdom? Yes. Shouldn't he be in the Diamond Kingdom? Asked the Witch Queen somewhat sarcastically, but Edward ignored her. The one there is nothing but a clone. A few weeks ago, I received the information that one of the Dark Triads personally went to see him. After checking, I learned that a clone replaced him. She nodded her head before using the crystal for another divination. This time, she saw something before showing it to Edward. In the orb, he saw two people talking in front of a black inverted tree that grew in the ground. How is it going? Asked Lucius Zagrades, who once fought against Edward for the position of Wizard King. I told you many times that it is beyond my capability to create an artificial tree of Clothoth, replied Morris. If you want to succeed, it's best to capture the Golden Dawn captain and the Black Bulls captain. Then, tell me, how do I do this in front of that monster, Wizard King? Replied Lucius. Especially now there are rumors that he broke his curse. Since you're so intelligent, why don't you tell me? Morris did not say anything else. In that case, I need more knowledge if we want a chance at success. Then, the divination ended as the Witch Queen could not see anything further. The Dark Triad wants to open the gate to the underworld and bring the devils into our world, she asked, but Edward did not answer her as he was in thought. In the manga, Luciferro was the final boss. However, Adramelech took his heart after his defeat before giving it to Astaroth. Based on this fact, Edward speculated that the latter wanted to take the power of Luciferro and Beelzebub, the other two ruling devils of the underworld. By then, he will have complete control of time, space, and gravity, reaching an unimaginable height of power. But with his presence, things have become more difficult since they require both Captain Vengeance and Yami to create the Tree of Qliphoth and open the gate to the underworld. The only way Morris can find so much knowledge is from the Heart Kingdom. I can use this to my advantage. He needed Morris modification magic for one of his plans. But, that magic must also be boosted by the devil's power to reach the height necessary for his requirements. So, he was not in a hurry. What about the information I asked you regarding gods? Asked Edward. I did not find anything, replied the Witch Queen. Through her key, Edward knew she told the truth, so he just nodded. Over the years, he has investigated whether gods exist in this world, and so far, his research has yielded no result. In the church, he could not find any evidence of God. In fact, the sisters did not worship anyone specifically, they worshipped the concept of powerful and benevolent beings that they call God. Edward then searched in the underwater temple in search of the sea goddess. Although he could not visit there himself because it was outside of the Clover Kingdom territory, he still sent people to see and secretly investigate. Unfortunately, he found nothing as well. The people in the temple did not know whether their sea goddess was an actual deity or once a powerful mage. They all know that worshipping her is part of their culture. So, after not finding anything from the Witch Queen, he left. The next day, Yami sat in the middle of the dining room, reading a newspaper. All the members of the Black Bulls were doing their own things, being as rambunctious as always. He raised one hand to catch Asta by his head. Kid, you're famous all over the kingdom now. What? Yami then hands him a section of the newspaper. While Asta read the title, Vanessa, Luck, and Magna also appeared next to him. A Devil Protector, the story of Asta. Most of the newspaper is about Asta's life and his contract with the devil. It seems that the Wizard King is protecting you, said Vanessa. Huh, how come? Asked Asta in a puzzled manner. Devils are not accepted in the kingdom because of their cruel nature. Most mages related to using their powers are often arrested. Although that has changed in the past few years because knowledge of the devil binding ceremony has become widespread, many nobles still do not trust Devil Host. But I'm not evil, said Asta. They would not care, replied Vanessa. However, with this newspaper portraying you in a positive light and with Edward's protection, you don't have to worry about the Magic Parliament trying to deal with you. Captain, what are you reading with so much focus? Asked Luck, who saw Yami's serious face. See for yourself. After they took the other part of the newspaper, they saw a moving photo of the Purple Orca's captain in chains, and the article referred to all his corruption. A captain was arrested for corruption, yelled Magna aloud, getting the attention of the other members who came to see the newspaper. However, Yami looked at Finral. There is a captain meeting, so bring me there. Finral wanted to read the newspaper, but Yami did not give him any choice. By now, he was used to being a transportation service. Wizard King's Castle. All 9 captains sat at a rectangular table with one seat missing. Everyone looked at Zora while talking about how he got another big fish this time. Not long after, Edward entered the room accompanied by his aide, Marks, whose hair looked like a mushroom. Everyone stood up and only sat down once he sat. There are 2 main topics on the agenda. The first, as expected, is to elect a new captain for the Purple Orca squad. He looked at the representative of the Purple Orca squad. Do you have any idea? The team has elected me to take this position, replied Kaiser Granfurka, an older man with a handlebar mustache. That's fine. Marks will fill out the official paperwork, said Edward. The second thing on the agenda is that I'm going on a vacation. I will not be available for contact during this time, so you guys are in charge of protecting the kingdom. The room became quiet as no one knew how to respond to this situation. Sir, will you leave a clone to do your work? Asked Marks. No, I will go completely off the map. All the captains suddenly felt a little anxiety. They all are used to Edward's presence and knew that as long as this man was present, nothing truly major would happen to this kingdom, especially now that he was free. But that same person said that he was leaving. Are you coming back? Asked Charlotte, captain of the Blue Rose squad. Of course, this is just a vacation. For how long? Asked Fuglian, captain of the Vermilion squad. I don't know either. Okay, what are you planning? Asked Yami, who felt that things were not simple on the surface. I'm not planning anything. I've been stuck in this kingdom for decades, unable to explore the world. So, I will do that now. Plus, I have some things to investigate. Edward then discussed how to maintain the kingdom's security before dismissing everybody besides Nozel Silva. 306 Clue. Edward waved his hand, and a portal appeared next to him, and a few seconds later, a young girl with silver hair appeared in the room. A smile appeared on her face when she saw him. Uncle EDW, Wizard King. She changed her word when she saw someone else in the room. Nozel Nyisama, she saluted. Don't mind him, said Edward as he stood up from his seat to caress the little girl's head. I did not see you at the Black Bulls party last night. I was not feeling well, so I went to bed early, replied Noelle. Edward sighed as he looked at her. She resembled Aesir too much. I'm sorry I could not spend more time with you over the years, he said. I understand, she replied while lowering her head. Her childhood was not very pleasant. However, one thing she always looked forward to was meeting her uncle. He would appear in her dream to tell her stories before bed, or strange faces would appear in random objects in the house to talk to her. It was like a fun adventure for her, constantly guessing when and how her uncle would show up. Not to mention that he was one of the few friends she had in the palace. Edward looked at Nozel. I told your mother I would take care of all of you. Unfortunately, your other two siblings are too stupid and a waste of my time. Their heads are full of noble superiority nonsense. And a lot of this results from how you raise them. Nozel lowered his head with a somber face. This is your chance to clarify things with your little sister and tell her the truth. But, what about? You don't have to worry about Megacula's curse. After hesitating for a while, Nozel told Noelle the truth about their mother. She did not die because of giving birth to her. She died because of a devil called Megacula. Because of Edward, the curse that prevented Nozel from speaking about this event was blocked, so nothing happened during the process. So, after hearing this, tears fell from Noelle's eyes. I have a way to revive your mother, but I will need your help, said Edward. Really? Of course. But your current self is too weak. Train hard to control your magic and become more powerful. Also, don't forget to make friends. All the members of the Black Bulls are great individuals, so you should form bonds with them, just like your mother did with her squad. Nozel opened his mouth to say something but closed it in the end. The only reason he lied and alienated his sister was to prevent her from stepping into the battlefield. He wanted to protect her so that she did not suffer like their mother. However, he now realizes he may have approached the situation terribly. After crying for a few minutes, Nozel talked to his little sister for a while before Edward sent her back. Are you telling the truth? About reviving our mother? Yes, but I don't need her help. I just wanted to use this situation to motivate her. Reversing life and death? If the Wizard King, this kind of taboo magic should be possible, thought Nozel before saluting and departing. Meanwhile, Edward sat on his throne and waited for a few minutes. Then, a screen appeared before him, showing a young woman on a throne, with a giant woman wearing a dress made out of water. Queen Lilopeka, Undine, it's a pleasure to see all of you again. It's been quite a while. The last time he met her was right after her coronation. She was so innocent back then. Majesty and nobility oozed out of her. It is my honor to meet the only divine stage mage in the world, replied the queen. Divine stage? Edward was genuinely confused. Yes. This is a new classification above the saint stage recently created just for you. The divine stage, a mage capable of defeating a highest-ranking devil on its own. Devils were classified into low, middle, high, and highest, with the three rulers being the most powerful of all the highest-ranked devils. Edward was in deep thought after hearing Lilopeka's words as he found another change to this timeline. In the main timeline, Undine did not tell Lilopeka the information about the saint stage. As a person bound to a spirit, and with her magical talent, she should be able to enter that stage, but she did not. And the reason for that was because she was too kind. To enter the saint stage, spirit users have to develop attack spells, and Lilopeka was too kind for that, so Undine did not tell her about the saint stage and the requirement to protect her innocence. However, it appeared that things were different now. Well, it is my honor to have a stage created especially for me, said Edward with a smile despite not really caring. So, to what do I owe this call? First, I need to ensure that our previous agreement for an exchange is still valid. Of course, since the previous queen accepted your request, I shall honor the agreement. When do you want to send people for the exchange? Edward agreed with the former queen for their kingdom to exchange magic knowledge. He will teach them the techniques of liquid mana and crystallized mana, and in exchange, the Heart Kingdom will teach him mana method and true magic. The agreement was that each kingdom would choose a few talented mages to send to the other in an exchange program. Unfortunately, because of the curse, Edward had to delay this agreement until now. I have a few things to deal with first, so it should take some time, replied Edward. That's fine as well. The second task is a piece of information I have concerning your kingdom. Oh, and what would that be? The Dark Triads and Lucius are after the inherited knowledge of your kingdom. When she heard these words, Lilopeka could no longer remain calm and composed. One of the advantages of the Heart Kingdom's queen is that she can inherit all the knowledge and experiences of past queens and use them for her benefit. As such, she has access to a vast amount of knowledge and secrets. What do you want? Suddenly asked the quiet Undine. Whatever do you mean, replied Edward calmly. Undine squinted her eyes at him. Their kingdom was almost brought to its knees by one member of the Dark Triad, Vanica Zagrades. After attacking them, she injured many of their spirit guardians and even cursed Lilopeka. So, if all of them attacked at once, the Heart Kingdom would not survive. Don't beat around the bush. Alright, I won't play politics anymore. I want all the knowledge from your inheritance. I will block the Dark Triad for you and remove Megacula's curse. Lilopeka looked at Undine for a moment as they communicated through psychic links. A few minutes later, she said, "Deal. Excellent. If you do not mind, I want to get things done as soon as possible." After receiving their agreements, Edward opened a portal directly to the throne room of the Heart Kingdom, shocking both Lilopeka and Undine. The defense of their kingdom seemed a joke to him as he just teleported directly inside. "Don't mind the small stuff," said Edward. "How is that small stuff?" retorted Undine. Well, I brought a gift, said Edward before taking a pair of glasses from a small portal and changing the topic. I know you constantly break your glasses and have to replace them, so I made a magical one that is unbreakable. Plus, if you misplace it, you just have to use a code, and they will fly to your hands. Really, said Lilopeka with excitement. Meanwhile, Undine could only shake his head at how easily trusting this little girl was. So, after a few pleasant chats, Edward got down to business. He used a memory spell to access Lilopeka's inherited knowledge. Soon, he found himself in a place similar to his mind palace. Numerous books lay on bookshelves. In the past, Edward asked Undine if she knew of the existence of God since she has lived a very long time as a spirit. However, she received a negative answer. So, Edward asked the former queen. However, she was not an easily trusting woman, so she said no despite the fact they were in an alliance. She even denied the existence of the inherited knowledge when Edward brought it up. Without wasting time, Edward read all of the books, memories, and experiences in this mind palace. After a few hours, he opened his eyes to the real world. Finally found it. He found 2 clues. One of them was a sentence written in an old and most ruined journal. After the Devil-Angel War, civilization started all over. Although only a short sentence, Edward confirmed the possible existence of creatures like angels which never showed up in the main timeline. He also learned of a possible catastrophic event that altered the civilization of this entire universe. The second clue he got was the mention of a place called Elysium, the dwelling of God. With these 2 hints, plus the knowledge he learned from this inheritance, Edward already had an idea of how he could find the existence of God and maybe finally uncover many mysteries regarding this world, especially regarding grimoires. Then, he looked at Undine with shining eyes. He also discovered another extremely beneficial fact to him and the Empire. 307 Path forward. Edward walked around Undine as he observed her closely, his eyes shining with golden lights. What are you doing? Asked Undine, who did not receive an answer as Edward seemed fascinated. I have heard of your reputation. I am a spirit, so it is impossible between us. Love and lust have no boundary between race or species, replied Edward as his eyes turned purple, and he continued to observe her. Nonsense, replied Undine as she blushed. Even if what you said is true, my body is made of elements, it is physically impossible. She immediately became ashamed after saying this before secretly looking at Lilopeka, and after seeing her confusion about her words, she felt relieved. Her Lilopeka was still the pure, innocent, and lovely girl she raised. Believe me when I said I have many ways to make the impossible possible, replied Edward. Although he said this, he was not observing her because she was beautiful. It's because he made a remarkable discovery. Element spirits in this universe technically do not have a physical form as their bodies are made of whatever element they represent. However, they still have a tremendous amount of mana, even more than elves and humans. So, where do they store their magic power, their soul dimension? Edward already planned the next step in the arcane magic system. It is to absorb pure mana in the magic core and the soul dimensions to decrease the time it took him and everyone else to reach tier 8 solar system level. Additionally, a new magic system can be created where arcanists can store their mana inside their soul dimension instead of their magic core. For many people, this is a better path. Arcanists need to engrave extension charm on their magic core to expand the internal dimension so that it can contain more mana. In essence, all arcanists' magical core is a small pocket dimension. However, not all of them are talented in this area, nor could they use the extension curse to the point of doing micro engravings on the core. So, these people's magical path is limited, and they have little to no future. However, with the soul dimension, this issue can be solved. As the arcanist's soul strengthens, their dimension can also expand with them. This fact removed the need for the extension charm. Moreover, this new system would deal with Edward's issue with magic cores. If an arcanist's heart is destroyed, their core will follow afterward. Of course, according to studies, the process is not instantaneous, usually taking between 6 hours to 3 days depending on the person and their tier. The magic core will stabilize if the heart regenerates in this period. Additionally, a new core can be recreated, but arcanists have to start all over from tier 0. Of course, returning to the previous tier is quicker and takes less time. And with the right resources, they can further shorten the time. One of the reasons Edward came to this world was because of Devil Heart. He wanted all arcanists to have a nearly indestructible heart to protect their magic core. Now, with the knowledge of soul dimension mana storage that he will learn from Undine, he will further perfect his arcane magical system. I need to study how you store mana inside your soul, said Edward, making Undine confused. At first, she wanted to refuse. However, after Edward's glib tongue, she finally agreed. 3 days later, Edward walked to the throne room with a bunch of notes in his hand. What was that weird moaning sound I heard? Asked Lilopeka. The study session got painful in the middle. Is Undine alright? She'll be fine in a few hours. Should I go check on her? She's sleeping now, so wait until she wakes up, replied Edward with no shame for lying to this gullible little girl. Then, his grimoire floated in front of him before flipping to a new page. Numerous words appeared in the book that looked like an ancient language. And after the words appeared on the page, a small purple elf appeared in the room. She looked around in confusion before recognizing Edward. Without hesitation, she rushed to hug his face while crying aloud. Wiviwa, master, it's good to see you finally. I feel so aggrieved. Wiviwu. There. I know how you feel. Don't worry, we will get our revenge one day. After crying for a few seconds, Morgana regained her bearings. She connected to Edward and shared memories about this world regarding all kinds of information. What an interesting universe, she said. Indeed, replied Edward. But this is not the time for this. Do you know where the world gate is? She immediately connected to her branch server in the gate. It seems to be outside the crystal wall, still in the void. If that's the case, it is not in the best shape right now, muttered Edward. The gate is a way weaker version of the floating city. It is made of magicium, the hardest and most mana-conductive metal of the Empire, and the only metal capable of barely resisting void energy. Nevertheless, it can only slightly resist. So, after spending more than 40 years outside, Edward could see that this thing was falling apart by now. Can you connect to the main control system? No, this universe seemed very strict and closed off. In that case, we need to bring it inside before it is completely destroyed. Edward could foresee rebuilding the gate from scratch would be a nightmare, especially since this is considered a low-level universe with many restrictions. So, he wanted to salvage the old one and repair it. So, the two began to discuss how to achieve this task and plan on what to do in case the gate is destroyed. Meanwhile, Lilopeka looked at Morgana in shock. She did not understand what they were saying since they spoke in an unknown language. She could, however, recognize a spirit when she saw one. I have never heard that he had a spirit. After thinking about all the information she knew about Edward, she did not find anything relevant, especially since she could not recognize what type of spirit the purple elf was. In the end, she decided not to focus on this small detail. The Clover Kingdom's 27th Wizard King is referred to as the god of magic by many individuals throughout the 4 kingdoms because of many attributes he can use at an extremely high level. So, it is not weird if he contracted a spirit. After talking with Morgana for a few minutes and planning many things, Edward had a joyous smile. After studying Undine, he used the loophole that she was a spirit to remove the restrictions on her. And now, he has access to all her calculating abilities, making him greatly reassured in all his future plans. Edward then looked at Lilopeka. According to our agreement, I will protect your kingdom from the Dark Triads. First, I need a map. For what purpose? I never fight head-on when I can use strategy. So, I will place some magic traps in their paths to ensure success in the upcoming battle. Maps were strategic information in this era, so she did not want to hand them over to another person, especially the military leader of a foreign nation, even if that nation had an alliance with her. However, after thinking about the situation rationally, she realized that hiding a map was pointless. The man in front of him could probably use some spells to create the map himself. He is probably only asking out of politeness. So, Lilopek handed it over to him, and Edward proceeded to take action. He calculated paths that the Dark Triad could use to infiltrate the Heart Kingdom and placed magical traps all over. Regarding trap magic, Edward learned extensively from Zora Ideal and his father, Zara. And he was interested in this type of magic because it is the only form of magic that anyone can use, and it relied on magic circles or rune arrays to set up. He wanted to study the runes in this universe to recreate the arcane rune magic system. Unfortunately, the Clover's Kingdom's knowledge about runes is not enough for him. Luckily, the Heart Kingdom has the mana method, which allows mages to use the ambient mana in nature to set up magic circles. And unlike Ideal's father and son's trap magic, the mana method can be used for various purposes. So, Edward was confident he could recreate the arcane rune spells to be usable in this universe. Once he finished setting up the traps, he used Geldra Poisote's permeation magic, which turned the traps invisible and undetectable. Then, he waited for the Dark Triad's arrival. 308 Curse Immunity. Edward stood on the Heart Kingdom's throne, looking at many screens that displayed different locations throughout the kingdom. Lilopeka used the mana zone and her water magic to create all these things. All 3 of them waited for the Dark Triad's arrival. In the meantime, Undine kept giving him strange glances. So, he made a psychic link with her for a secret conversation. What's wrong? How could you do all these weird things to me? Did you not enjoy it? Undine blushed. That's not the point. It kind of is. Plus, how can a 1200-year-old woman be so inexperienced? I am a spirit, so I do not have any lust like you humans. And, don't talk about my age. Edward would roll his eyes if he could, since the past few days proved otherwise. However, he also wondered whether the thought process of spirit differed from humans and other species. Sylph, the wind spirit bonded to Yuno, seemed very attracted to him and could even be described as lusting after his body. However, Undine seemed more reserved and noble, while the fire spirit appeared to be a beast with little to no intelligence. Edward thought it could be interesting to study the behavioral patterns of the spirit race. However, this was not a field that intrigued him that much, so he would leave it to the professionals in the Empire. My bad. Do you want to enter my harem? In your dreams, replied Undine out loud, alerting Lilopeka. Undine-san, what are you talking about? She asked. No, nothing. Just remembered a terrible dream I had, so don't worry, my little Lilopeka. As she said that, she embraced Lilopeka while secretly glaring at Edward, who just shrugged his shoulder. Huh, he muttered softly as he looked in the distance. Is something wrong? Yes. I sense the existence of the Dark Triads outside of the kingdom, but now, they seem to have run away. How so? Asked Lilopeka. Let me check. He floated in the air while sitting cross-legged, then his grimoire also floated in front of him as a few pages flipped over. erudite magic, soul magic, astral projection. In the castle of the Spade Kingdom, Lucius and the other dark triads walked from a portal, many of them with a dissatisfied look on their faces. Why are we running away? I thought we needed to capture the Heart Kingdom Queen, asked Dante, Lucifero's devil host. The Wizard King was waiting in the Heart Kingdom, replied Lucius. How do you know that? Remember the ancient magical artifact that I have that can predict danger? Yes. Well, it went off. So, that's how you always managed to run away from me, suddenly said a deep and powerful voice, alerting all four of them. When they looked around, they saw a transparent-looking Wizard King floating in the room with them. How did you bypass our defenses? Asked Lucius. However, Edward ignored him. He finally understood how these people could run away in time every time they did a raid in the Clover Kingdom. As long as he opened a portal to rush to the borders, the Dark Triads would know and run away. And with the magic item that could hide their presence, they were quite the nuisance. Edward looked around as he scanned the entire Spade Kingdom. A sealing magic that used the power and life of all the people of the kingdom? Is that what you prepare to deal with me? Don't bother, this is just a soul projection, it won't work unless I physically show up. Lucius involuntarily flinched after hearing this, while Dante smiled. You must the rumored god of magic, Edward. My brother has painted you as this unimaginably powerful mage, I wonder if it's true. Edward looked at him for a moment before flicking his finger. An immense repulsive force suddenly pushed Dante away. He tried to use his gravity magic to resist, but it was useless. So, he broke through the castle walls and flew hundreds of meters away. All the other members became on guard, however, Edward shook his head. He knew that attack did little to no damage to Dante. Without a grimoire, my power is very limited. I need to quickly recreate the arcane rune system to remove this limitation. What do you want? Asked Lucius. I'm here for Megacula, of course. We won't give you our sister, said Zenon. Edward did not say anything more before his astral projection disappeared, and along with him was Vanica, Megacula's devil host. The others could not react nor understand what had happened. Only Zenon knew that a very advanced form of spatial magic was used to take their sister away, and that was something he could do with great difficulty. So, what do we do now? Asked Zenon. There is nothing we can do. Hopefully, she will last long enough until we find another way to summon the devils from the underworld. Brother, your necklace, suddenly reminded Zenon, making Lucius rush to check. Immediately, he realized it was gone. This necklace was the magic item that could predict danger. In the Heart Kingdom, Edward opened his eyes while muttering, the mana zone is truly a wonderful technique. From now on, wherever there is mana, as long as he can sense it from any distance, he can monitor things, project his soul and even use spells. How is the situation? Asked Lilopeka. They have retreated, and I have captured Vanica. Really? Give me a moment. Edward then disappeared before appearing a small dimension he created to store things. He saw Vanica's body that was tied up with magic chains that sealed her mana. She kept grunting and cursing, so Edward waved his hand to seal her mouth as well. Then, the pages of his grimoire flipped before using a summoning spell to use Vanica's connection to Megacula to bring the devil to this place. He knew her position in the underworld with the curse he had previously placed on her. Unfortunately, his attempt failed. This world's space is unusually strong for a weak universe. It appears as if someone or something purposely strengthens the space in the mortal world to prevent devils from breaking through. No, the restriction should be only beings with immense mana. So, is the universe will responsible or someone else? Edward pondered for a moment before placing this discovery under the category of the mystery of this universe that he needs to uncover. Then, with a wave of his hand, a magic circle appeared in this small dimension. He activated his grimoire to use Captain Vengeance World Tree magic. Then, he used Yami's darkness magic and combined them to create the Tree of Clothoth. With this tree, he created a path straight into the underworld to the lair that Megacula occupied. Normally, more than 3 people are needed for this ceremony, but he accomplished it with his mana alone. A gate appeared in the middle of the magic circle before Megacula appeared. And the moment she set foot in this small dimension, she released a spell. Curse magic, Curse of Destruction World. A dark aura emanated from her body to curse everything in its path, including the space in this small dimension. Vanica, her previous host, did not have a chance and instantly died under that curse. Unfortunately for her, a bunch of golden roses appeared in the space that instantly purified her curses. Unlike Lick's light magic, which focused more on speed, Edward's light magic has both speed and purification power like a paladin. Furthermore, he combined it with Charlotte's Briar magic and could absorb curses. And he did not have to use mana method to reach that level as she did since light magic made the gap. A few seconds later, Megacula's body had many golden roses growing on her, rendering her immobile. She looked at Edward with hatred in her eyes. She is the primogenitor of all curses in the world. And yet, this person placed a curse on her that she could not remove. This was a great shame to her. Do you know what your fate will be? Megacula did not answer. She regretted not using Aesir's soul as a hostage. Well, she did try, but she could not remove the protection surrounding it. I will gather thousands if not millions of curses and inject them on you. With your unique body, magic, and my help, you should quickly adapt to these curses and build antibodies for them. Then, I will turn you into a potion with curse-resisting properties before drinking you and acquiring a very high curse-resisting immunity. Please do not die or try to kill yourself during the process, it will take me a lot of effort to revive you. After saying that, He took an orb from her body, Aesir's soul. 309 Elysium. As Edward looked at it, he sighed. The blank memory version of himself seemed somewhat obsessed with Aesir, and even in the brief moment when he got his memories back, this obsession did not go away. At first, he did not know the reason behind thinking that the universe was playing tricks. But that was not true. The reason for this slight obsession is because she resembled someone else he knew, his old girlfriend back on primordial Earth. It was not just about her appearance but her smile, personality, and how she interacted with him. They were all eerily the same. Before his death, they had long broken up, so he thought he had moved on from her. And over the years, he has moved on with his life and accepted his new life in the new world. Apparently, that was not the case. 300 years later, she somehow popped back into his life. Now that he had found the source of the problem, Edward thought of many issues that would arise after reviving Aesir. The main one involves Henry. Edward knew that he could have saved him, albeit with great difficulty, but still possible. And she knows this or suspected this. For now, this will not be a problem. However, once he's accomplished the plans he has for this universe, and she is brought back to the Empire, she will one day have the ability to revive him. At that point, his situation will be similar to Snape's, and Edward does not think he can handle things as he did with Lily. The only reason he made polygamy legal in the Empire was to encourage birth and to satisfy his lust. He knew this and never denied this fact. So, his male ego would never allow his wives to be in a polygamous relationship with other men. Although unfair, that's how he felt. As Edward looked at the soul in his hand, he muttered, maybe after getting some closure, I should just move on. As a successful playboy, he never took rejection to heart. He understood that no matter how handsome a person is, no matter how rich and successful they are, no matter how eloquent they can chat or flirt, someone will not find you attractive and reject you for a myriad of reasons. You have to accept rejection like it was a small mosquito bite and move on. After pondering for a while, he put the soul away, deciding to make a decision later on. Then, he sealed Magicula and removed the Tree of Clefairy before returning to the Heart Kingdom. He did not care about the chaos in the underworld because of a highest devil's disappearance. What happened? Asked Lilopeka. I sealed her, replied Edward before taking out a golden rose, which instantly absorbed a dark aura from Lilopeka's body. Without hesitation, she lifted her shirt to see her curse mark disappear. It's gone. I don't have to die, she said as tears started to flow from her eyes. The same was for Undine, who embraced her. After waiting for these two to calm down, Edward said, I'm leaving? So soon? Yes, I have many things to do. Undine paused for a moment before saying with a smile, I want to say be careful, but I doubt anyone in this world can cause a real threat to you. I still appreciate the sentiment, replied Edward as he opened a portal and left. His destination was Elysia, a secluded village of the elves. He waited outside the tree for the guardian of this village, Dryad. Not long after, a tall woman with pointy ears and a dress made of flowers appeared in front of him. After a brief look, she smiled. I knew I had a guest coming, but I could not foresee who it was exactly. Who would have thought that the famous Wizard King would visit how humble abode? Come in, I've prepared a small feast full of fruits and vegetables. Edward smiled at this overly enthusiastic tree spirit with the gift of prophecy. She will be a great asset to the Empire, he thought as he followed her inside the tree. Edward did not meet with many elves but went straight to Dryad's abode, where they had dinner. So, to what do I owe this visit? First of all, I'm here to exchange techniques. Oh, are you interested in our ultimate magic? Well, you're probably the only human with enough mana to use it without the mana method. I'm fine with an exchange. Edward was glad things proceeded smoothly. He preferred dealing with very open people like her. The second reason I'm here is because of Elysium. Dryad frowned slightly after hearing this, but Edward continued. The name of your village is similar to the supposed dwelling of God, Elysium. I wonder if you know anything about that place. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. How so? I was born after the massacre of the elves. Their desires for a home and a place of safety gave birth to me as their guardian and this place. As for the name, it popped in my head, so I used it. Edward was a little disappointed that he could not gather more information. However, it was alright since he already knew how to reach this so-called Elysium. He just wanted to gather some information beforehand. So, after chatting with Dryad for a few hours, he left. Ultimate magic was a way for the mages to connect with their soul to increase their control and resonance with their mana. Then, they can develop a spell unique to them that is extremely powerful. In essence, this is a technique for better mana control so that it will be beneficial to the Empire. However, for Edward, it is only the tip of the iceberg. So far, only the mana method is truly useful for him as it can not only allow him to recreate his arcane rune magic but also optimize it a little. As for true magic, it has its advantage. True magic allows a mage to convert their mana into the real power of nature. For example, a wizard who uses lightning attack spells. Their attacks are still made of mana converted into elemental properties. This is why anti-magic can nullify. However, true lightning magic turned mana into natural lightning that exists in nature, so anti-magic has no effect on it. In a world where magic has a ceiling, the power of nature is truly beyond normal mages in strength. But in a world where people can destroy galaxies with one spell, albeit still powerful, true magic has its limits. Additionally, true magic has limits for elements found in nature like earth, wind, fire, water, lightning, and plants. After leaving the Heart Kingdom, Edward headed to a grand magic zone. While Morgana used her ability to transform many of the arcane rune spells from the rune arrays in this world, he began to set up enchantments in the surrounding. He created an isolating enchantment to prevent others from accidentally coming into the area, even though the abundant ambient mana in the surrounding made this area unlivable. Then, he placed an invisible enchantment that surrounded a few thousand meters and another enchantment to absorb the ambient mana in the surroundings as a power source. Finally, he also recreated the previous magic circles that he used to summon Megacula from the underworld, using the world tree magic to create the Tree of Clothof. However, he did not use dark magic to connect to the underworld but used light magic as the source to find another space, Elysium. After waiting a few hours, Edward discovered another subspace full of positive energy or mana. It was like it was the antithesis of the underworld. Bingo, he muttered before stepping through the gate and reaching that dimension. 310 Connection 1. Edward floated in the air as he looked at his surroundings. Everything was so beautiful. He saw these white wing-like creatures, most likely angels, happily chatting and talking to one another. Some played the harp while others sang with heavenly voices while eating fruits and drinking wine. The entire place was a typical representation of what heaven would look like. Everything looked peaceful and harmonious, except for Edward's presence. What a place of tremendous mana, thought Edward as he sensed the surrounding. It is so positive that just bathing in it could expand someone's lifespan by a few years. Who are you? Asked one of the angels. Look, he does not have wings, he's a human. Don't say stupid things. Elysium has been cut off from the mortal plane. How could a human come here? Not long after these people discussed aloud while looking at Edward with strange gazes, a group of angels dressed in armors came running in. Their response time is excellent. I've only been here for over a minute. The leading person of this angel army was a woman with red armor, which distinguished her from the others behind who had black armor. Human intruder, please do not resist arrest or suffer the consequences. So, no negotiation or neutral talk. After you are placed in holding, we can investigate how you breached our borders, and then we can talk. Edward shook his head. I thought you angels would be better than those devils. Don't mention these filthy creatures to us, said the commander with a slightly raised voice. Pure-haired and disgust could be seen from her facial expressions. Edward has no intention of going to prison, so his grimoire floated in front of him. However, the moment these angels saw the six-leaf clover, they collectively gasped before all becoming alert. The origin grimoire, said the commander. I thought it was destroyed long ago, said one of the soldier angels. Even if it was not, how could someone be talented enough to inherit it? Edward learned much from this brief conversation, so he quickly used a memory reading spell to gather some information. To his surprise, these people's minds were protected by a powerful spell. And not just the soldiers but the other angels as well. He's trying to read out memories, said the commander before attacking. She used light magic, while the other angels used a variety of elemental magic. Edward did not want to waste time with these weak angels, so he went all out from the beginning. He used the mana method to create an enormous magic circle that covered all the angels. Then, he prepared to use a sleeping spell to knock them out. However, before he could succeed, an enormous hand descended from the sky and broke the magic circle. Without stopping, the hand headed straight for him. As it approached, Edward felt his grimoire stop working for a brief moment. Albeit only for less than a second, he felt it. The pages turned before using another spell instead. Chronomagic, Time Sword. A gigantic clock appeared on top of Edward's head before a sword came out made from the minute hand. The clash of the blade and the hand made all the angels freeze in time while the entire dimension shook. Then, a weird fluctuation came from the hand, and before Edward could react, he found himself back in the mortal plane in front of the Tree of Clothof. That was the power of the universe will, he thought with a frown. Although it was very faint, he felt the universe's will. Moreover, it was weird somehow this time around. It was like as it was impure, he muttered. This was the best way he could describe how different it was this time. Then, he immediately tried again to enter Elysium but was blocked. Although he could find its location, he could not directly enter. Since I cannot enter the normal way, I'll find another method, thought Edward. Many of the mysteries of this world lied in Elysium. This includes grimoires and the possible existence of gods or unknown entities. Moreover, Edward discovered another intriguing mystery from the necklace he took from Lucius. The magic systems used to make that artifact is very different from the current era's magical artifact. Most of the magical artifacts of this era originated from the first wizard king of the Clover Kingdom 500 years ago. However, Lucius' necklace seemed older than this and from a completely different system. Edward remembered in the anime that Lemuel, the first wizard king, also studied ancient magical artifacts, primarily found in dungeons. Adding to this fact, Edward has some theories. Humans may have had a different magic system before grimoire, but a war between the devil and angel race destroyed that magic civilization. And dungeons are remnants of that era. Although there are still many unknowns and no proof for this theory, he felt he was going in the right direction. How is the translation going? I have translated many elemental spells, but further tests are needed, replied Morgana. Edward nodded his head, not in a real hurry. However, after what happened to his grimoire, he was determined to recreate the arcane system before attacking Elysium again, or even the underworld, as some weird stuff might also be going there. Then, he took out an orb that contained a sleeping soul inside, Likata's soul. Using time magic, he reverted the soul to its injured state before summoning her preserved body. He placed the soul inside the body before fixing the connection between the soul, body, and spirit. A few minutes later, Likita opened her eyes. Where am I? I thought I died, she muttered before suddenly sitting up, making her very dizzy. Liba, where is Liba? He's fine. She finally noticed someone next to her. It's you, Edward. What is going on? Edward then explained everything to her, from her death to the fate of Liba and her son, Asta. Not only are they fine, but they also became partners. That's good. Do you want to see them? You know of my condition. Edward was aware. Because of the perfect control of his mana and life energy, he can prevent her body from absorbing them, but this was not the case for others. The best solution is to place a powerful seal on her body, but that would take too much time to develop. So, he wanted to wait until he acquired Secret Swallowtail's arcane stage sealing magic. Her magic is one of the many reasons he came to this world. Edward waved his hand to show a screen. Likita then saw a black hair boy that resembled her wielding a large black sword, fighting in what appeared to be a dungeon. As expected. Without my existence, the plot went back to its original track. He could tell that the second arc of the anime was taken place. The only difference is that everybody was more powerful than usual. Edward shook his head as he honestly did not care. The reason he made his exit from the kingdom was to lure the devil Zagred out. He already released many newly created sorcerer eyes to find traces of this devil. And the moment he showed up, Edward will capture him. After Likita watched her son for a while, Edward cut off the feed. Oh, come on, it was just getting to the good part. I know. Now, it's time to get down to business. You want to know about Zuril, don't you? She said while lowering her head. Yes. I don't know much about him. He was like you, my body could not absorb his mana or life force. I was excited to meet someone I could finally have a meaningful connection with. Then, after talking, we fell in love, or so I thought. After he learned I became pregnant, he disappeared the next day, and I have never heard of him after that. Edward frowned after hearing this. He always thought Asta's father had some connection to Elysium or gods. So, he wanted to find him and learn something from him. But now, it appeared that even Likita did not know anything. So, after thinking about it for a moment, Edward opened a small portal before a drop of blood flew out of it. It was Asta's blood. Erudite magic, bloodline tracking. A map appeared in front of Edward before zooming out and showing the entire continent where the three kingdoms resided. Then, a dot appeared on what seemed to be another continent. That direction, that's the land of the sun, Yami's birthplace. So, Zuril is there. 311 Retrieval. Edward had planned to visit the land of the sun to see their culture and magic system. But now, he had another reason to visit. However, now was the time. There were some things he needed to do before leaving. He then looked at Likita and said, you can live here until I can find a solution for your physique. Then, Edward handed her an orb that could display Asta's actions so that she could watch her son from afar. With this act, Likita suddenly forgot her sad past with her husband as a bright smile appeared on her face. She was indeed a simple and kind woman. Very little could please her. Edward used Charmy's cotton magic to make a feast for the two before going to sleep. His higher life essence was still sealed, so he was physically tired after doing so many things the past few days. Although he could use a spell or potion to recover, he decided to sleep. It has been a long time since he felt so weak yet human. Somehow, the feeling was very refreshing. The next day, after taking a shower and eating breakfast, he flew into the sky, no, into the stars. After reaching near the atmosphere, he looked back at the Black Clover world. He immediately noticed that this was not a planet but a massive floating plain. Two continents floated in a vast ocean with a few scattered islands in between. The western continent is where the main story takes place, while the eastern continent is where the land of the sun is located. At the ocean's edge was a powerful mana fog that Edward could sense from so far away. This fog was probably the most dangerous grand magic zone ever in this world. Although he could not see what was after it, he could guess. After a short observation, he continued to fly until he broke out of the atmosphere into space. He saw the sun shining brightly on the continent. An invisible barrier filtered out the UV rays and other things from outer space. If that invisible barrier were to be destroyed, catastrophe would befall the entire universe. The power of time flashed across Edward's eyes as he saw a few hours in the future. He saw the sun disappearing and entering another small dimension before the moon came out from that dimension. Fascinating, muttered Edward. Based on his observation, the sun and the moon do not control things like weather, ocean currents, tides, or climates. Instead, they are a source of mana to the world. All mana in nature comes from those two sources. Oddly, Edward did not sense any solar or lunar energy from these celestial bodies, so he could not use the magic system from the undead mummy universe. However, he could draw mana from them to cast spells if needed with a bit of training. So, after checking whether some unknown creatures resided or were growing inside, he continued flying towards the fog. As soon as he entered, he felt how chaotic the mana in the fog was. Even with his acute mana control, it will take him a lot of effort to control even a small amount. Furthermore, as he flew deeper into the fog, numerous natural phenomena began to attack him: thunder and lightning storms, wind tornadoes, volcano eruptions, ash poison, etc. The deeper he flew, the more powerful these mana phenomena became. At some point, he suffered an attack from a star explosion. If he did not use his tier 7 strength to block it, he would have died. After traveling for a few hours, he finally left the fog. and right in front of him was this universe's crystal wall or source wall. If only the crystal wall were this easy to reach in every universe, muttered Edward. Then, it dawned on him that he had never seen his universe crystal wall from the inside. All the time he saw it was from the outside when coming from his travels. Most of the time, the world gate or floating city will open a tier that leads straight into the void. I should check that out when I return. Then, Edward looked at the fog again. He had the idea of studying this fog and replicating it as protection measures for the Empire. He could artificially create one that surrounds the Empire's star systems as protection and, eventually, the entire Milky Way galaxy. Of course, the strength of the fog has to be increased. Nevertheless, it should be a great way to hide from the eyes of the gods while the Empire rapidly increases its strength. He did a few tests by trying to open a portal to the western continent, but the fog contained space blockage properties, which made Edward very satisfied. Finally, he focused on his main task. He spent a few days studying the source wall before starting to create a complex magic circle in space. One of the benefits of the mana method that he learned is that he can place temporary enchantments in the air without the need to add magical resources. So, now, enchantments are used not only for forging or blessing things with magical properties but also as spells to fight and other things. The only downside to this method is that a lot of mana is required in the process, along with excellent knowledge of enchantments. While engraving the magic array, Edward took out a bunch of floating orbs. He stored his mana inside these orbs for the past few days before recuperating and repeating the process. He needed a lot of mana for this mana method enchantment, and his tier 7 mana was insufficient. Furthermore, controlling a lot of mana from the fog seemed impossible. It even blocked his attempt to draw mana from the sun and moon. So, he had to use this method. After activating the magic array, Edward opened a slight gap in the source wall, and in that split second, even less than a nanosecond, he summoned his world gate from the void before closing the gap. Edward frowned as he looked at the gate in the middle of the circle. The world gate had many holes on it while appearing as if it was melted by something. He immediately checked the dimension inside, and as expected, most of the rooms were now destroyed. Most of the enchantments no longer functioned, and the ether core was almost drained of all its energy. Luckily, Morgana's server room was still barely intact and salvageable. However, thinking about all the magical resources stored inside that had been lost, Edward wanted to cry. In terms of value, everything inside was probably enough to buy a small planet. What a headache, he thought while sighing deeply. Then, he focused on how long to fix the world gate and the time required. The first step is to create the magicium. To do that, he must first make the ether core in this world. This should not be a problem since he can do that as long as there is mana and souls. Finally, he needed magical resources to fix the enchantments. That's the only real issue he has. Some of them might not exist in this world, so he has to find a replacement for them or modify the enchantments to fit the laws of this world. And if everything fails, I can use the mana method to replace the enchantments with a temporary one. However, I need a few other ether cores as an energy source. After making a preliminary plan, Edward flew out of the fog with the gate. And once he exited, he placed it inside his pocket dimension. Then, he took out an orb to check on the Clover Kingdom. A slight frown appeared on his face by what he saw: destruction. Whether it was the Noble Realm, Common Realm, or the Forsaken Realm, many magic knights fought, resulting in death and destruction everywhere. So, the plot changed, he muttered calmly as he focused on a few specific battles. This is most likely Zagred's secret doing, so he should show up soon, he muttered before deciding to wait longer before showing up and accomplishing his goal. 312 Chaos. Yami panted heavily as he looked at the floating man in front of him, with light shining all over his body. I can't believe you defeated Veda and Fana, even after awakening their elf mana, said Licht, the leader of the terrorist organization Eye of the Midnight Sun. You are worthy of the title of strongest captain. After all, the Wizard King himself trained you. Yami did not say anything as he looked in the distance. His situation was not the best. Edward taught him the liquid mana method, the crystal mana method, and mana zone. Additionally, he taught him many ways to use his dark magic. However, he faced all the members of Third Eye, Vado, Fana, and Rhea. Furthermore, his opponent had more mana than him and could also use the liquid and crystal mana technique. Yami did not know how the kingdom's top secret technique was leaked, nor did he have time to contemplate such a thing. In a 3-on-1 battle, he defeated Fana and Vedo and slightly injured Rhea. However, the leader of the Eye of Midnight Sun showed up, and because of exhaustion and the fact he was weaker than the opponent, he could barely hold on. Yami looked in the distance and saw all the destruction in the capital. From the information he knew, all 3 realms were under attack, causing massive damage to the entire Clover Kingdom. Thinking about how many people died and how much damage the kingdom had suffered, Yami could not help but be angry. However, he knew that this was not the time for uncontrolled emotions. He further analyzed the situation. He saw that Fueglian lay in a pool of blood a few dozen meters away with one arm missing. He sensed that the key of many of the Magic Knights members changed, and they began to attack their companions. He sensed that 2 squad members seemed to be possessed the same way as the others. Damn it, how did all of this happen? It was a typical day in the capital, but suddenly, the undead began to attack, and before long, this terrorist organization appeared to make things worse. All because he suddenly wanted to have a vacation. Damn it. Why are you doing this? Asked Yami. Revenge for what you humans did to us, elves, replied Licht, looking at the ongoing destruction. The same way you destroyed our homes, we will do the same to you. Now, enough delay. Everything should be accomplished before any more complications arise. By complication, you mean you feared that Edward would return. Indeed. However, even the Wizard King will not be a match for us elves once we complete our reincarnation. Especially our leader, thought Licht, or Patoli, as this was his real name. He only took the name Licht to remember the past and commemorate his dead leader and friend. Then, why did you wait for his disappearance before attacking? Simply to avoid unnecessary complications. Then, Patoli no longer said anything but attacked. Thousands of light swords appeared in the sky before raining down on Yami. The ground in his surroundings was pulverized, and Yami was nowhere to be seen. Patoli frowned as he sensed the surroundings. Escaped? No matter. He took Veto and Fana before healing their injuries with light magic and heading in a specific direction. Not long after leaving, Yami crawled out from the debris with blood all over his body. He then used a technique Edward taught him to use mana to stop his wounds from continuing bleeding. Although it was not a healing method, it could delay his death. Yami walked to the central area with great difficulty, where the remaining captains surrounded Fueglian's body, which was being healed by his cousin Mimosa. "You're not dead?" asked Jack. "Do you want to fight?" responded Yami. "This is not the time for this," admonished Nozel Silva. "The enemy has entered the palace, we must stop whatever their main objective is." "We don't even know their main objective, so how do we stop them?" said Zora. "Plus, we must stop these traitors from killing more civilians and destroying the kingdom." No one said anything for a brief moment. These traitors were all their squad members, so they did not know how to treat them in the current situation. "I say we make the tough call and kill them all," said Jack the Ripper. "There is no need for that." Everyone gazed at the person who spoke. They saw a trio composed of Asta, and a young girl with heavy bags under her eyes and 2 short horns. No one knew who she was. "Captain Yami," suddenly yelled Asta. "It's Nero. Can you believe it? It's Nero. You mean the strange bird which followed you around?" "Yes, that's her." "So, Nero, what do you mean by that?" "It's Secret Swallowtail," she replied apathetically. "First of all, these elves are after the magic stones. They took Yuno's necklace," said Asta. "If I remember correctly, Fueglian had a necklace as well. Could it be the reason they targeted him?" added Nozel. "But what's the purpose of the magic stones?" "The Shadow Palace," muttered Yami loud enough for everyone to hear, thus garnering everyone's sight. Edward once mentioned something deep in the castle called the Shadow Palace. It might be their destination. "Speaking of which, where is the Wizard King?" asked Nozel. "I tried contacting him, but it is no use." Everyone became quiet once again before Secret continued. "Asta's anti-magic can nullify whatever spells these people are under, so we can use his ability to solve the problem. If that's true, we can divide our team into 2 groups, one go after the elves while the second dealt with the situation here," said Nozel. "That's a bad idea," said Secret. "If we want a chance at beating these elves, we'll need all the help we can have." She knew what awaited them inside the Shadow Palace. Everything would be fine if the Wizard King were here, but he is not. Furthermore, she planned to wake up the first Wizard King, Lemuel, to deal with the problem. Unfortunately, she needed the magic stones to unseal him, but they appeared now to be all the hands of the elves. "Edward told me he placed a sealed in whatever was inside the castle," said Yami. "This should buy us time to deal with the remaining elves, heal, and even recover slightly." While everyone pondered the feasibility of this plan, they suddenly felt the temperature around drastically increase. As everyone looked for the source, they saw a massive pillar of flame coming out from Fueglian's body. "Brother," yelled Leon Vermilion, Fueglian's younger brother. "Mimosa, what is going on?" I don't know," she replied. She was only using her healing magic to keep him alive when this sudden change occurred. Under everyone's watch, the pillar of flame turned into a salamander with wings. Then, Fueglian's injury healed under everyone's eyes while also growing an arm made entirely of fire. Then, he opened his eyes with confusion. "Anarchy," yelled Leon. "Captain Fueglian," yelled Asta at the same time. Although he only officially met the latter a few hours ago, he admired his leadership abilities. It took Fueglian a while to regain his bearing before everyone explained the situation to him. Then, he dropped a piece of news that could be considered an intercontinental missile. "You mean, the leader of Eye of Midnight Sun is Vengeance?" asked Nozel. "Impossible. Captain Vengeance would never do such a thing," said Yuno. "I saw it with my own eyes," replied Fueglian. It was not just Yuno who was in utter disbelief, but Yami as well. Vengeance was one of his closest friends since they grew up in the Blue Ravenclaw squad together, trained together by Edward. So, he could not fathom why he would betray the kingdom and become a terrorist. Furthermore, he believed that if something were wrong with Vengeance, Edward would have discovered it long ago. He knew how capable his captain was. Unless he knew but let things happen, thought Yami. He knew that Edward could use time magic after the fight with Lucius, so it is not unheard of for him to see this future and let it happen for some reason. The question is why? Or maybe, I'm reading too much into this, and he is really stuck somewhere where he cannot be contacted. Finally, everyone proceeded with the plan. Although angered at Vengeance's betrayal, they hoped that his situation was similar to the people who had their bodies taken away. With Mimosa healing everyone and Charmy using her food magic to regenerate everyone's mana, the group quickly returned to peak fighting shape before stopping the magic knights whose bodies were taken over by elves. Meanwhile, Fueglian used Finral's spatial magic to contact more help, his sister, Mirioliana. In a grand magic zone not far from the Clover Kingdom, Edward calmly watched everything happening. He understood the plot seemed to be disrupted completely. The invasion of the elves should have occurred way later after the capital was attacked, the underwater temple visit, the Witch Queen visit, and the Royal Knight selection. Could it be that after I visited Elysium, this timeline's correction of fate disappeared? But why? Has the universe will abandon this timeline, or is it something else I do not know? He waved his hand, and the crystal ball floating in front of him showed a different scene, the underwater temple. It was now in shambles, with many injured and a few dead. He guessed that the Eye of Midnight Sun attacked them for the magic stones. So, Edward checked the Witch Forest, and as expected, they were also attacked. However, the casualties seemed less severe than the underwater temple. Zagred should be showing up, so let's wait for a little more. 313 word soul magic. Fueglian walked out of a portal to a forest before looking around. Then, he closed his eyes to sense something before the small cylinder on his should suddenly turn into a dragon. He jumped on its back while carrying Finral and flying in a direction. A few minutes later, he landed in front of a giant rhinoceros more than 15 meters tall. A woman with flaming red hair and one sharp tooth calmly sat on the magical beast back while eating a piece of meat. She had a fierce aura surrounding her like a lion always searching for the next prey. Sister, said Fueglian. Meanwhile, Mirioliana, who had sensed powerful mana coming from afar, continued eating her food for a few seconds before raising her head. Immediately, she frowned when she saw her little brother's new flaming arm. What's going on? She asked. The Clover Kingdom is under attack, so we need your help. What do you mean? How could something happen to the kingdom with Edward around? Not long ago, the Wizard King removed his curse, so he went on a vacation and could not be contacted. Veins appeared on her forehead after this. Are you serious? Fueglian did not say anything else. So, Mirioliana took a small mirror from her pocket and injected mana inside. A few seconds later, she yelled, "Damn him, why is he not available?" Her anger created a pillar of flame that instantly turned the rhino into her next meal. Ignoring the overcooked meat underneath her, she stood up before finally realizing that a third person was present. Who is this? This a spatial mage from the Black Bulls, Finral. Typically, Finral would hit on any beautiful woman that he meets. However, he cowered because of the aura released by Mirioliana. To him, this was a beast in human skin. Let's go. Finral opened a portal to lead all of them back to the Clover Kingdom. Because of the distance, he was basically out of mana after the return trip. Nevertheless, with Mirioliana returning, the rampaging elves cleanup finished quicker. The only people who gave the captains trouble were Charlotte and Rilbois Mordred, the Aquadeer captain and the youngest captain if Edward was not counted. Then, with Liba's help, Asta could relieve these people from the reincarnation spell and remove the control the elves' souls had on their bodies. Once everyone finished, they headed straight for the Shadow Palace, where 10 of the elves had already entered. These 10 elves were known as the Apostles of Sephiroth, and each had a magic stone to open the palace's gate. Luckily for the group, Secre could also use her sealing magic to open the door so that they could enter. Then, Mimosa used her magic to map the entire palace. She discovered all the elves were located at the top of the palace, so the group headed there. However, what they found shocked them all. All but 2 members of the Apostles remained standing while the others lay injured or passed out on the ground. The leader of the Eye of Midnight Sun, Patoli, had turned into a dark elf while battling the other standing member, Licht, who has been the real leader of the elves since 500 years ago. More importantly, a devil with 2 horns and a smirk watched everything from above, amusement written all over his face. What's going on? Asked Mirioliana. Everything was a lie, said Ria, on the floor, crying non-stop. He then explained how the humans' betrayal 500 years ago that made them hate humans, their reincarnations, and plans to attack the Clover Kingdom was all this devil's scheme. He did all that to acquire a grimoire and summon his real body from the underworld. Knowing who the enemy was, Mirioliana did not waste time and directly attacked. Fire magic, Calidus Brachium. She punched with so much speed it appeared that she had 1,000 hands. However, she would throw hot flames at Zagred with each punch with incredible speed. However, the latter just said, "Extinguish," so Mirioliana's flame extinguished, making her frown. But she did not stop. Crystal Mana, Mana Zone, Calidus Brachium Purgatory. Purple flame came out of her hand as she punched. Even her physical abilities were boosted by mana, making her punches faster and more powerful. However, with the same creepy smile, Zagred said the same word and extinguished her flame. "You can also use the mana crystal technique," she commented. "Indeed. I have to say that Wizard King is a genius this world has never seen. His techniques have so much potential that you people could not fathom." Zagred said this because, with this technique, he believed he could defeat one of the highest-ranking devils even though he is only a high-ranking one. That was unheard of. One of the absolute rules of the underworld is that higher-ranking devils can control the life and death of lower-ranking ones. But, with this technique, Zagred knew he could break that rule. Mirioliana glanced at Yami before attacking again. However, Zagred said, "Drain and bind," and she felt her stamina suddenly drain and weaken. Additionally, the ground turned into chains that bound. Meanwhile, Yami suddenly appeared behind him with his katana clad in his dark magic to slash him. Repulse, said Zagred. A powerful repulsing force pushed Yami away until he crashed into the wall. At the same time, Fuegian, Nozel, and Jack attacked. However, Zagred looked at them with disdain. These three only mastered the liquid mana method, so they posed no threat to him. Infinite Blade. Thousands of blades suddenly appeared and bombarded Nozel and Fuegian to kill them. Nozel created numerous mercury tentacles to bounce the sword away, while Fuegian ordered his salamander to burn the blades. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. While Yami and Mirioliana fought against Zagred, Licht, and the corrupted Patoli fought against one another. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Bulls, Asta, Mimosa, Secret, Noel, and a few others, looked at this battle in shock. Although they knew the captains were powerful, they did not expect them to be this powerful, not to mention the devil. Unfortunately, they are useless in this level of fight. Even Asta's anti-magic is no use since he has only been training as a magic knight for over 2 weeks. Even with Ki, he could not keep up with the movement of Nozel and the other two, let alone Yami and Mirioliana. And was in the same spot as him. He has recently awakened the wind spirit he made a pact with, and the sudden increase in mana because of the elven soul inside his body did not help. So, those two watched this battle with gritted teeth while promising themselves they would get stronger. The only helpful person in this battle is Vanessa. As she watched her friends die in front of her in the chaos, she awakened fate magic and reversed their death. Although this magic only worked for those she cared for, luckily, Yami is one of these people. So, she could save him a few times before her mana ran out. After a few minutes, Zagred laughed as he looked at the tired and battered captains while he remained the same. Excellent. I have already tested the scope of my power, and now it's time to leave before that monster show up. Before then, I will give you a parting gift. He then summoned a bunch of creepy purple monsters whose bodies seemed to be made of short tentacles. The moment these monsters appeared, they absorbed the ambient mana in the palace before multiplying like an uncontrollable plague. Then, they attacked the injured elves and the other magic knights like Asta and Noel. Double, said Zagred to create a clone of himself to continue fighting these captains while he headed for the exit. Unfortunately, he did not travel far before the entire Shadow Palace paused for a moment before a portal appeared out of nowhere. From there, Edward walked out with his white and gold magical robe. He looked at everyone before smiling, "Miss me?" Everyone sighed in relief after seeing him. He looked at the battered captains and said, "You guys need more training. Hurry and end this," said Yami with a grumpy tone. Edward shrugged his shoulder before slowly flying to Asta's group. "I need to see your grimoires," pointing at Asta and Secret Swallowtail. The former immediately handed his grimoire while the latter hesitated for a moment before also handing it over. Edward took an orb from Asta's grimoire before absorbing the information inside. He raised his hand to create a black ball, anti-magic. However, he soon shook his head as he knew he could only turn a small portion of his man into anti-magic energy. It was not enough. So, he placed the orb back inside before reading Secret's grimoire. Her sealing magic was extraordinary as it was forcibly changed by forbidden magic, making it evolve to the point of almost sealing concepts. So, after reading the grimoire, new pages appeared on Edward's grimoire. At this point, the silent spell he placed on Zagred the moment he laid eyes on the latter was dispelled by a weird trident that could dismantle anything it touched. With his mouth free, he could use his word soul magic again. "What kind of magic is this?" asked Zagred, trying to buy himself some time, albeit, he was also curious. He could tell this magic was not from this world since only this type of magic, his trident, an ancient artifact, could not easily dismantle. Unfortunately for him, Edward was not in the mood to chat. He waved his hand to create numerous magic circles that formed a sphere around Zagred before they enclosed on him until he shrank to the size of a tennis ball. The devil could not resist a single bit. Edward then waved his hand to manifest a golden light that healed all the injured individuals, including the elves. Even Patoli's dark elf form was slightly reversed, changing him back to his usual self with only one eye remaining completely black. Additionally, Patoli was then divided into two people, Vengeance and himself. "Follow me," said Edward to everyone as he flew outside. A gentle breeze levitated the people who could not use flying spells. Outside the palace, Edward waved his hand to heal and wake up the sleeping magic knights once occupied by the elves. He instilled the memories of the battle against Zagred in their minds before having them follow him. So, a strange could be seen above the capital. The Wizard King led all the captains and magic knights. As he looked at the destroyed kingdom, Edward asked the group, "Do you blame me for now showing up earlier?" No one answered him, including Yami and the headstrong Mirioliana. "I can honestly tell you that I knew this attack would happen and did not do anything." Everyone remained quiet while a few people lowered their heads while some trembled. "I did this to teach you 3 lessons. First, never become over-reliant on others to save you. In this world, only your family and loved ones would go to extreme lengths to protect you, and even this is not guaranteed." Edward paused for a moment while still looking in the distance. "Second, I want you to understand how weak you truly are. Your achievements as magic knights or captains are nothing to brag or be proud about. Because in the end, with your strength, you could not protect this kingdom and its citizen." Many people, mostly the captains, clenched their hands after hearing this, while some even had tears in their eyes. But no one said anything. Lastly, I will show you the pinnacle of power in this world. I am not doing this to show off but to inspire all of you. I want you to know that one day, you will reach this height and even surpass it. Of course, none of you would believe me or understand my meaning, but you will in the future. After saying that, his grimoire floated in front of him. Time reversal magic, chrono anastasis. An enormous clock face covered the entire Clover Kingdom, meaning all 3 realms. Then, the hand started to move backward, and in doing so, time was also moving backward. All the destroyed places of the kingdom and the people killed in the incident returned to the state a few hours ago. Phew, muttered Edward as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. When Julius used this spell in the main timeline, he only covered the noble realm and reversed time to a few seconds. But he had to cover all 3 realms and revert time to 2 hours ago. So, he used a lot of mana and most of the stored time he had in reserve. Finally, he turned around to face these people who looked at him with shock, awe, envy, and even a little fear. Go and appease the citizens. Although I have revived them, their memories of death are still there. The knights nodded their heads, still in a daze, before leaving. Meanwhile, Edward returned to his castle. 314 Empowerment. While heading to the castle, Edward looked at the 10 apostles of Sephiroth and said, "All you, follow me." "You too," he said to Secret Swallowtail before flying to the castle. The elves hesitated before following him along with Secret. Inside his office, Edward looked at them before focusing on Licht, whose eyes were unfocused. Although he fought with Zagrad and Patoli, his soul was still slumbering. So, he asked Secret to unseal his soul to awaken him completely. Edward gave the elves a few minutes to reminisce with their leader. "Wizard King, I would first apologize for everything our kind has done," said Licht once he finished talking to his fellow brethren. "I understand the situation, so I won't blame you. We appreciate your kindness. So, to what do we owe this invitation? I want to make a deal with you, elves." "Oh, can you be more specific?" asked Licht. "I will revive your fallen members, and in return, I need your help to do something." Then, Edward explained what he needed them to do, which involved Elysium. "This seems very dangerous," said Licht with a frown. "I think this is a price worth paying to revive our dead comrades," said Patoli, and many agreed with him but did not voice their opinions as they awaited Licht's decision. So, after pondering for a while, Licht asked, "How are you going to revive our fallen brethren?" "Zagrad's reincarnation magic preserved most of their souls so I can prevent them from moving on to the afterlife. As for their bodies, Sally will create an artificial body for you." After hearing that name, Patoli became embarrassed. He sacrificed her along with the other human members of Eye of the Sun to activate the elves' reincarnation magic. Now, he has to rely on her to revive his race. For a moment, he feared she would take out her hatred on them because of his actions. "Don't worry about her," replied Edward. "Regarding that little girl Sally, she is the perfect arcanist, curious about how everything in the world functions, cruel enough to conduct inhumane experiments when necessary, and extremely intelligent. So, Edward secretly saved her to nurture her in that direction. The only downside is she is somewhat unhinged, but Edward has ways to restrict her. As long as he does this and prevents her from contacting Asta to not be influenced by his main protagonist's charm to become less cruel like in the main timeline, she will be the perfect arcanist." "Licht, this is a great deal. We can finally be reunited," said Rhea. "No, you will not," said Edward. "What do you mean?" "Licht's soul has been corrupted beyond repair after 500 years, so I can't save him." The room became quiet for a moment as grievances overcame these elves. "There is no need to be sad, I have long accepted my death," said Licht with a smile. He expected this outcome when he turned into a devil 500 years ago because of the loss of his wife, child, and watching all his clansmen being massacred. "I'm glad I got the chance to see all of you again and to clear the misunderstanding between humans and elves. The only regret is that I could not see Lemuel again." Edward watched them calmly. He lied about being unable to save Licht. The elves are a very talented race and would be a great asset to the Empire. However, Licht is kind and benevolent and revered as a leader. Such a person would make it more difficult to control the elves once they are brought back. Patoli, however, is another story. Although he is the temporary leader of the elves, the others do not have as much loyalty or reverence for him, so he is easier to control to indirectly manipulate the elves secretly. Additionally, he has a lot of guilt for what he did to his fellow elves, a weakness that can be exploited. So, Licht cannot be saved or resurrected. Edward waved his hand to manifest the 10 magic stones before opening a portal. "Follow Secret, and you can see Lemuel one last time." The first Wizard King statue is on top of an enormous devil head near Hage Village, where Asta and Yuno grew up. Today, a portal opened near the figure, and 11 individuals walked from it. Using the magic stones, Secret unsealed the first Wizard King and reunited with him after 500 years. However, unlike the main timeline, the magic stones did not crumble since Edward ensured this. So, he summoned them back to his office to study them. A few hours later, the group returned with sadness in their eyes. Licht and Lemuel have passed on into the afterlife. Edward handed them a few crystals that contained the souls of their brethren while also asking them to give up the bodies of the people they occupied, even Patoli. He knew the importance of the resonance of the body and the soul. So, if these elves needed to utilize all their potential, they needed their original body. Then, he sent them all away. And as he watched them leave, he thought to himself, "I need someone else to fill Licht's position on the Tree of Life monument and accomplish the summoning ritual I need to reach Elysium." Licht has descendants, so one of them could be used. After that, he focused on the magic stones as he was on the verge of a discovery. So, he left a clone to oversee the entire situation before going to his secret laboratory. A few days later, Edward looked at the magic stones with shining eyes. Negative karma empowerment. The magic stones can amplify the magic power of their wielder because it is connected to the negative mana in the underworld. So, after studying the stones, the negative mana acquired from Megacula and Zagrad, he discovered the true essence of this boost, to be precise, the true essence of negative mana, karma empowerment. Edward has read a few comics with characters with karma empowerment, but he never experienced it himself in his magical journey so far. Luckily, he acquired a karma divine treasure from the library on his last voyage and has been studying since. With this basis, he recognized that negative mana was a form of karma empowerment that boosted mana. He then compared this discovery with the sample mana he acquired from Elysium, which could be considered positive mana. And as expected, it is also a form of karma empowerment that focuses on positive karma, unlike the devils who use negative karma. With this discovery, Edward concluded that devils and angels were species that originated from one source. He also understood why these two races were so much more powerful than the others. Their mana was literally always boosted on top of having a large mana pool. So, he wanted that boost for him. Additionally, I can forge the underworld and Elysium into a magical artifact that boosted the floating city. If done correctly, the karma empowerment should be able to push the city into a tier 10 artifacts. Edward became excited at this thought. He did not yet know how to deal with the devils in the underworld, so he originally planned just to enslave them as they would serve as excellent weapons, especially after becoming arcanists. Now, he will have even better use for them. He theorized that these devils had the natural ability to gather negative karma to fill the underworld. If so, they would be even more valuable. Then, Edward created another clone to continue studying karmic magic while he went to do something else. One of the best discoveries he made in this world is Goshadley's mirror magic, which allowed him to make mirror clones that could have some of his powers and his mind. Moreover, he did not have to worry about these clones rebelling and creating chaos. That spell is almost as good as the shadow clone jutsu in terms of clone magic. Edward had to create 2 magical artifacts to prepare for the invasion of Elysium. The process took 2 weeks. By then, one of his clones had already dealt with the invasion's aftermath. His status in the Clover Kingdom's resident mind reached an unimaginable height. In the laboratory, Edward suddenly felt something, and he muttered, "So, it's finally accomplished." Status. He looked at his status from the Akashic record. His age and tier changed, but that was not his main focus. He focused on the new title he acquired, Wizard King. This title is one of the reasons he stayed in the Clover Kingdom for so long and dedicated a lot of time and effort to improve it. 315 The past creeping in Wizard King. As the most powerful mage in the kingdom, you have protected it through many catastrophes while also creating the greatest era of economic, military, and cultural growth that the Clover Kingdom has ever seen. Your name will forever be remembered in the annals of history as the best Wizard King. Buff, medium spacetime affinity, high resistance to body possession. Edward closed his eyes as he felt his understanding and control of spacetime magic increase. The process lasted a few minutes, but he wished it was longer once he was done. The title of Sorcerer Supreme should provide me with a high spacetime affinity. Then, Edward walked to a room where a body was preserved inside an orb with a ring containing Roman numbers, AC or Silva. Morgana. Yes, boss, said the little elf as she manifested herself. Why do you think my obsession for her comes from? Isn't it from your ex-girlfriend from Earth? I know this, but why would I still be obsessed with her? I thought I moved on with my life. Alright, let me activate the psychoanalysis mode, said the little elf before changing to a formal outfit, glasses, notepad, and a pen. By now, Edward was used to her shenanigans. Do you know that powerful men often want the things they cannot have? Do you think you want her now because she is out of reach? Edward pondered for a moment. There are many things I want that I cannot or did not get. So, I doubt this is the real issue. Then, let's look at the issue from another perspective. What was the reason for your breakup? Edward became momentarily lost in his memories. Although there were many, the main one was our social status. I was a lowly middle class, trying to make a living in the world. Meanwhile, her family was filthy rich. I'm talking about generational wealth that they could not spend all their lives if they wanted to. He paused for a moment as he looked at Aesir. Her family never liked me, so it was an issue in our relationship. But the real reason for our breakup was my insecurities. She never minded my economic status and saw me for who I was. Unfortunately, I could not do the same. So, have you thought that maybe you want to show her your current self or your current success, to show her that you are more than worthy of being with her, said Morgana as she fixed her glasses. So, you're saying my obsession with her is the result of unresolved low self-esteem from my past life, muttered Edward, his eyes brightening. Even if his clone in primordial Earth became successful, it was not the point that her family would care or regret their decision. However, if he could show up his empire and power now, that would truly shock them and make them regret how they treated him. After figuring out the root of the issue, he could not help but smile to himself while shaking his head. He was now the emperor of an interstellar empire, about to conquer an entire galaxy. He was a powerful arcanist capable of blowing the sun with a flick of his finger. With his current tier, he could live for a few million years, without the elixir of life. He had enough power and wealth to buy and conquer the earth 1,000 times over, if not more. So, why would he care about a small family on earth? As for her, he could only say some things were not meant to be. One day, when he visits primordial earth, they may meet again. By then, they might rekindle their relationship, or more likely, they will be strangers who at some point had a significant impact on each other's lives. After figuring this out, Edward felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. Thank you, Morgana. I'm always here to serve, boss. All right, I need to go somewhere first. Edward opened a portal to leave before returning a few minutes later. Then, he finally placed Aesir's soul inside her preserved body. Where am I? She asked. Edward. Confusion was written all over her face. Aesir then remembered her last memory when she died. Megicula, she said with gritted teeth. She's dead, said Edward. Aesir sighed. So, you really revived me? How long has it been? 16 years. So, my baby Noelle is now a young woman. And all my other children are now adults, she muttered softly. This is for you, said Edward as he handed her an orb. What's this? Henry's soul. Aesir trembled slightly as she held the orb in her hand. I just summoned his soul from the past before his death, so it is still weak and needs some time to recover. Additionally, since he died from a magical sickness, it's best to recreate a new body for him. Thank you, said Aesir with tears in her eyes. No need for thanks. After all, aren't we friends? You seem different from the last time I saw you. Well, many years have passed, plus I've figured some things out. We can catch up later. I'm sure you're dying to see your children right about now. You're right. So, Edward opened a portal for her to send her to the Silveroil Castle. Edward then walked to the room next door to Sally's laboratory. How are the artificial bodies going? Sally focused on a bunch of glass containers with green liquids inside. In each container lay an elf body that appeared to be in a deep sleep. With the knowledge you gave me, I have created a body perfectly suited for their souls. I cannot believe there was such a deep relation between the body, mana, and soul. I wonder what the soul is made of? Could I dissect one and find out? Could the soul feel pain? I want to know so bad. No, I should immediately begin to research. Hey, said Edward with a stern and slightly raised voice. Immediately, Sally paused before finally turning around to look at him and lowering her head. What did I say to you? When doing research, a calm and composed mind is always necessary for an arcanist. What else? Uncontrolled curiosity and lack of caution is the ultimate formula for disaster. I'm glad you remember. Now, go to the meditation room to calm down. Once you're done, I've added a few new books for you to read. Sally was depressed when she heard she was forced to go to the meditation room. But when she heard she could read new books, she became motivated again. Edward shook his head when she saw how quickly the little girl ran off to the meditation room. He ignored her before continuing his own research. 2 days later, he went to see Aesir again. How is everything? Better than I expected, she replied with a smile. Did you finally realize I was right? About what? About your middle children being shitty. You, said Aesir while glaring at him. Although she also did not like how these two turned out, as a mother, she knew it was not too late for them. With her here, she can bring them back to the right path. Edward shrugged to indicate he meant what he said. However, after she nagged for 10 minutes straight, he promised not to speak ill of them, at least not to her face. I have a feeling you did not come here just to see an old friend, said Aesir after the promise. Yes. There is a meeting tomorrow with all the magic knights and captains, and I would like you to attend. Is it serious? You could say so. In that case, I will be there. Edward chatted briefly with her before leaving. 316 Invasions Plan. Edward walked into a large room with many people waiting. A table stood in the middle with all 10 magic captains along with Aesir, Mirioliana, and Patoli. Around the table were specific members of each squad along with the elves members who were Apostle of Sephiroth. As Edward walked into the room, the sitting people stood up while the standing ones stood even straighter. He smiled at Likita, who was embracing both Asta and Yuno. Asta had a genuine smile. He appeared happy to see his mother and spend time with her. As for Yuno, he had his usually stoic face with a slight embarrassment. However, deep in his eyes, there was very hidden happiness. Edward knew this kind of happiness, familial love. He smiled as he was not surprised that Likita basically adopted Yuno. They were already closed as brothers, now, it had just become official. At ease, said Edward before taking a seat. Everyone then focused all their attention on them. Edward waved his hand to create 2 holographic orbs, one dark and one light. In this world, 2 factions or places could be considered the most powerful or dangerous. The first one is the underworld where all devils live and originate from. He pointed at the dark orb, and the words underworld and devil appeared inside. And the second is Elysium, where angels and possibly God live. Many people squinted their eyes at the words Elysium. Angels and God appeared in the light orb. Most, if not all, of these people have heard of the underworld or devils. But they've never heard of angels or God except in stories and the church. Edward waved his hand to crush the dark orb. There is no need to worry about the underworld since I will personally deal with them. However, I need your help to access Elysium. You want us to invade Elysium? Why? They seem to be no threat to us, asked Yami. Many people had the same thought as him. Edward looked at all the people in the room and calmly said, I could give you a valid reason since I have sufficient evidence to suggest that God has been plotting to use our hands to deal with the underworld. I could use the rhetoric that this was for the future of the Clover Kingdom. But all of this would not be true. Edward paused for a moment to let his word marinate. When a man's reached my position and power, few things have value, whether it is wealth, fame, glory, or woman. Most of these things held little to no value to me. What I want is knowledge, mystery, and the truth. For example, where did the grimoire comes from? Is it a natural thing or an artificial creation? Why can it create spells without study but just repeated practice? Is it possible that there exists a place that connects all grimoires? And could that place have all the spells ever recorded in a grimoire? Everyone looked at him in shock, not knowing how to respond. Now, I'm sure none of you ever thought about these questions, never cared or assumed certain things were normal when they were not. But I have contemplated these mysteries and searched for answers. And the last part of the puzzle to find the answer lies in Elysium. So, this invasion is a personal or selfish mission of mine. If you do not want to participate, you are free to leave. In my name as Wizard King, I promise not to blame you. The Magic Knights looked at each other while some whispered to each other. In the end, no one left. I will emphasize, this is a high-risk mission with a high death rate. So, it is best to consider this as you make a decision. Despite saying this, no one left after a few minutes. I have a question, said Zora Ideal. Why don't you invade this Elysium on your own since you can do the same for the underworld? I did, replied Edward. But someone or something exiled and banned me from entering again. The people who watched Edward easily deal with a high-ranking devil immediately became serious. They knew how powerful a person has to be to exile the Wizard King. All right, so what is the plan? Asked Mirioliana, who had very intense fighting desires in her eyes as if she had found another worthy prey. So far, I have only a basic plan since I'm still gathering more information on Elysium. However, there is a basic plan. You will be divided into different groups, and one of them will be in charge of protecting the elves. And why do we need to protect them? Asked Jack the Ripper with a malevolent look. I cannot enter Elysium the usual way. So, I need the elves to use the magic stones and summon me with the Tree of Life monument. So, we must protect them from the enemy to prevent them from interrupting the ceremony, added Charlotte. Exactly, replied Edward. There seems too little information, said Fuagelian. These angels should be as powerful as devils. Plus, we will be stuck in their home and lose the home field advantage. Too many things can go wrong. I understand your worries, said Edward to appease everyone. I handpicked all of you here because I can see your potential better than you can yourself. And before the invasion, I will ensure all of you have reached that potential and beyond. He stood up from his chair before a portal appeared next to him. Follow me? Everyone followed him through the portal. Then, they found themselves in an underground room with 2 doors in front of them. Edward opened door 1, and everyone followed. Inside was numerous large tubes with green liquids inside. These machines serve 2 purposes. The first one is to enhance your physical body, making it faster, stronger, and more durable. With a strong body, your fighting capabilities will increase, as will your survivability. It's not going to make me all buff and muscular, no, asked Vanessa from the Black Bulls. If you don't want it to, it will not, replied Edward before continuing. The second purpose of the machine is to increase your mana. How is that possible? 500 years ago, the Clover Kingdom's nobles and royal family stole mana from the elves using a magical artifact created by the first Wizard King and passed this mana through their bloodline. I discovered their magical artifact and modified them to use ambient mana in nature. However, this is the limit as the machine will also grant you an additional artificial mana pool. Many people became embarrassed after hearing this and did not know what to say. And this is precisely the reason mentioned this topic, to alleviate the tension between these 2 races after the previous chaos. What does that mean? Asked Mirioliana, wanting to change the topic. A stone full of mana will be fused to your heart and serve as a second reserve or second mana pool. Edward turned around to see the smile and excitement of these people. He smiled devilishly before saying, nothing is free or easy in life. So, whether it is the body enhancement or the mana increase surgery, the process will be excruciating, and only individuals with extreme willpower will succeed. Furthermore, the longer you can resist the pain, the more benefit you will receive. Me, I have a question, said Asta as he raised his hand. What is it? Does that mean I will have mana? No. With mana, you cannot use anti-magic. With a lot of knowledge and training, this kid should be able to turn mana into anti-magic energy. However, this would require too much time, plus Edward wanted him to walk on a pure anti-magic path so he could create his own arcane subclass one day. Although a little disappointed, Asta quickly cheered since he knew how powerful his anti-magic was. I'll tell you a little secret to motivate you, said Edward. The relationship between mana and anti-magic can be described as a meatball divided into 2. So, if you have enough knowledge and training, you can turn anti-magic into mana, so work hard, kid. After hearing this, stars appeared in Asta's eyes, then he looked at Yuno. You hear this, Yuno? I'll become more powerful with mana and defeat you, then, I'll become the Wizard King. Idiot. Why are you calling me an idiot? The Wizard King's word means that mana can also be turned into anti-magic. Asta's mouth became wide open when he realized that his rival was already so powerful. If he could also use anti-magic, wouldn't he lose his advantage? I won't lose to you, said Asta, all fired up. He decided to master this mana-changing technique before Yuno and beat him. Likita smiled after seeing her 2 sons' rivalry. It's good to be motivated. Alright, let's go see the other room. 317 Training. Edward showed everybody the second room, which contained numerous beds that looked like MRI machines. This room is a virtual reality training room. I combine Captain Dorothy's dream magic with illusion magic to create a virtual reality. With this machine, each of you gets to experience countless life and make different choices. Well, not really. I have organized different scenarios for each of you based on your willpower, spiritual strength, goals, ambitions, desires, family ties, etc. And based on the choices you made in these scenarios, your real grimoire should change and create different spells. Additionally, you can fight with other people in this dream world without worrying about the consequences. Even if you die, you can start over and try again as many times as necessary to defeat your opponent or grow during the battle. Does that include the angels? Asked Aesir, who thought this was a great way to train before the battle. Yes, but the knowledge I have about them is limited, so I could only estimate their strength and fighting abilities. However, I know quite a lot about the devils in the underworld. I have perfectly recreated most of their strengths and abilities, including the highest ranked devils. Can I fight you in this dream world? Asked Mirioliana. Yes. There is a final scenario where I went mad, and all of you must stop me. So, prepare to face despair. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva. They were all present when the Wizard King reversed time on the entire Clover Kingdom. As he described it, fighting such a monster was indeed an act of despair. Charmy, where are you? Said Edward as he turned around to face the crowd. Then, a small individual jumped over everyone's head before landing on Edward's arm. Here, she said as she handed him a cupcake. Thank you, said Edward as he ate. Once he was done, he said, whether the success rate of this mission can increase will depend on whether you can develop food magic to purify mana. So, now, the lives of all your friends are counting on you. You can count on me, said Charmy while stuffing a big piece of meat in her mouth. Edward was satisfied with the little girl's motivation. She was his favorite character in Black Clover, and after coming to this world, he treated her like his daughter. So, in this training session, he was extra detailed. He wanted to ensure she could understand and control her dwarf bloodline and use her second magic besides cotton magic, food magic. Nodding his head, Edward then looked at the corner. What about you, Nacht? Are you in? A young man with long black hair and blue eyes suddenly appeared from the shadow in the corner of the room. Many people immediately became on guard for the new arrival. It is wrong to use the lives of so many people for your selfish gain. Spare the sermon for someone who cares. If you don't want to participate, leave. Nacht looked at Edward but did not say anything more. He did not like this man because of his absolute power. To him, even absolute power used for good is innately wrong and evil, and he despises all evil. I see you're as gloomy as usual, Nacht, said Yami with a smile. However, Nacht walked to the Black Bull's side and did not say anything else. Captain Yami, who is this? It's our vice-captain. We have a vice-captain, asked Luck. Never heard of it too, responded Vanessa. Well, he's a little grumpy and asocial, so he never shows up but watches from the shadow, commented Yami. Since you're participating, you will be the first to infiltrate Elysium and gather information. I will give you a set of magical artifacts to help you better hide. Plus, you're in charge of teaching Asta how to use the power of his devil and explaining the devil binding ceremony to him. Nacht just nodded his head in acknowledgement. The only reason he decided to participate was to reduce the casualties of these people, especially his squad member. The minimum requirement for this training is that you can use Mana Zone, Mana Method, True Magic, Ultimate Magic, and Liquid Mana at a basic level. If not, you will be eliminated from this mission, and all the power you previously received will be taken away. Many people looked at him as if he was crazy. Although the threshold for some of these techniques like Mana Zone has been greatly reduced over the years because of the systemic practice method created by the Wizard King, this did not mean anyone could master them. Not to mention the more challenging techniques like Mana Liquid or those from the Heart Kingdom that they have no information about. Don't worry, this is not as impossible as you think. These devices also contain time magic so that you can get a decade of training in 1 year. The worried Magic Knights felt relieved when they knew they had more time. Then, they became excited and nervous, thinking about the consequences of not meeting the requirement, so they motivated themselves. The Black Bull's captain likes to use the motto, break your limit. I think this is the perfect motivation for all of you. Now, Mirioliana, Fuaglian, Leon, Magma, Noel, Aesir, Vengeance, Charlotte, Asta, Likita, and Yami, all you stay while the rest can begin their training. All the other captains and Magic Knights scattered to them their own things. Some went straight to the enhanced machine, while some more clover ones went to the virtual reality first to temper their willpower before using it. Let us begin with you first. A small portal appeared in front of Edward before taking out a grimoire. Do you know of your identity? Had a confusing look on his face, so Edward explained. Your full name is Grinberryall, the Prince of the Spade Kingdom and its true heir. The remaining people looked at him in surprise, and many people finally understood why as a peasant, had such a large mana pool. Asta had his mouth wide open, while Likita was only slightly surprised. Meanwhile, did not know how to react to this news, but his spirit, Sylph, was happy that her man was an actual prince, just like she had always imagined. You can learn about your real-life experience in the virtual world. The reason I'm bringing this up is because of your bloodline and unique experience. You are probably the only person in this world who can use 2 grimoires. So, be mindful of that during your training. Yuno nodded before taking the second grimoire handed to him. Yami, I'm going to your homeland to track someone who will give me more information on Elysium. Do you want to go together? Yami paused, even stopping his smoking process. Maybe later, but not now. It's fine, but you can't avoid your past forever. Sooner or later, you must confront it. What about you two? Do you want to go see Zuriel with me in the land of the sun? Likita immediately shook her head. There is no need. Since he left, there is nothing between us from now on. After seeing his mother's decision, Asta decided to support her even though he wanted to meet his father. Fuaglian, summon your salamander. Edward then created a portal. A few minutes later, a large fire draconic creature appeared in the room. Edward closed his eyes for a few minutes before opening them. I have created a method for a spirit to temporarily create contracts or bond with many individuals. So, Mirioliana, Leon, and Magma, you will sign a contract with Salamander to increase your strength. Magna, the Salamander, is very arrogant, so he did not want to sign a contract with you because of your small amount of magic power. So, I negotiated a deal for you, beat him in a duel of will, and he will sign the contract with you. Magna clenched his fist after hearing this, but he was now determined to show this beast what he was made of. Noel, you will sign a contract with a water spirit named Undine. Vengeance and Charlotte will sign with a nature spirit called Dryad. Remember, these spirits were kind enough to lend us their power, so treat them with the utmost respect. Edward then opened a portal to the Heart Kingdom to send Noel and Aesir before sending Vengeance and Charlotte to Elysia village. Finally, he dismissed the others before going to do his own thing. 318 Magic Parliament. Edward looked at 9 different mirror clones in front of him. Number 1, you're in charge of studying Zagred's word soul magic and the reincarnation spell he used. Number 2, you're in charge of studying the karma empowerment of positive and negative mana. You're also in charge of studying forbidden spells. You can also work with number 1. Number 3, you're responsible for anti-magic. Number 4 has to help Morgana continue to recreate the arcane rune system. Number 5, you can begin to prep Magicula to become potion ingredient. Number 6, you're in charge of keeping a tab on the training session and teaching Sally. Number 7, you're in charge of Project World Stealing. Morgana will lend you half of her calculating powers. And once she finishes her work, she will help you. Your project might be extremely dangerous, so be extremely careful. Don't worry. Eyeing you, after all, how can I not be cautious, replied number 7, to which Edward nodded before continuing. Number 8, you're responsible for fixing the world gate. On my way to the land of the sun, I will try to find some resources that can help with the process. However, if it is not enough, prepare to travel the multiverse to find the things we need. Number 9, you're in charge of Wizard King duty and watching over the Spade Kingdom. Why does it have to be me again? Asked number 9. Wizard King duty is so boring. You can help with any of these projects if you have time, replied Edward. We don't want your help, said the others in succession. Come on, guys. You should understand how terrible it is to deal with these papers all day. The others ignored him before going to do their task. Don't mind them, they're just joking. I know, said number 9 before walking away. Tap, tap. Come in, said Edward, who was preparing to leave. Sir Edward, the Magic Parliament Chairman, Sir Damnatio, is waiting for you outside, said Edward's assistant, Marks. Edward frowned at this news before indicating to let him in. Soon afterward, a man with dark hair and a long green robe entered the office. Damnatio, what can I do for you? Asked Edward while reading a book. I'm here for a few things, replied the green robe noble with a somewhat indifferent tone. Despite how you fixed everything, the citizens still remember the destruction that occurred at the hands of the Magic Knights. So, I insist on my previous judgment that someone should take the blame to ensure the good image of the Magic Knights. The Devil Host is a perfect scapegoat. We can tell the people he controlled the Magic Knights to make them act this way. Didn't the newspaper already release the news about Zagred? This is not enough. It would be best if the people believed a traitor was responsible for this incident. It is a better excuse as for the reason the Magic Knights could not respond on time. My answer is still no. Among the people whose body the elves took over were many prominent noble families. Their reputation has to be saved. Do these people care about their reputation? Asked Edward back. Of course, they don't care. You have brainwashed them to ignore their nobility status, to treat commoners and peasants alike, thought Damnatio as he clenched his hand. They may not care, but their families do. That's their problem, not mine. Damnatio had the urge to use his scale magic to judge this man. However, thinking how it was useless, he controlled the impulse. The second reason I'm here is Zora Ideal, the captain of the punishment hall, has arrested too many nobles in the past week. What were their crimes? Asked Edward as he flipped the book's page in his hand. You know this is not the point. They took the opportunity to kill, pillage, and other horrible things when the kingdom faced catastrophe. They deserve to be executed for their crimes. We are the backbones of this kingdom, do not forget this. You used to be, but not anymore. So, that's how you're going to behave? Using your overwhelming strength to act like a tyrant. For over 500 years, you nobles used your overwhelming force to do what you pleased. So, why can't I do the same? I would like to remind you, said Damnatio, stealing his resolve. You're the Wizard King. Your duty involves jurisdiction over this kingdom's military power, nothing more. But yet, you have involved yourself in our economy, politics, social life, and everything in between. You went as far as banning the king from leaving his castle. Your actions are above your authority. Bam! Edward closed the book in his hand, generating a sound that made Damnation's heart skip a beat. Edward slowly placed the book on the desk before walking in front of Damnation. He ignored the fear in the latter's eyes as he fixed the wrinkles on his collar. Then, with a very composed tone, he said, I could have ousted you, the nobles of the Magic Parliament, and even the king. And I would not need to use force to do so. With my prestige among the citizens, I could have led a coup to overthrow this entire kingdom, and it would have been extremely easy. So, I want you to remember your status as nobility, your wealth, social, economic, and political standings. I can take all these things away with a snap of my finger. He then gently taps Damnation's face. So, remember this. Better yet, remind the other nobles of this fact. Because, so far, I have been playing nice. As long as you stay out of my way, all of you can live in your fantasy bubble where you think you still matter while enjoying the generational wealth that you have plundered from the corpses of this kingdom's citizens. Is that understood? Well, I'll take your silence as a sign of acknowledgement. Now, do you have anything else you want to talk about? Damnation shook his head despite wanting to discuss this problematic mission with Elysium. So, he walked out of the office blankly, eyes full of confusion and fear. Do you think this was too much, sir? Asked Marks. Marks, what did I tell you about eavesdropping? I was not eavesdropping, the walls of this office are simply too thin. Back to the topic, is it really wise to offend the Magic Parliament? The only reason the Magic Parliament still exists is because of my previous curse and because my workload would increase after eliminating them. The Magic Parliament is a collective of nobles and royals who act as the Clover Kingdom's legislature and judiciary. However, when Edward created the Punishment Squad and gave them so much power, he took most of the Parliament's judiciary powers. Regrettably, he could not take their other power because of the curse. And now that he was free, he no longer cared enough to continue playing political games with them. Has everything settled before my departure? Yes, but are you sure nothing will happen again to the kingdom in your absence? Well, according to the future I saw, the Spade Kingdom should not attack us. Should. Yes, should with his present self. He could only see a few minutes in the future with absolute certainty. However, beyond that, he has to see different timelines and possibilities. And so far, he can only see 10 different timelines. His ability was nothing compared to Doctor Strange, who could see 14,605,000. However, he can see the future on his own, while Strange has to rely on the Time Stone, so he is still better. Don't worry. One of my mirror clones has at least 60% of my power, which is more than enough for most situations. And if something did happen, I could just open a portal and instantly return. Plus, you should have more faith in the captains and their squads, especially once they finished my training. Marks nodded in relief before reporting a few more things before leaving. Then, Edward also left, using an invisible spell on himself before flying eastward toward the sea. He did not want anyone else to know of his departure to prevent possible trouble. Once he arrived at the sea, he tried opening a portal to the land of the sun since he saw where the continent was located when he retrieved the World Gate. However, he discovered a strong spatial disturbance that kept affecting the portal. So, he decided to fly there inside. Anyway, he wanted to check out some of the islands he saw on the map. 319 dwarves. The further Edward flew toward the east, the more difficult it was. The entire Eastern Ocean was an enormous grand magic zone. The intense concentration of mana not only made it difficult for an average mage to breathe and caused natural disasters like tsunamis, water tornadoes, thunderstorms, etc. So, as he flew to his destination, Edward had to use Mana Zone to control the ambient mana in the surroundings and calm down these natural phenomena. It's a miracle Yami managed to survive the voyage from the east, muttered Edward as he flew. Based on how horrible the sea was, he could not imagine how a kid of fewer than 10 years could survive in a small boat for days. The only way to describe his survival was fate favored him. That's the only explanation that made sense. At the same time, Edward also understood why there had been no contact between the eastern and western continent. No ships or flying apparatus would work as a form of transportation connecting them. Even teleportation was useless as only an extremely powerful mage could survive the journey. While thinking about these things, Edward began to build a space passage between the western and eastern continent. He wanted to be able to open a portal back home and instantly return in case of an emergency. So, he would create relay zones, places enchanted not to be affected by the Grand Magic Zone. That way, he could teleport to these places without resistance, and if he wanted to go back home, he only needed a few consecutive teleportation spells and returned in a few seconds. At the same time, he would use a detection spell to see if he could find unknown ores deep in the ocean, and once he found some, he would dive down to get them and place them inside his pocket dimension so clone number 9 could test if they can be used to repair the World Gate. After 2 hours of flight, Edward saw an island not far away, so he landed. He first noticed the abnormal number of mountain ranges in the distance, followed by the forest all around. He then used a life-detecting spell before discovering something a few dozens of meters away from him. Interesting, he muttered before disappearing and reappearing. A small child less than 1.2 meters was walking with a boar at least 6 times his size on his right shoulder and a massive axe in his left hand. The small child suddenly felt a shadow looming over him, so he slowly turned around, expecting to see a tall magical animal staring at him like prey. However, what he saw made the pipe in his mouth fall to the ground as he stood gasping. Why you're a human? And you're a dwarf, replied Edward as he looked at this tiny little man and his long-braided red beard. Human, yelled the dwarf before dropping his lunch and weapons on the ground and running into the forest, screaming there was a human. A few minutes later, hundreds of dwarves showed up to surround Edward, looking at him like he was a valuable piece of art. It really is a human, I've never seen one before, he's so tall. Me too. Not me. I once saved a fisherman 300 years ago, so this is not my first time. I'm so envious. That's nothing. I heard Papitson from the Golden Pick village saved a human woman and eventually fell in love and married her. He's lucky, then. Maybe not. I heard he left the village. Meanwhile, Edward was baffled by these dwarves' over-enthusiasm for meeting humans. Then, one of them, who had a bronze headband on his head, walked toward him and said, "My name is Duril Warmbrand, the chief of the Brown Bear village. I'm sorry about their behavior, it is the first time a human has formally visited this island in a long time. My name is Edward Bones, the Clover Kingdom's Wizard King, and I don't mind." "That's good. So, you're royalty." "Something similar. I'm more the military leader of the kingdom." "That is still a man of authority," replied Duril as he invited Edward back to his village. On his way, Edward noticed the village chief kept staring at the ring in his hand, but he did not say anything, at least, not yet. Then, the dwarves had a large banquet to welcome him. All these dwarves were drunkards, so they drank alcohol like it was water, whether it was women, children, or the elderly, all of them were heavy drinkers. Edward had to use mana to remove the alcohol from his system while enjoying the taste of the alcohol, which was incredibly delicious. Most of the wines were made from magical fruits, so the fruity taste suited his palate. In the middle of this banquet, other dwarves from different villages came to join the party and to see the human. So, the feast became grander over time. Then, a fighting tournament began. The dwarves summoned their grimoires and began to fight. Upon closer observation, Edward noticed they had more mana than humans but not as much as elves. Their body was naturally strong and had high physical and magical resistance. Fire was the main attribute the majority of them had, occupying 90% of the population. Moreover, they primarily relied on magical artifacts to fight and boost their strengths. Edward sat on a slightly elevated podium, allowing him to observe the fighting tournament. Around him were the different chiefs of the island, who were drinking and commenting on the battles while also chatting with Edward. He squinted his eyes as he noticed something. The magical artifacts of these dwarves were 50 to 70% similar to the ancient magical artifact he took from Lucius. As such, he concluded that the dwarves were probably responsible for most of the world's magical artifacts in ancient times. And once they hid in this place, humans had no choice but to develop their own magical artifacts. "How about it, Edward? Do you want to fight? Since you are the head of the military, you should be very powerful," asked one of the chiefs. "Why not?" he replied before his grimoire floated in front of him. Gasp! They all looked at him incredulously. "The Origin Grimoire," said Duril as he looked at the 6th leaf. "Is he the sage's successor?" asked the Golden Pick chief. "No, it seemed to be missing something." "Look at it closer," said the Luscious Tree chiefess. So, they all focused on Edward's grimoire for a moment before Duril said, "Come with me, I'll show you something." Edward followed the chiefs to a mountain a few dozen miles away, where there was the entrance to a cave. After entering, he saw a statue of a middle-aged man wearing a crown and holding a grimoire. What was unique to that statue was the grimoire. On the cover, it had 4 symbols, a 6-leaf clover, a golden diamond, a heart with a queen inside, and a spade with a king inside. "Who is this?" asked Edward. "The wizard sage, Alan. He is the creator of grimoires and the hero who saved the world." "Can you give me more detail?" asked Edward. "We don't know much," said Duril, "but according to our records, an enormous war once enveloped the entire world. The war was catastrophic, almost destroying the world. Indeed, the records even said the world used to be one big piece of land where many races lived together. However, in the middle of the war, the land was divided into 5 continents. And by the end of the war, 3 of these continents were destroyed, and many races like dragons, merfolk, orcs, etc., became extinct," added the Golden Pick chief. "Are they referring to the Devil Angel War?" thought Edward without interrupting them. As the war was about to destroy the world, a human named Alan suddenly appeared out of nowhere to save the world. After that, he was called the Wizard Sage and memorialized throughout history, added the Luscious Tree chiefess. "How exactly did he save the world?" asked Edward. "Of course, with grimoires. Most races were treated as slaves in ancient times because of the small amount of magic power they possessed. This was more evident for humans with the lowest status," replied Duril. Not only had humans had small mana pools, but they also could not use advanced spells, so their situation was terrible. Then, everything changed when the wizard sage created grimoires. He was not selfish and shared his creation with all the weak races before creating a coalition of different races. "Finally, we worked together to end the war and save the world." "Do you know who the war was against? Or for what reason it started?" asked Edward. Most of the records have been lost, mistranslated, or destroyed over time, so not much information from that era remains, explained Durrell. But we do know it was a battle between two beings of extreme evil and extreme virtue. Edward nodded as he confirmed that the wizard sage was probably the one who ended the devil-angel war. Additionally, he might be why these two races are now stuck in another dimension and unable to enter or interfere in the material world easily. However, he is still confused about how God is related to all of this and the overall role of the universal will. So, he pondered a moment to come up with a few possibilities. Then, he focused on the statue since he noticed it was not a normal one. 320 Origin Grimoire. Edward looked at the statue while analyzing it. Then, he placed his hand on the grimoire and injected his mana. The process lasted 2 hours without stopping. If it were any other mage or even races with naturally high magic power, they would have fainted long ago. Ignoring the shocked look of these dwarven chiefs, Edward waited until the process ended. Then, a light came from the statue to scan his body. He could tell it was determining if he was human or not. So, Edward quickly sealed away his higher life essence, which he previously unsealed after studying the devil's body. A few seconds later, the statue lit up before a projection appeared in front of everyone. "The wizard sage," said the chiefs in unison. Then, they stood straight before saluting it with the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Edward calmly looked at the middle-aged man who exuded wisdom. "Mage of the future, if you're seeing this, it means that you have met the requirement that I have left. I do not have long, so I won't waste your time. According to my prediction, the seal I place on him will not last long. So, you must quickly gather the remaining part of my grimoire. It is the key to reinforcing the seal and preventing the unleashing of such evil on this world again. I do not know how long after my death I can finally find a successor, but it should be in the very distant future. By then, the seal should show signs of breaking. So, please hurry. The fate of the world lies on your shoulder." The projection disappeared, then a grimoire with a heart symbol and a queen inside floated in front of him. He held it before opening it. It was blank with nothing written inside. He took out his grimoire, which elicited a response. The two grimoires fused after shining golden lights. Edward quickly opened it before and saw no changes besides a heart symbol appearing next to the 6-clover leaf. He closed his eyes to sense anything different with the grimoire and felt it connected to something. However, it was so faint that he could not detect what it was. "Interesting," he muttered. Subsequently, a map appeared in Edward's mind to show him the location of the other grimoires. One was in the Diamond Kingdom, while the second one was in the Land of the Sun. Edward frowned as he pondered the entire situation. He had no information about the Origin grimoire in his memory from the main timeline. So, why did it appear now? Additionally, the mana test of this statue was extremely abnormal. No human should be capable of passing this test. It was as if it was designed specifically for me. This can be explained in two ways. The wizard sage can predict my arrival thousands of years ago. Or, my arrival caused a ripple across space-time and altered this timeline beyond the norm. It could also be a combination of the two. Edward was leaning more on the third explanation. However, for now, this did not matter. This short projection revealed a lot of information. For example, who is this he the wizard sage was referred to? He observed a slight fear in the wizard sage's eyes when he mentioned it, and the fact he did not even reveal that thing or person's name tells a lot. The he he's talking about might refer to the god who controls Elysium. Additionally, the dwarves' records talk about being of extreme good and evil. By that logic, since there is a god who rules Elysium, there might be another who rules the underworld. Countless thoughts flashed across Edward's mind as he pieced many of the puzzles together. The underworld god, let's call him Satan, might be dead, or at least severely injured. He theorized this based on Lucius, or to be precise, the devil Astaroth's actions. He believed that Astaroth wanted to get the power of all the other two underworld leaders. He now believed with their powers, he could either ascend to the position of Satan or use it to revive the dead or injured Satan. This could also validate my other theory that God seemed to be planning to use Asta and Liba's anti-magic to deal with the underworld. Edward continued to ponder as he felt the universe will might be a significant factor in all of this mystery. However, he still lacks a lot of meaningful information. In the end, I still have to rely on Zuriel to get more answers. Edward placed the grimoire before turning around to be greeted by these dwarves who looked at him with more respect and reverence. "What is now?" "Sir, it would be our utmost honor to accompany you on your journey to save the world," said Durrell, who removed his crown and appeared to have secretly brushed his hair and beard. And he was not the only one. Edward did not know whether to cry or laugh. These dwarves have been isolated for so long that they rely on stories, legends, and myths to entertain themselves. As such, they all seemed intrigued by the prospect of leaving the island and going on epic adventures. Oddly though, most of them never leave the island. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but there is no grand adventure." "Why?" asked the dwarves in puzzlement. They all heard the wizard sage's message. "That's because even if the wizard sage were alive and at his peak, he would not be my opponent. So, I can deal with relative ease whatever opponent or great evil he could not in his time." The dwarf chiefs did not know how to react. They knew little about Edward and his ability. However, given that he was chosen as the sage's successor, he must be pretty powerful. However, could he really be more powerful than the legendary hero who saved the world? "Wouldn't it be better to have our help?" said Durrell, which made Edward ponder for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to have the dwarves help him build a few magical artifacts to aid in Elysium's invasion. So, in the next few days, Edward designed unique artifacts for each magic knight and captain participating in the upcoming battle. He also took time to learn the craftsmanship method of the dwarves while also sharing his. Chief Duril finally got a chance to examine the ring that he's been eyeing for some time. The crafting method of the dwarves was similar to the engraving in the Empire, as in they involved inscribing magic runes or circles on the artifact to enchant them with magical properties. The difference is that the dwarves used the same mana method as the Heart Kingdom. However, instead of setting magic arrays to boost spells, they do it for enchantment. Edward liked this mana method enchantment as it was not as physically tiring as engraving enchantments by hands. All you have to do is control the mana in the surroundings to create the magic runes, then use a special technique to burn the array on whatever items need to be enchanted. The burning process can be done after the item is forged, however, that requires a higher level of skills. So, most dwarves can only do the enchantment process while forging, which makes the burning process easier at the cost of reducing some of the enchantment's power. With his artificer's talent and the title from the Akashic record, Edward did not take long to master this enchantment technique to its highest level. He also exchanged some techniques with the dwarves. During his time with them, he learned a lot about this race. What fascinated him was the fact that they were a race born for the profession of artificer. All dwarves had the natural talent to detect precious magical ores near them. They had a long lifespan, between 300 to 800 years, and their reproductive abilities were above average compared to most long-lived species. They were the perfect race to bring back to the Empire. With their artificer talent, once they receive the proper education, the magical technology of the Empire will have another boost. Edward held a hammer in his hand that he had just forged. Lightning flashed across it after injecting his mana. He smiled before whispering to the hammer, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the Thor." After saying these words, the hammer lit up, and Edward placed it on the ground, asking the dwarves to try to lift it. Duril was the first to try and easily pick it up. A black and gold armor appeared on his body, boosting his strength. Duril raised the hammer in the sky with excitement to summon a thunderstorm that covered the entire island. Luckily, he controlled himself in time, so he did not cause a disaster. After that, all the dwarves tried and lift the hammer. Edward was embarrassed as he remembered all the dwarves were innocent or pure of heart, so it made sense they could lift and use the hammer. In the end, he changed the requirement to lift the hammer to their crafting skills level. That way, only a few dozens of people were worthy and could lift it. After satisfying his ego, or childhood dream, he tasked the dwarves to create the artifact he needed for the invasion before continuing east to the Land of the Sun. Day 321. Land of the Sun, are you sure you do not need our help in your quest to save the world? Asked Duril on the island's coast. I'm sure. And as I said, if I need your help, I will ask, replied Edward with a smile, who proceeded to say goodbye to all the chiefs. He then waved at all the dwarves who came to send him off before flying in the sky and heading eastward. Midway through his voyage, a colossal serpent came out from the ocean to bite him, so he instantly teleported behind the beast. Well, lunch is here, muttered Edward before using Captain Jack's cutting magic to cut this serpent into 5 sections. Then, he entered his small pocket dimension, where he used Charmy's cotton magic to make himself a feast. After enjoying himself and taking a nap, he continued flying to his destination while creating the spatial path connecting these 2 continents and gathering resources for the World Gate. A few hours later, he arrived at his destination. It was nighttime when he arrived on the coast, but he could see everything clearly. The majority of the people had black hair and eyes, with signs of being of Japanese descent. The architecture looked similar to Japan's Edo period, with horizontal buildings with heavy tile roofs supported by timber frames. He could see many temples with designs influenced by both Buddhism and Taoism. While in the invisible state, Edward read a few people's memory to access this place's language, customs, and some information. He learned that a little over 2 decades ago, the Yamato clan took over the neighboring countries to establish the Yamato dynasty. The Hino country, Land of the Sun, was among the conquered countries which the Sukihiro clan ruled. And unlike the other nation who surrendered to the Yamato clan to retain their nobility status, the Sukihiro clan fought to the last man. As such, they were wiped out. I see. So, Yami is a prince, thought Edward as he thought of something. From what he knew, Yami should be the son of 2 fishermen. But now, he learned the latter might have been a runaway prince. So, either Yami lied about his origin and his arrival in the western continent was not because of an accident, but his family sent him there as a last resort to preserve their lineage. Or his previous theory was correct. His arrival created a ripple in space-time and changed Yami's origin as a butterfly effect. No wonder he never liked to talk about his past, thought Edward as he labeled this information as important in his mind before heading to the most prominent house he could see in a few miles radii. He wanted more information, so he figured a noble or wealthy individual might have more information than the commoners. At his destination, he used a spell to map out the entire mansion before heading straight to the place with the most books. A magic barrier, thought Edward as he looked at the locked door in front of him. So, he used Geldra Poisote's permeation magic, which not only turned him invisible but allowed him to pass through some magic spells or barriers. Without wasting time, he began to read these books as countless of them floated in front of him, with their pages turning automatically. Suddenly, a blade struck directly for his head. A shield appeared to bounce the attacker back, and Edward turned around before cancelling his invisible spell. How did you detect me? He asked the middle-aged man holding the katana. A foreigner, and an Onmyo mage one at that. So, you're just going to ignore my question. Why should I interact with an intruder in my own home? Fair. Is it still possible for peaceful negotiation? What do you think? After saying that, the middle-aged man rushed toward Edward. His speed was extremely fast, but not fast enough for Edward not to react. His grimoire floated in front of him before flipping a few pages. Then, numerous tree branches came from the wooden floor, trying to capture the middle-aged man. However, he would cut them with his sword or evade them with great agility and skill. Unfortunately, too many of them were too many, so a tree branch soon caught the middle-aged man's leg. Damn it. I did not expect this foreigner had such mastery of the wood element. I guessed I have to take this seriously. Equip, said Toru. Then, armor appeared on his body and an illusory katana with red markings. The illusory katana fused with his normal katana, making it appear sharper and more dangerous. A samurai, thought Edward as he watched this transformation. The magic system of this place might be unique. Toru swung his sword, creating flames to burn the tree branches. Then, his boots also turned red before rushing toward Edward again. His speed was at least 5 times before. So, the armor not only gives him elemental properties but also augments his physical abilities. More and more trees came in Toru's path, but he could predict the place of their appearances and cut them with his katana, not to mention the additional fire damage. Meanwhile, Edward calmly watched Toru cut off tree branches after branches while he observed him deeply. He could sense the mana inside the latter's mana. Toru divided his mana into two, one section to power the sword and armor, and the other to enhance his physical body. Additionally, Edward noticed he could only apply his fire attributes to strengthen his physical body. When it comes to using it as a spell, it had a limit of 2 meters diameter around him. Beyond that, the flame will naturally extinguish. Is this place's magic divided into warriors and mages? Thought Edward based on his observation and the few words this samurai revealed. Alright, let's not waste any more time. So, before Toru could react, countless chains came from his blind spot and bound him. Moreover, even his mana was also sealed. Then, Edward looked at the small army outside the room, waiting to barge in and save their lords. He controlled these people's minds and made them forget what occurred here before ordering them to return to their posts. Finally, he read Toru's mind to better understand the situation in this land. So, that's how it is, he muttered as he understood why he was discovered. This samurai sensed his ki. Unfortunately, he did not know much about ki to completely hide from an expert. After all, Yami only knew so much since he left his country when he was 10 years old. The second thing he noticed from the information was this land did not use grimoires in their magic systems. Thirdly, he learned about the socio-political and economics of the Yamato dynasty. However, he frowned a little at what he found regarding magic. 95% of all magic knowledge is kept in the hands of the royal families. Nobles can access basic knowledge like how to control spirit energy, which is the name of mana in this place. However, if they want access to advanced knowledge, they must attend the Onmyo Royal Academy. Using the map he found in Toru's mind, he opened a portal outside of the capital. He then placed a seal on his key before heading to the location of the academy. A serious look appeared on Edward's face as he looked at the building from afar. In that academy, he sensed Zuriel's location, the third origin grimoire, and the power of the universe will. What is going on? Thought Edward as he felt things were getting more complicated. So, he created a mirror clone to sneak into the academy. As expected, even when sealed, he was detected by the strange power of the universe will, alerting the higher UPS of the academy. Additionally, teleportation was impossible on the school ground. So, he had to disperse the clone to escape. The universe will in this academy is as weird as the one I noticed in Elysium. Edward proceeded to check the royal palace, but he also had to stop from afar. He discovered a magic array that connects the royal palace, the Onmyo protection hall, and the academy, with the ladder at the center, which allowed them to borrow the power of the universe will. Although Edward could use brute force to deal with the problem, he wanted to be cautious. No matter how strong he was, he would pay a terrible price if he were careless. I guess I'll be attending school. It's been a while, he muttered. 322 Awakening Ceremony. The Onmyo Protection Hall was the place that housed all the Onmyo mages and samurai of the Yamato dynasty. Its position was similar to magic knights in the west, and its leader, the Onmyo shogun, was the same position as the wizard king, the leader of the military in the kingdom. Inside one of the halls, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in a chair, wearing a kimono and an official hat. This man was the current shogun of the Yamato dynasty, Sime Arita. While dealing with a bunch of documents, he suddenly stopped briefly. "Come in," he said in a deep and authoritative voice. Then, a man entered the room before kneeling and bowing his head. Without moving from this position, the man said, "Shogun-sama, this humble slave has brought news." "What is it?" The priestess said she had urgent news. Arita stopped working for a moment before looking at the man kneeling on the floor. Couldn't she come herself? The servant did not say anything nor dare to move. Arita kept looking at the man, and his silence created an overwhelming pressure. Despite trembling with horror, the servant just remained in this position. "Fine, I'll go see her." He placed the pile of documents away before heading to the top of the building, where a small shrine was located. The shrine was designed in a way that allows for stargazing. In the middle of the shrine was a beautiful maiden with long black hair, dressed in Shinto priest clothes. She gazed at the stars until she heard the sound of his footsteps, however, she did not look at him when he arrived. Why did you call me? The Shinto priestess, known in the dynasty as the Divine Maiden, finally looked at Arata. Her pure black eyes, which seemed to contain the stars, made his heart skip a beat, and he almost took a small step back. The stars have recently changed, said the Divine Maiden, with a calm and ethereal voice. What does that mean? Can you be more specific? The star of change shined in the heaven, a great change is about to occur in the dynasty. Arata frowned after hearing this. The last time she made a similar prediction was slightly over 15 years ago. Back then, the Yamato clan had just reunited the continent, making their family reach an unimaginable peak. Unfortunately, or fortunately for many people, the emperor, who was one, if not the greatest Onmyo mage on this continent, suddenly passed away, drastically weakening the Yamato clan and threatening to destroy this short-lived dynasty. Luckily, some members of the Yamato clan were wise and rapidly relinquished some of their powers. During the War of Unification, the Yamato clan granted noble status and power to all the royal families who surrendered peacefully without much resistance. But after the emperor's sudden death, they returned their status to royalty before changing the law. The position of Onmyo shogun, which the Yamato clan previously held, could now be acquired through competition amongst the royal family, thus relinquishing most of their military power. This decision stabilized the dynasty and preserved some of the Yamato clan's power while forcing the royal families to fight amongst each other. It was a clever tactic. During that era of great change, Sime Arata allied himself with the Divine Maiden, and with her help, he became the Onmyo shogun. Why are you telling me this? Asked Arata. Because you're still useful, and you have not completely broken your words, said the Divine Maiden nonchalantly, an act which made Arata secretly clench his hand. He took a moment to calm down. Do you know when and where this change will occur? Unfortunately, no, replied the Divine Maiden as she looked in the sky. Something or someone seemed to be blocking my divination. In that case, I will pay attention to detect any new changes. After saying that, Arata left without saying any more. Meanwhile, the Divine Maiden looked unbothered. Back to Edward. In the past few days, he has been gathering a lot of information, mainly on ki and how to hide from them properly. When it comes to Onmyo or the magic of the eastern continent, most of the information is sealed tightly in the nobles' minds, blocking most mind-reading measures. Then there is the seal that would destroy the information if he tried to get through forceful methods. Although he could technically circumvent these methods, it requires a lot of time he did not have. Edward had to curse how strictly this country controlled knowledge regarding magic. Of course, he was being slightly hypocritical since he did the same back home. Ultimately, he had to rely on his plan to become a student and infiltrate the academy. With his new knowledge of ki, he used a form of true magic to control his cells and semi-permanently changed his appearance to that of Oriental descent. He did this to prevent someone or something from casting a spell-dispersing method or anti-magic on him to reveal his true identity. Once that was done, he forged his identity as an orphan. Edward briefly pondered whether to take the identity of a noble despite the slight risk involved. However, thinking from a long-term perspective, it was best to be a commoner. He planned to use his new identity, Kojiki Akimitsu, to change this eastern continent. He wanted to lead a rebellion and spread the ideas of social equality and other modern concepts amongst the commoners. That way, when these people are brought back to the empire, they can integrate easier. So, when the day of the National Awakening ceremony arrived, Edward, now a short, skinny to the point of being malnourished Japanese teen of the age of 15, was in a wooden caravan pulled by horses. There were many other children from the orphanages with him. And on the road, many other caravans could be seen. The National Awakening ceremony was the same as the grimoire selection of the Western continent. All the children of age headed to the Onmyo Royal Academy, where they would undergo a ceremony that determined their fate. While all the children in the caravan had a worried look, Edward remained calm. This was the persona he created for Kojiki Akimitsu, a calm, charismatic, and extremely intelligent child. He weaved countless memories for the orphanage's caretakers, the children, and the people in the small town he came from to better establish his identity. So, when people eventually check his background, they wouldn't discover any anomalies. After a few days of travel, the caravan finally arrived in the capital, only one day from the time of the ceremony. The orphanage found a cheap inn to stay in for the night before bringing the children to a large venue. As soon as Edward arrived, he noticed many things. First, the large venue was divided into two sections. One side was composed of a bunch of children dressed in silk clothes with bodyguards to protect them. Meanwhile, his side mainly was children dressed in tattered clothes, with many people having dirt on their clothes or face. He could see the envy and low self-esteem of the children on his side, but he did not say anything. Soon, an older man with white hair and a long white beard showed up at the venue with a glowing blue crystal in his hand. He called a name, followed by that person's age and place of origin. Then, his caretaker pushed one of the commoner kids forward, forcing him to walk in front of the older man. Place your hand on the crystal ball and close your eyes. The commoner hesitated for a moment since his hands were dirty, but he still followed orders out of fear. The crystal orb shone with a light, then, a few seconds later, a katana with a tornado symbol at the base of its blade manifested in front of the kid. Samurai, ordinary blade, wind a tribute, said the elderly man calmly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. The kid was shocked after hearing this before being excited. However, the older man told him to head to a specific line behind him before he could celebrate. Then, another name was called, and another commoner kid also walked over with excitement on his face. Unfortunately for him, what manifested from the crystal was a rake, an agricultural tool. The older man did not say anything besides telling the child to head for the exit. After that, many commoner children went through the ceremony. However, most of them will manifest things like chef knives, agricultural tools, musical instruments, and other items not related to fighting. Only a few would awaken a katana that contained a design based on the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, water, and gold. Finally, one child awakening something else. It was a wolf a little over 3 meters tall. After seeing this, the older man said, "On my image, attack Shikigami, water attribute." 323 The Awakening Ceremony. 2. The existence of an Onmyo mage brought much happiness to the commoner's side. However, the nobles just sneered and ignored these people. After the first mage appeared from the commoner, the older man began to call some noble's name to begin the ceremony. Onmyo mage, defensive Shikigami, gold attribute. Onmyo mage, healing Shikigami, wood attribute. Onmyo mage, attack Shikigami, variation ice attribute. Finally, one of the royal family members got called, a tall and muscular young man. Although he was also 15 years old, with his height and physique, people would think he was an adult if it was not for his young fame. He placed his hand on the crystal with remarkable calmness before manifesting a beautiful all-black katana with red marks all over the blade. Samurai, legendary weapon, Muramasa curse blade, variation curse attribute. You are worthy of the Musashi's family name. Thank you, replied Kinji Musashi calmly before bowing and lining up in the samurai class. Next is Yuji Sime. Another noble youth dressed in luxurious clothes walked to the older man to begin his awakening. Then, a humanoid creature with a long nose and red face appeared next to him. A Tengu as a Shikigami, thought Yuji, knowing he had awakened something special. But he still controlled his excitement and remained relatively calm and indifferent. Onmyo mage, special type Shikigami, spatial attribute. Not bad lad, you have not brought shame to the shogun. Thank you, replied Yuji before joining the line. Next is Matsumoto Yamato. As soon as that name was called, everyone paid attention to the little girl who exuded a noble aura beyond even the other royal families. After all, every citizen knew the name of the Yamato clan by now. Matsumoto seemed used to people always gazing at her wherever she went, so she was not bothered. She slowly walked in front of the older man and saluted him before placing her hands on the crystal. A few seconds later, a beautiful woman appeared next to Matsumoto. She had 2 fox ears and 5 white tails. A fox spirit, muttered Matsumoto with slight excitement. Onmyo mage, all-purpose Shikigami, all 5 natural elements. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. The princess could easily use wood, water, earth, fire, and gold elements. In the end, people had to sigh that she was worthy of being from the Yamato clan. Then, the older man called the last member of the royal family, Gojo Tsuchi Mikado. This man awakened a Shikigami, who was a tortoise more than 6 meters tall and had a snake for a tail. He was classified as a special type Shikigami with fire and water as attributes. After the last royal family member finished their awakening, the older man left to replace by a younger staff, who continued the ceremony. Most commoners who went through the awakening did not pass the test, but because of the sheer number, there were many samurais and Onmyo mages. However, Edward noticed that they mostly awakened Shikigami that looked like animals, mostly attack or defensive type with attributes in the standard 5 elements, with a few variations here and there. As for samurai, no one awakens a legendary weapon. Only one other noble acquired the legendary Tatsuko blade with sealing attributes during the entire ceremony. And many people were surprised after his awakening. Another accident occurred when a commoner awakened a special type Shikigami with divination attribute. Edward could see many people secretly paying attention to that young girl. Finally, near the end of the ceremony, it was Edward's turn. Although he had tattered clothes on, Edward seemed to naturally draw attention to himself as he calmly walked in front of the crystal and placed his hand on it. Then, he found himself floating in a white space with countless white lights in the distance. And the moment he appeared, he discovered many of these lights seemed to be calling to him. A dimension full of spirits? But how could there be so many? He had long speculated that the Shikigamis were a type of spirits similar to Undine or Slyph. However, he did not expect the eastern continent to have an entire dimension full of them. Although most of the spirits he sensed seemed to be low-level ones, he could tell the number of them on par with Undine, Salamander, and Slyph was abnormally high. So, he concluded that this dimension contained some mystery. Then, Edward concentrated on which spirit to choose. Although most people were incapable of choosing, he was not most people. Additionally, he guessed the royal families have some method to allow their children to awaken the Shikigami most suited to them, and the key to this method was probably the older man who first began the ceremony. Edward quickly checked this spirit dimension. He quickly noticed it was divided into 2 sections. The lower sections contained weapons, while the higher ones had spirits. He guessed the samurais got access to the lower section. As for the requirements needed to become a samurai or Onmyo mage, he theorized it was based on an individual's spirit energy or mana, soul, and physique. The higher the mana, the higher the chances of becoming an Onmyo mage. However, with a moderate amount of mana and a physique with strong potential, then a higher chance of becoming a samurai. Of course, there is an exception to this. Some people have a strong body and high spirit energy, and these people awakened legendary weapons, which are also located in the higher section of the spiritual world. After summarizing his thought, Edward focused on finding a Shikigami. He first wanted a spirit with spacetime attributes but could not find one. In the end, he chose the one most suited to him. After making his choice and binding with the spirit, he felt a slight disturbance in his connection with his grimoire. Fortunately, he had sealed it completely with Secret's sealing magic. It appears that a person cannot have a grimoire and a spirit. Well, at least not now. Edward opened his eyes to the outside world before raising his head. He looked at a more than 35 meters azure dragon. It was an eastern dragon with a long snake-like body and deer horns. Thunder flashed across the dragon's body, and as he gazed at the people in the venue, everyone felt a terrifying pressure enveloping them. Everyone, both commoners and nobles, looked at him and the dragon in shock. A divine dragon? Is he related to the late emperor? But, he's a commoner. That's right. I remember the emperor's dragon was yellow, plus it was not this big. Countless murmurs echoed in the venue while Edward remained calm. He could feel the awe and the killing desire of a few people around him, mostly the nobles. However, after the dragon gazed at these people, they had no choice but to quickly hide their intentions. Can you please announce my result? Said Edward with a smile, finally waking up the man in charge of the ceremony. Oh on my mage, all-purpose Shikigami, lightning attribute? Edward nodded his head and prepared to go to the proper line. However, before he even moved, an older woman with grey hair, a petite frame, and wearing a green kimono walked in his direction with many people behind her. She looked at the dragon in the sky before looking at Edward with a smile. No hint of surprise or wonder appeared in her eyes. I am Hirano Miyo, you can call me Headmaster Hirano. This woman is not simple, thought Edward. The Hirano family was just a normal noble family, and yet, she managed to become the headmaster of the Onmai Royal Academy. The royal families would never allow someone else to control such an institution with that much tremendous power. So, Hirano Miyo must be a competent individual. My name is Koshiki Akimitsu. You can refer to me as Akimitsu. Well, young Akimitsu. For safety purposes, please follow me to the academy in advance. Edward nodded before waving his hand. Then, the dragon dispersed into motes of light before entering his body. To be precise, it turned into a tattoo on his wrist. Headmaster Hirano finally showed a slight surprise. High-level Shikigamis have intelligence on par with humans and are incredibly arrogant. In many cases, they will not obey their masters and will only protect them if they are in danger. So, all Onmai mages must learn to cultivate their connection with their Shikigamis and learn to control them better. Yet, this young commoner could so easily control a dragon. And there seems to be no resistance. This youngster is not simple, thought the headmaster before leading Edward away. 324 Onmai Royal Academy's classes. Sime Arida held a piece of paper in his hand, reading about the commoner named Koshiki Akimitsu. He had records of everything from the person's childhood to the moment he attended the awakening ceremony. I can't believe a commoner can awaken a deity-level Shikigami, he thought as he placed the document away, a deep pondering look on his face. Shikigami have different classifications. The ones with high intelligence, who can communicate, or are in humanoid shape are considered the highest level Shikigami. In contrast, the others are classified as low, middle, and high-level Shikigami based on their powers. However, above this level are deity-class Shikigami. For many years, this level of Shikigami was believed to be nothing but a legend. Until a few decades ago, the former emperor, Yamato Yaka, awakened a dragon that was a deity-class Shikigami. And with this power, he became one of the greatest Onmai mage this continent has ever seen. He proved his strength by conquering the entire continent and establishing the Yamato dynasty. Unfortunately, the emperor seemed to have passed away suddenly without any explanation or indication of what was wrong with him. Moreover, his Shikigami seemed even more powerful than Yaka, muttered Arida, as his eyes lit up. No matter what, I need to get him on my side. Arida knew the appearance of this Shikigami was probably the significant change the Divine Maiden warned him about, so he was determined to place this commoner under his control. However, he also knew that all the royal and nobles clans had the same ideas as him. So, it would depend on he went about it. Should I ask for her advice? Thought Arida briefly before shaking his head. Then, he took another document with a picture of a young girl and information about her. Maiko Satoru, age, 14, Shikigami, 3 Eyes Raven, attribute, divination. As long as I can get her in my side, I no longer need to rely on the Divine Maiden. However, I must find a way to prevent her from getting to Maiko before me. After pondering for a while, Arida called his subordinates to order them he wanted to prepare beforehand, and as the shogun, he still had the superiority in resources and manpower. In the Onmai Royal Academy, after the headmaster brought Edward to his dormitory and told him not to leave the school's premises and to be careful, the old lady left without saying anything else. The next day, someone brought his school uniform and a book introducing the school's map, curriculum, and teachers. The book essentially served as an orientation. And the following day was the first day of class. Edward looked himself in the mirror and was surprised by the designs of this uniform. It looked like one of those dresses from modern anime where magic exists. He had black pants and a white vest with long sleeves. The vest looked like a long coat from the back with a silver and gold yin-yang on his right pectoral muscles. And as a finishing touch, there was a 5-point star symbol on both his shoulders. Finally, he had many pockets in both his vest and his pants. This design looked too much like a school uniform from the irregular at Magic High School. Not just that, the entire design seemed abnormal for the current culture of this world. Could another person from primordial Earth once reincarnated in this place, thought Edward briefly before deciding to investigate later. Then, he went to class. As he walked in the hallways, many people watched him while muttering to themselves. He ignored them as he headed for his class. As he entered the class, he noticed it was similar to an auditorium with rows of seats. The front rows were lower than the back rows. Additionally, the class seemed divided into two. Ignoring the people's gaze, Edward saw a seat in the middle of rows on the left side of the room with his name on it, so he sat down. A few minutes later, everyone arrived. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a priest outfit walked into the class with a cane. Everyone could feel the serious aura emanating from his body when he walked, so they stopped talking and paid attention. The man waved his hand, and a piece of chalk floated in the air to write on the blackboard. Kisuk Byakuya, Spiritai Energy Control and Analysis. You can refer to me as Kisuk Sensei, and in this class, I will teach you the very basics of being an Onmyo mage, spirit energy. Kisuk paused for a moment before looking at all the students, pausing slightly on Edward before continuing. As you already know, every individual has spirit energy inside their bodies. However, the amount of spirit energy and how it is used determine the innate difference of every individual. Samurai can mostly use their spirit energy to enhance their bodies, while Onmyo mages can use them to control the elements. Kisuk waved his hand to manifest a small flame, a drop of water, a piece of dirt, a small plant, and a piece of metal. Immediately, Edward squinted his eyes after seeing this. So, the Onmyo system can use all the elements without being restricted by the innate attributes. So, what's the point of having an innate attribute? A boost. Despite his thought, he did not ask any questions. We will discuss the elements at another time, continued Kisuk. For now, we will begin with the basics. First, control the spirit energy to leave your body. Upon success, it will look something like this. He raised his hand before a blue ball manifested in his hand. This is the most basic control of spirit energy. The next step is to control it like another limb. The blue ball in Kisuk's arm began to change shape. It first turned into a square, circle, or rectangle, along with other geometric shapes. Then, he turned it into a thread as thin as sewing string. Finally, Kisuk turned his spirit energy into various animal forms like wolves, tigers, lions, etc. Now, how about a demonstration, said Kisuk before looking at the right side of the room, which is where all the nobles and royal families sat. Prince Yuji, how about you? Yuji then stood up before the blue ball of spirit energy appeared in his hand. Then, he followed Kisuk's examples to mold them into the exact shapes as the latter. Excellent, said Kisuk before calling the other royal families and a few other nobles. Then, he gazed at the left side. He called one of the commoners, making the latter tremble. The poor girl stood up and raised her hand, trying to create a blue ball. Unfortunately, nothing happened even after an entire minute. Kisuk shook his head in disappointment, with even a hint of sneer deep in his eyes. Then, he called a bunch of other commoners, and no one succeeded. A few had a few blue sparks appearing in their hands, but they never fully manifested. Finally, Kisuk called Edward. Student Kojiki, it's your turn. Edward looked at Kisuk in his eyes before saying, how am I supposed to know how to control spirit energy? Excuse me. You've been in this class for less than 5 minutes, barely said 10 sentences, but you expect me to be able to reach such standard in control spirit energy. But the noble students can, replied Kisuk. So what? It's obvious that they have some knowledge of spirit energy and have spent 5 or more years training, giving them an advantage over us, commoners. No excuses. Excuse? Why don't you make this knowledge publicly available for us commoners? Then, you can say we are making excuses. Kisuk frowned, anger displaying in his eyes. Using your sharp tongue to hide your incompetence will not get you far as an Onmyo mage, Mr. Kojiki. Incompetence? No, I just wanted to point out the unfairness and hypocrisy of your actions. After saying that, Edward raised his hand to create a blue ball. Then, he morphed it into all the shapes Kisuk and the noble children did. But he did not stop there. He created a replica of Kisuk with his spirit energy. It was so lifelike and detailed you could see the slight wrinkles on the corner of the sensei's eyes. However, Edward did not stop there. He recreated the entire classroom with all the students. He created their clothes, facial features, and demeanors to the smallest detail. All the students were shocked by his level of control, especially since he had just awakened 3 days ago. And a commoner, he should not have advanced knowledge of spirit energy. Veins started appearing on Kisuk's head before he snorted very loud. Then, he ignored Edward and continued his lessons. Once he was done, he did not say anything else but quickly walked out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Edward stood up and said, to all my fellow commoner students, I will hold a tutoring session after classes. If you feel behind and need some extra help to catch up, you can attend, and I will be more than happy to help you. The commoners immediately became excited after hearing this. In today's class, they understood the difference between themselves and the nobles. So, it would be fantastic if they could have such a genius tutoring them. 325 on my Royal Academy's classes. 2. A young woman walked into a classroom full of students. Unlike the previous class, this one was not clearly divided. However, the students of each social class still sat on opposite sides. "You can call me Kurana-sensei, and welcome to Talisman class," said the young woman before taking out a white rectangular piece of paper with writing similar to Japanese and Chinese characters. Talismans are the most essential tools for Onmyo mages. It allows us to use spells of different attributes and serves as a boost to our spirit energy. Kurana-sensei waved her hands, and the talisman floated in the air. Order. The talisman burned to create a golden sword in the air. Then, she used a few more talismans to create plants, fire, wind, water, and other elements. Once she finished with her demonstration, she looked at one of the students who raised their hands. "Mr. Kojiki, do you have a question?" "Yes, sensei. If talismans allow us to use all the elements in nature, what is the point of our innate attribute?" "Excellent question. The innate attributes are the only attribute a person can use without the aid of any outside assistance like talismans or magical items. Furthermore, talismans with the same attributes as a mage's innate one will naturally be boosted based on their amount of spirit energy and their control. Lastly, it is easier for an Onmyo mage to create talismans of their innate attributes." "Any more questions, Mr. Kojiki?" "Yes. Does your explanation applies to the type of shikigamis as well?" "Exactly, but there are some more nuances. You can learn about them in your next class." "Any more questions?" "No, and thank you for the explanation." "There is no need to thank me since this is my job as your sensei. As students, you are all free to ask me as many questions as you desire," said Kurana with a smile before taking out another talisman to show the class. "Do you see the symbols written on the paper? These are character runes and the fundamental core of talismans. Now, I want you all to look at the book before you." All the students looked at the things on their desks: a book, a needle, a brush, a stack of white talisman papers, and red ink with a strange smell. "Use the needle to prick your finger, then draw a 5-pointed star on the book with your blood." Kurana-sensei paused to give the students time, but after seeing the confused look on the commoners' faces, she explained. "According to law, all students must sign a magical control to prevent spreading the knowledge learned at the academy." Edward used his blood to draw the star on the book. Then, he felt something entering his mind, placing a seal on his soul. And just like the other seals he discovered in the nobles' minds, he felt the slight aura of the universe will. Nevertheless, he did not focus on this for the moment as he opened the book. "The first rune we will learn is a simple defensive barrier rune," said Kurana-sensei before giving an in-depth description of the rune, its function, its history, and how to inscribe them into a talisman. Then, she gave a demonstration while explaining. "The brush is made of peach wood, while the ink is a pigment made of red cinnabar. Both these materials have been tested to be extreme conductors of spirit energy. So, while inscribing the character runes, you must control and inject your spirit energy at a regular pace. Your hands must be steady because the slightest error will ruin the talisman paper, forcing you to start over." As Kurana-sensei explained these things, she finished writing on the talisman paper that floated in the air. Then, the runes lit up slightly before returning to normal. "Order," she said, then a transparent and cube-shaped barrier surrounded her. Then, with a wave of her hand, another talisman floated in the air before firing a fireball at her. Luckily, the barrier withstood the attack and protected her. Although the defensive barrier talisman is the most rudimentary of talismans, it is probably the one you will use most in your life. Of course, there are other forms of barriers you can learn about in the future. Any more questions before we start practice? "Yes, Mr. Ojiki, what is your question?" "Can talismans be made with only these materials?" "No, these are only the most effective. However, some Onmyo mages can use their blood to make talismans in times of emergency. If any of you want to survive as an Onmyo mage, this is a skill you must eventually learn." "Does a talisman always requires paper?" asked Edward, a question that slightly surprised Kurana-sensei. "A little ambitious, Mr. Kojiki," said the sensei with a smile. "Too ambitious for a commoner," sneered one of the noble students, making others laugh out loud. However, after Kurana stared at them, they quickly quieted down. "Yes, it is possible." After saying that, she put her middle and index finger together to use as a brush before writing a character in the air. Then, a slight wind enveloped the entire classroom. This is an advanced form of talisman making called Heaven and Earth Celestian Calligraphy or Celestial Talisman for short, and only the most powerful Onmyo mages can use it. I hope one day, all of you can master his method. Any more questions? However, Edward did not answer. Instead, he looked as if he was deep in thought as he muttered, using the spirit energy inside the body to resonate with the ambient spirit energy in nature and control it. Then used it to inscribe the runes. How do you know this?" asked the sensei in shock. "Didn't you just demonstrate it?" "Wait, you can sense heavenly spirit energy." "Heavenly spirit energy? You mean the one all around him? Isn't it that obvious?" "It is everywhere," Edward replied with an innocent look. "Can you also control it?" asked Kuruma-sensei with a slightly trembling tone. "Doesn't everyone? I've been doing this since I was a child." Kurana-sensei tried to hide the horrifying sensation she was now feeling. She could not imagine such a talented person actually existed, even if it was someone who contracted a deity-class shikigami. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Can you replicate what I just did?" It should be possible," Edward replied, using his 2 fingers to write the same runes as Kuruma-sensei. However, after the runes flickered for a moment, nothing happened, and it disappeared. Many people secretly felt relieved after this, but Edward did not stop. After pondering for a few seconds, he tried again, and this time, the runes in the air flickered even longer before disappearing. So, he took a few more seconds before his third attempt, which finally succeeded. A gust of wind enveloped the entire classroom, exactly as Kurana-sensei did. The look of shock and horror on these students' faces, mostly the nobles, could no longer be contained. Even Kurana-sensei could not hide her shock. Luckily, she quickly controlled herself with great effort before saying, "Excellent, Mr. Koshiki. Now, students, there is no need to get ahead of yourself. We all have to start from the basics." Afterward, she conducted class normally by having each student practice their talisman-making skills. She would then give them pointers, focusing more on the commoners since they needed the most help. After class finished, she told the students to take the remaining materials to their dorm to practice independently. She encouraged them to learn the basic character rune with their innate attribute to practice as it will be easier for them. Then, she ran out of the classroom as if some demonic beast was chasing her. And as Edward watched all of this happening, he secretly smiled. The celestial talisman method was essentially the same as the mana method of the Heart Kingdom, allowing mages to use nature's mana/spirit energy to cast spells. The only difference was the runes used in each system, so it was not difficult to instantly learn and use. He made such a big deal of being an unparalleled genius to lure some people into assassinating him and into getting some privilege like unlimited access to the library. This academy's strict control of knowledge made him use some somewhat risky methods. As long as he has enough books, he can decipher this country's magic system and even learn some secrets through history books. Edward looked at the royal clan students from the corner of his eyes before heading to his next class, a subtle smile handed on the corner of his mouth. 326 on my Royal Academy's classes, and Edward's next class was about Shikigami and the spiritual world, and it took place outside in a large area where the students brought their Shikigamis. The teacher was an older lady less than 5 feet, walking with the support of a cane, Sumiko-sensei. She talked in a very soft voice, yet everyone could always hear her as if she were next to them. She divided the class into 4 groups based on the type of their Shikigami: defensive, attack, special, and all-purpose. Her first lesson was about how to find the connection between a mage and their Shikigami and use their mind. They have to strengthen that bond to better control them. Subsequently, she explained the main difference between the types of Shikigamis. Attack and defense Shikigamis were self-explanatory, one focused on attacking while the other focused on defense. However, Sumiko-sensei did mention that if a mage ordered their defensive Shikigamis to attack unless they had great control over it, it would not accept the order. And the same for an attack type. Furthermore, attack-type Shikigamis have weak defensive capabilities, while defense types have no attack capabilities. So based on the kind of Shikigami an Onmyo mage has, they have to train them properly. For example, a defensive Shikigami that is a wolf, can be trained to learn how to use their teeth and swift movement to attack. When it comes to special type Shikigamis, there are a few reasons they are classified as this. For example, Yuji's space attribute Shikigami is considered a special type because it can teleport other people, so it is a form of transportation. However, it can be used as both defense and attack. Then there is Gojo Tsuchi Mikado's Black Tortoise Shikigami. It also has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but it is labeled as a special type because of the ability Blessing, which is essentially enchanting. The Shikigami granted him the ability to make magical items, hence the reason for the special type. Then, there is Mito Satoru, the commoner with a special type Shikigami that divined things. She did not have any offensive and defensive capabilities. Finally, Sumiko-sensei explained the advantages of all-purpose type Shikigami. They can attack and defend at a very high level and use the Blessing ability to make magical items. Furthermore, if appropriately trained, they can even be used for teleportations. Then, Sumiko-sensei told the students to practice on their own. Edward looked at everyone's effort before looking at Princess Matsumoto, who was in the same group as him since she was the only one with the same type of Shikigami. "Kan, can you fly?" "Yes, young lady," replied the Shikigami. "Can you take me to fly?" "No." "Why not?" "Because there is no emergency or a need for flying," replied Kan. "But I want to fly. There is nothing I can do about that. I am your master, why don't you listen to me?" "Because you're not strong enough, nor is our bond deep enough. If you were not going to listen to me, why choose me in the first place?" "Because of your potential," Kan replied calmly. Matsumoto clenched her teeth before feeling a gaze. She turned her head to see Edward watching her, giving him a vicious stare. However, Edward did not respond and turned to look at Hokuto, which is the name he gave his dragon. He always loved Eastern dragons, hence the reason he chose this one. Moreover, he seemed to have some affinity with lightning dragons. "Hokuto, you're too big. Can't you shrink to a smaller size?" he said with a soothing voice. Then, to the shock of the people around, the dragon reduced its size to over a little 3 meters and coiled his body to reach Edward's height. With a smile, Edward caressed his head. He turned around to see Sumiko-sensei walking toward him. With the usual soft-spoken voice, the older lady said, "Since you have such control, you can try spirit fusion." "You mean I can fuse with it?" "That's correct." "How?" "Ask it to fuse with you. At the same time, make sure your spirit energy is linked to each other as if they were one," said Sumiko-sensei. Edward looked at Hokuto while thinking. Shikigamis are spirits, which means their mana is inside their soul dimensions. The so-called fusion is probably a fusion of our soul dimensions, allowing the weaker mage to access mana from their soul. However, a great amount of soul strength, willpower, and mana control would be required, especially the last one since mages have to make sure the mana inside their bodies do not conflict with the Shikigami's mana. Fusion, he ordered Hokuto, and the dragon did not hesitate to enter his body. And as Edward theorized, their soul dimension momentarily fused, granting him access to Hokuto's mana. After the fusion, 2 small dragon horns appeared on Edward's head, his eyes turned reptilian, and 2 lightning tattoos appeared over his eyes as if he was a swordsman who lost an eye from a sword slash. He raised his hand to look at his skin. Interesting, he muttered. Although they looked normal, he could see they were now made of tiny dragon scales, drastically improving his physical and magical defense. Shinigamis do not have flesh and blood in the spiritual world. However, after making a contract with an Onmyo mage and entering the physical world, they can switch between spirit and flesh and blood life forms. As Edward felt the increase in power, he became a little excited. This was not the first time he had fused with a dragon. However, Albion was rebellious and could not be trusted. Meanwhile, Hokuto was obedient despite having high intelligence. So, as long as he could raise this dragon to the same tier, he can use fusion to boost his strength in battle. Excellent, said Sumiko-sensei. She had heard of what happened in the previous class, so she decided to test how talented this student was. And as expected, he easily achieved spirit fusion, which was a high-level technique taught in the 3rd and final year of the academy. Most mages cannot master this technique at the academy but will use the knowledge to train for years before mastering it. Yet, he did it in a few minutes. You should be careful, young lad. More often than not, being the tallest tree is not a good thing. Edward looked at the old lady and could tell he was the only one who could hear her words. He smiled before nodding to her. Edward's next class was Charm and Mantra class. Onmyo mages do not rely solely on talismans, they also have spells that involve using long chants in different languages, some very similar to Chinese and Sanskrit, and some extremely weird. The mantra or incantations can be used to boost the power of talismans and shikigamis. After this class, Edward had a basic understanding of Onmyo mages. Unlike the Western continent with grimoires, the Eastern continent walked a different path. Western mages use grimoires to use advanced magic, and most of their spells are instant. They do not have to study knowledge, but with intense training and a strong will, they will develop many spells. The disadvantage is that 99% of them are useless without the grimoire. Furthermore, they are restricted to their innate attributes. Meanwhile, the Eastern mages do not rely on foreign aid. Even without their shikigamis, they have talismans, spells, and magic items to fight. The downside is their magic system involves prep before battles, and their spells are generally not instant. Moreover, Edward could see that Eastern mages' battles involved more strategy and trickery. As for who's better, both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. After Sumiko-sensei's class, it was lunch time, so Edward went to the cafeteria. He ensured to sit with the commoners and get to know them. The first afternoon class was ceremonial magic class. Edward learned in this class that the Eastern continent was not as safe as it appeared as it had its own problem. Shikigamis can become corrupted and turn into demons or yokai. Once that happens, Onmyo mage must purify them since yokais only lived for pain, destruction, and suffering. They have no qualms about killing innocent people. Furthermore, there is something called spirit disaster, which is when the spiritual world connects to the material world. When that happens, spirits will leave the spiritual world and cause disasters. On top of that, the energy released from the spirit world can cause weird and dangerous anomalies in the material world. It is the duty of the Onmyo Protection Hall to deal with these issues. So, in this class, the students have to learn 2 essential ceremonial magic, the purification ceremony and the gate closing ceremony. The purification ceremony is to purify yokais and the anomalous energy released during a spirit disaster. The gate closing ceremony is to close the breach between the spirit and material world. Edward asked what would happen if these gates were not closed or contained. The teacher told him many people believe the spirit world might swallow the material world if a breach is not dealt with quickly enough. Finally, the day's last class was the enhancement class, the only class the mages had with the samurai. However, after walking into the class, Edward squinted his eyes slightly after seeing the teacher. 327 Identity Zuriel, thought Edward as he looked at the muscular man with a katana on his waist, looking at all the students with fierce eyes. I can't detect if he is using some magic to transform unless I investigate deeply, but the bloodline tracking magic I used on Asta is pointing at this teacher. So, it is very likely to be him. So what's his purpose in infiltrating this place? Something tells me he is after the origin grimoire as well. The entire class was about using mana skin or spirit protection, the technique to layer the outer skin with mana or spirit energy as a form of protection. Before starting teaching, Zuriel explained to the Onmyo mage students they need to have some form of hand-to-hand combat to become truly powerful mages. Furthermore, having high mobility in battle is a must for them. Otherwise, they would not last long in any confrontations. However, Edward did not focus during this class as he thought deeply. He planned on how to capture Zuriel. It was not feasible to do so in the academy since too many eyes were on him. At the same time, students could not leave the academy for quite some time now. Furthermore, he could feel if he used magic from the Western continent or other forms of magic inside the academy, his identity would be detected. So, my current objective is to master the onmyoji system, thought Edward as he knew his chance would soon come. And he was correct. Immediately after class, the principal called him to her office. Headmaster Hirano, you called me. Have a seat, said the headmaster, pointing to the seat across from her desk. Do you want some tea? No, thank you. She poured some tea for her before taking a sip. I will be direct, what exactly do you want? Excuse me. Ever since I was young, I could read people fairly well, said Hirano slowly. And I can tell you're a brilliant child. So, your display in classes today has purposes. What is it? Edward looked her in the eyes, and she did not avoid his gaze. I understand now how you could become the headmaster of this academy despite your social status, said Edward, to which Hirano just smiled. I want full access to the library. That's it. What did you expect? Not this. Edward smiled at her but did not comment further. If you don't mind me asking, why this request? Edward looked at the window in the office. Ever since I was young, I knew I was special, I could do things people could not do. Back in the village, only one doctor was responsible for curing the entire village since we could not afford healing talismans. One time when I was 7, I secretly entered his library and read all the books. It only took me 2 days, and by the time I finished, I realized I was as good as him, only lacking experience. So, I used another ability I developed when I tried to control animals. Using my spirit energy and voice to hypnotize him, I spent the next 5 days acquiring all his experiences in healing patients and dealing with rare diseases. And from that point on, I was the most powerful doctor in the village, always secretly treating the patients he could not. But things did not stop there. In my time in the village, I have learned countless crafts, cooking, sewing, building, etc. I mastered them only by reading a few books and secretly acquiring the experience of many people. Headmaster Hirano took a sip of her tea with her left hand while her right hand lightly tapped on the desk. You believe you can do the same for magic? I know I can. Very well. Let's see whether you're truly talented or just arrogant. She opened a drawer from her desk to pull out a token. With this, you can read all the books in the library. Thank you, Headmaster, said Edward as he took the token with both hands. I will not let you down. Then, Hirano did not waste time and chased him out of her office. And as she watched him leave, she was deep in thought. She knew this young child was not simple and probably hid many secrets. But Hirano did not care about this. Her lifelong pursuit has been to ensure equal opportunity in education for commoner children. The academy would be only for nobles and children if it were not for her effort. And most commoners with magical talents would be directly sent to the protection hall to serve as soldiers or disposable sacrifices to deal with yokais and spirit disasters. So, she hoped Edward would be the catalyst to bring fundamental changes to this academy and, eventually, the entire dynasty. I do not have the ability to achieve Onizuka-sensei's utopian world. However, I can lay the groundwork for the education aspect, thought Hirano. Edward did not immediately go to the library but met the commoners' children since he promised to give extra lessons. Many of them showed up, so Edward divided them based on their progress in class and gave them pointers. Your family are farmers, correct? In that case, imagine your spirit energy is a lake or reservoir, and you have to use buckets to carry the water from there to the field. It will be easier to control. Yes, senpai, I will try. It works, it's so much easy to control now. Of course, it works. The same can work for others. Your family are bakers? Then, imagine your spirit energy is a dough you have to knead. You're from a long line of blacksmiths? Then imagine the time your father taught you about heat control. Are you from a family of wealthy merchants? Then, imagine your spirit energy is a stack of cold coins you have to count. One by one, he taught these students how to control their spirit energy based on their family conditions. However, most of them were farmers, so the first lake analogy worked best. By the end of the sessions, each student could create a ball of blue light in their hands and change it into geometric shapes. As for the animals, it was still too advanced for them. I cannot believe how much progress we have made in one session. Thank you, Kojiki-senpai. You can call me Akimitsu, and there is no need to mention it. Since we are from the same background, it's normal to look out for each other. Exactly. I can't wait to teach these nobles who looked down on us. SHH, how could you say something like that? We could never be on par with them. Of course, you will, said Edward. Under my tutelage, it is only a matter of time before you catch up to them and even surpass them. He said these words with such convictions that the students believed him, and a seed called desires was planted in their minds. Senpai, would we ever be as good as you? Absolutely not. Everyone was shocked, looking at his proud and arrogant face, which was rather adorable. Moreover, his face seemed to scream, ask me why. Quickly, ask me why. And why not? Because I am a 1 in a million genius. No one can compare to me. The students looked at him for a few seconds before starting to laugh. They did not expect the usually calm and collected Akimitsu-senpai had this side to him. Somehow, they found him even more approachable than before. After laughing and chatting, Wang Wei dismissed all the students but left one person behind for a quick chat. Miss Satoru, right. Senpai, you can call me Mito, she replied with a slight blush. I would like to first say, do not fall in love with me. It is impossible between us. Mito opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Second of all, be careful of the nobles and royals. Your gift is very special, so many of them will offer you wealth, status, power, and even the opportunity to marry into their families to lure you into their factions. So, if you see any of them suddenly becoming close to you, be alert. And if you feel threatening, contact me, and I'll do my best to help you. Mito was shocked by this sudden news, so she did not know how to react for a moment. A few seconds later, she bowed. Thank you, senpai, for the warning. Edward patted her shoulder before sending her out. He knew the importance of a diviner to any factions. And if he wants to start a rebellion and change this dynasty without using absolute force, she will become instrumental. Finally, Edward headed to the library to find some answers. 328 Snooping for the next few days, Edward spent his time in class, after-school tutoring, and the library. And today, after a week, he finished all the books in the library. Then, he began to summarize his understanding of the Onmyo magic system of this continent. It is a magic system that combines summoning magic, spells, ceremony, hand-to-hand combat, and rituals. In fact, back in the Empire, Onmyo magic exists in its early stages. Many countries, races, ethnicities, and cultures have tried to create magic systems based on their region's lore, customs, or myths. For example, martial arts have become popular in the Chinese region because of the discovery of aura. Secondly, they developed pills instead of potions after Edward brought back alchemy. In the India region, magic systems, or spells based on Buddhism, Hinduism, and other religions have been developed. In Norway, Sweden, and Denmark region, Viking warriors were now a new magic system that involved engraving magic circles on arcanists' bodies. The magic circles preferred by the Vikings are the ones that enhanced their physical bodies to monstrous levels, not to mention they can also enter berserk mode, where they feel no pain and no fatigue for a certain period. And the way they fight usually involved temporarily engraving their spells on their weapons or different parts of their bodies. The Viking Legion is one of the most fierce and mighty space marine squads of the Empire. In the European regions, there are things like knights and dragon riders. In the African and Caribbean region, there is the Loa spirit magic system that involves creating artificial nature gods or spirit. These two regions can use ancestral summoning magic like the indigenous people. However, they wanted something more. They wanted to create artificial spirits called Loas linked to nature to give them different types of blessings and even make contracts with them similar to Shikigamis. This particular project did not yield any result until Lily's druid magic was created, and these regions took inspiration from her research to make the first Loa. However, the following plan they submitted to the Empire was to use faith to nurture these spirits, essentially granting them some essence of godhood to increase their power. Edward agreed with the idea of creating artificial gods controlled by the Empire. However, he had to delay this aspect of the project since he felt it was too early. After all, they had just created the artificial spirit, and it was only one of them. As for the Japanese region, they tried to recreate the Onmyo magic system. Things like talismans exist in the Empire. However, these talismans are mostly called magic scrolls because of the overall European ambience and influence. As for Shikigamis, a few Japanese tried to create artificial ones like the Loas, while the majority believed that a specific dimension exists with Eastern Shikigamis and are trying to find it. After analyzing this continent's magic system and comparing it to back home, Edward picked another book titled The Diary of Onizuka. Onizuka was a commoner born in the Yamato country long ago before they conquered the eastern continent. Although he did not have the talent for samurai or Onmyo mage, he was recorded in history as a wise man. All the modern influences that Edward noticed in this place, like the academy or the school uniform, were created by him. The man had many inventions or ideas that led to the development of the Yamato clan and could be credited for why they are so powerful today. Nevertheless, in his later years, he began to talk about a utopian world where commoners and nobles were equal and lived in harmony. Honestly, Edward suspects he was killed since he died not long after he began publishing these types of things. And he was more surprised that these ideas were not erased from history by the Yamato clan. This Onizuka was most definitely someone from primordial Earth who was unlucky to reincarnate in this world but did not have any talent for magic. So, he spent his life spreading discoveries and ideas from there to gather wealth and live a comfortable life. Edward knew the low probability of not having any innate talent, gifts, or cheat-like abilities after reincarnating from primordial Earth. He can only say that Onizuka was truly unlucky. According to Merlin, 99.99% of people who can reincarnate from primordial Earth will be granted a talent from the dimension will of primordial Earth. Some skills are extraordinary and beyond reason, hence the name cheat abilities. And some are mediocre to the point of being almost useless unless the owner can find a way to make them work. Nevertheless, most of them will receive something. Unfortunately, Onizuka was one of the 0.01%. Of course, there is the possibility that he has one of those rare talents with the condition that it will only activate after he dies. Edward placed the books back on their shelf and left the library. Now that he has enough knowledge, he can modify his mana's frequency to fit more with this continent and better his actions from all the enchantments he sensed all over the academy, meaning he could now start snooping around to get the answers he wanted. As he walked out, he saw someone waiting for him, Princess Matsumoto. Based on the personality trait he created for the character Kojiki Akimitsu, he should have cold-brushed her while making insensitive remarks about how corrupt her family was and ignoring her. However, he sensed something odd about this girl. So he was intrigued, so he stopped and looked at her. Akimitsu-senpai, she bowed politely. We are not familiar with each other, princess. So, please call me by my family name. The princess squinted her eyes slightly before regaining her bearing. I'm sorry for my rude behavior, Kojiki-senpai. It's fine, as long as you don't repeat the same mistake. So, to what do I owe this visit? I came to warn you. Oh, of what? 3 months from now, the Academy will organize a spirit disaster purification practice for the first-year students. So, you should be careful of the nobles and royals. Matsumoto had a warm and caring look as she said these things to him. It was like she was genuinely afraid that something would happen to him. Is that so? Well, thank you for the warning. Now, if you would excuse me, he said before bowing as a salute and walking away. He only needed a few seconds to secretly place a spirit mark on her, and now that he had accomplished that, there was no point in continuing this conversation. He could see her tactics from a mile away. Nothing but warning him to get her trust, she would then offer the Yamato clan's protection when the time arrived. As the princess watched him leave, her face turned into a calm and composed one, with a dangerous light in her eyes. Meanwhile, Edward returned to his single dorm and waited until it was night. He took out a talisman in the shape of a paper doll. After injecting his spirit energy into it, a person dressed in ninja clothes appeared before him. It turns out this place has ninja as one of the magical classes. People who awaken short knives or shuriken during their ceremony can become ninjas. However, only one family that served under the Yamato clan had the proper training methods to train ninjas. Officially, that is. The other royal clans and nobles must have their own training methods. Additionally, since they are beings of shadows, knowledge of them is rare and not easily available to the public. Looking at the puppet before him, Edward used his finger to write the character runes for an invisible talisman to bless him. These character runes will be a great asset to the arcane rune system. Edward liked collecting runes from different universes and incorporating them into his arcane rune system. So far, he has learned 3 different types of runes, the array runes from the Heart Kingdom, the one from the dwarves, and the character runes from the Eastern continent. After entering the invisible state, the ninja began to investigate some sensitive places of the academy while avoiding the detecting enchantments or talismans in these places. After a few hours of searching, the puppet found an enormous door in an underground room underneath the academy. The door had at least 1,000 talismans to seal it, and a strange circle was drawn on it. Sealing art, thought Edward as he saw the circle on the door. Sealing art was a class taught in the 2nd year. Many yokais are too powerful to deal with, so sealing art is used to seal them away in magical items. Sealing art is also used to seal and protect extraordinary items or secrets. As Edward looked at the seal, countless thoughts flashed across his mind. He soon realized the seal was the core of the enormous magic formations he sensed that covered the royal palace, the academy, and the Onmaya protection hall. Why do they need such a level of protection for the origin grimoire, thought Edward. The map the wizard sage left for him pointed to behind this door. Additionally, he also could sense the power of the universe's will. By now, he had some conjectures on what was going on. But he needed more proof. 329 Spirit Disaster. Through the eyes of the puppet, Edward looked at the seal and analyzed the situation. An idea came to mind, so he controlled the puppet to write a talisman in the air. However, a strange wave emanated from the door before he finished, and the puppet disappeared. This is, outside of the academy, he muttered as he looked around through the puppet's eyes. One of the defensive mechanisms of the door is to exile people it deems dangerous. Edward retrieved the puppet and decided to try again, but not tonight as he guessed many influential people like the headmaster, the shogun, and even the emperor would be alerted by tonight's attempt. And as expected, Edward detected many powerful mages coming to the library for the next few days. And even the students could feel a strange tension throughout the school. Then, after these people left, he created another talisman puppet, and this time, he instilled 90% of his mana in this one. After infiltrating the basement again, Edward saw 2 Onmaya mages guarding the door, so he made them faint with the sleeping mantra. After that, he approached the door intending to use his overwhelming power to open the seal. Unfortunately for him, he discovered this door could react faster than him because of the slight power of the universe will. So, the puppet once again disappeared. Inside his bedroom, Edward frowned as he could not see through the puppet's eyes. He could feel the connection, but it was vague and seemed far away. So, he closed his eyes to locate the thing. He opened his eyes more than half an hour later with a strange look. The puppet was exiled to another parallel dimension. In his last voyage, he developed a spell to travel the multiverse. So, he had some knowledge of parallel dimensions or timelines. So, he could sense that the puppet was not in the same spacetime continuum as the main body. Well, I can at least use the puppet to get the coordination of that parallel dimension. Edward planned to travel to parallel universes to gather the resources needed to rebuild the world gate. So, he could start with where the puppet was. Nevertheless, this is one of the situations where overwhelming strength cannot deal with the problem. So, I need other methods. Numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Then, he remembered the information Princess Matsumoto gave him. 3 months from now, the school will organize a spirit disaster purification. I can use this opportunity to get to Zuriel and gather some more information about Elysium. Edward knew Zuriel never left the school ground after monitoring him since school started. However, the spirit disaster was the perfect opportunity to get his hand on him. For the next few days, Edward went to school as usual while ignoring the increased security in the academy and pretending the chaos had nothing to do with him. A month later, when the situation calmed down, he went to see Headmaster Hirano as an excuse to thank her for giving her access to the library. His real purpose was to hypnotize her to assign Zuriel as one of the teachers responsible for the spirit disaster outing. He did not want to take the chance that other teachers would be assigned. While leaving the headmaster's office, she warned him to be careful during the outing, and Edward smiled at her. For the remaining 2 months, he acted normally while removing the contractual restraints from reading all the books in the library. The Yamato dynasty has strict control of knowledge. So, any book related to magic read in the library required signing a contract, which also contained the power of universe will. Edward wanted to learn this level of contracts to use back in the Empire since it is much better than soul contracts. Additionally, he felt understanding more about the universe will would benefit him and the Empire besides allowing him to use conceptual magic. Then, the day of the outing arrived. Edward stood as the leader of the commoner students, which displayed a level of confidence never seen since the inception of the academy. Usually, during these outings, the commoners were usually scared and worried they would perform poorly. But, after 3 months of training, the weakest of them had caught up with some middle noble households. Furthermore, their senpai taught them how to work together to fill the gap between high nobles and royals. 3 teachers were leading the students, Kisuk-sensei, Kurana-sensei, and Zuri-L. "Is everyone here?" asked Kisuk. After the students nodded, he looked at one student and said, "Prince Yuji, if you don't mind." "It's my pleasure," said the prince before taking out a talisman. "Order." The talisman floated in the air before shining brightly. Then, a portal appeared in front of everyone. The teachers then instructed the students to enter one by one. Everyone soon found themselves in front of a small village where the clouds above were utterly dark. Additionally, an eerie aura could be felt just by looking at the village. "Go deal with the spirit disaster," said Kisuk calmly. The students waited for further explanation, but the middle-aged man ignored him. So, they realized they were on their own for this outing. Edward led his group closer to the village, and the nobles, led by Princess Matsumoto, followed him. A few meters away, he looked at the village and saw a bunch of deformed creatures with horns and black spots covering all their bodies. He observed for a moment with a frown. "Don't kill the creatures," he said to the commoners before looking at the nobles. "That goes for all of you as well." "Why?" asked the princess. "Because these creatures are the villagers." Everyone frowned as they realized the seriousness of the situation. With a little determination, they can kill these creatures. But knowing they were once humans made things more complicated. "But these villagers are already contaminated by the energy from the spiritual world," said Gojo Tsuchi Mikado. "I know, but I can revert them back to normal." "Impossible. No one can do such a thing. Even if you purify them, their soul can only enter the wheel of reincarnation and not suffer. Because others cannot do it does not mean I cannot." Everyone became quiet for a moment before some noble yelled, "Why should we listen to you?" "Because I'm stronger than you," replied Edward casually before looking at the person who spoke, almost making the person pee his pants as he remembered how Edward was undefeated in all the combat practices in the past 3 months. "Do you have a plan?" asked Princess Matsumoto, and Edward told the group their plan. Without any choice, the group had to follow his order. Most of the students divided into 4 groups before positioning themselves in the village's 4 corners. Then, they began to chant a long mantra, creating a transparent rectangular barrier to surround the village. With this barrier, the contaminated energy from the spiritual world will no longer spread. The second group of students began to confront the demonized villagers. The samurai were responsible for containing the villagers, while the Onmyo mages used binding talismans to capture and immobilize these villagers. Maiko led a third group consisting of all the royal clan heirs. Her familiar, the Three-Eyes Raven, rested on her shoulder as she searched different houses while the rest immobilized the attacking demonized villagers. Soon, she stopped before one of the houses and pointed at it. "Thank you for your hard work," said Princess Matsumoto as she appeared genuinely excited. "It's always great to have a seer in our midst. Otherwise, there would be great casualties if the yokai attacked us when we were unprepared." Maiko bowed and smiled politely, despite being on guard. In the past 3 months, too many nobles have tried to get on her good grace. And with Akimitsu-senpai telling her all the strategies they were using, she was always on guard when one of them was polite to her. "Yokai, there is no need to hide. We know you're in here," yelled Yuji before looking at Maiko. "Miss Satoru, stay behind us to not get hurt." She nodded to him before moving a little far away from the house. Not long after she did that, the house began to tremble before an enormous creature with red skin, horns, and holding a gigantic mace appeared from the rumbles of this house. He looked at these children with his red eyes before saying, "Humans, do not stand in my way or suffer my wrath." As the royal children looked at this enormous creature, their legs trembled for a few seconds. Nevertheless, they were all well trained by their clans, so they composed themselves before preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Edward floated above the village, looking at everything calmly, waiting for his opportunity. 330 Zuriel Kinji, yelled the princess. "Got it," replied Kenji Musashi. "Equip." A black samurai armor appeared on his body, then he rushed toward the enormous yokai, leaving after image behind him. The yokai raised its massive club to smash its attacker, but Kinji reacted in time by jumping on his arm. He took his all-black katana and slashed the yokai's arm. Unfortunately, he could not even scratch the ladder's red skin. So, Kinji held the blade with 2 arms to try to pierce the ladder's skin. He mobilized all his strength and a great deal of his spirit energy. As a result, he managed to make a small cut, but that was all he needed. Or so he thought. A black mark appeared where he injured the creature, but nothing else. The curse from his blade activated, but it was drastically weakened by the overwhelming amount of spirit energy the yokai possessed. Suddenly, Kinji raised his head as he sensed a shadow looming over him. Then, he saw the yokai's finger flicking toward him with absolute speed, and he knew he could not react in time. Luckily for him, Gojo's black tortoise appeared before him to create a black and white shield that blocked the attack. Then, Yuji used a talisman to teleport them to the ground. In the name of Kagutsuki, the heavenly ruler of all flame, I call upon the raging fire of the north to eliminate all my enemies, chanted Princess Matsumoto. Then, a giant fire tornado manifested to burn the yokai, but the latter used his club to smash the tornado. Fire dries earth, she said, and her fire tornado turned into ashes, and from the ashes, a gigantic arm made of earth came from the ground to punch the yokai, forcing him to take a few steps backward, causing a small earthquake in the village. Unfortunately, the demon was still unarmed. Earth refines metal. The earth arm scat into numerous motes of lights which recondensed into thousands of swords. This transformation was fast and smooth, and the swords plunged into its body before the yokai could react or gain his bearing. Matsumoto focused a lot of swords on one spot to pierce the demon's defense, a very successful tactic. And as blood dripped down from a few parts of the yokai's body, the princess continued. Metal enriches water. The yokai's blood began to draw out of its body at an alarming rate before dividing into 2 parts. One part formed a blood river in the sky, while the princess took the smaller part and gave it to Kinji, who processed to have his sword swallowed in the blood. Then, countless black flower curse marks appeared on the yokai's body, drastically weakening him. Then, the princess controlled the blood river to enter the yokai's body through its nose and bleeding spots. Water nurtures wood. Then, more than a dozen blood-red trees grew from inside of the yokai, turning him into some twisted artistic statue of a forest. Is that it? Asked Yuji, standing behind Gojo's barrier and preparing to move the entire team in case something went wrong. It should be, replied the princess standing next to him. Edward watched the battle in the sky before gazing at the princess. This was a perfect application of the 5-element mutual generation technique. There is no way for her to reach such a level after only 3 months of training, even with private tutors. Edward knew these nobles had private tutors in the academy besides the school professors from their clans. But even then, even with the princess's talent, she should not be able to use such a level of technique after only 3 months. Especially how she used blood as the water element, such tactics require years of experience to think, let alone execute. This was not something an average student could think of or achieve. So, something was wrong with her. I guess we will know soon. Hey! Screamed the yokai as a malevolent aura emanated from his body and destroying the trees in his body in the process. Then, he suddenly shrunk to a size of slightly over 2.5 meters. His skin turned purple, and a strange red smiling mask appeared over his face. Everyone became shocked by this sudden change, except for Edward. He already detected someone tempered with the yokai to elevate its power to that of a low-level demon through its mask. So, he secretly injected more spirit energy into the mask to give this yokai the power of a mid-level devil. Then, he looked at the princess. Let's see what you're hiding. In the distance from the village, the faces of the 3 teachers suddenly changed when they sensed the power of the yokai. A level 5 spiritual disaster? How is that possible? Said Kurana-sensei. A level 4 spiritual disaster would require the shogun and dozens of onmyo mages and samurai to deal with. As for level 5, this is the kind of threat that could potentially destroy the Yamato dynasty. This would not be a problem if it were the old time when the emperor was here. But in the current era, this was an absolute worldwide disaster. No matter what, we must do something, said Zuriel before the 3 rushed to the students' aid. Unfortunately, they did not go far before a bunch of ninjas surrounded and erected a barrier to prevent them from intervening. Chief, something has gone awry with the plan, said one of the ninjas as he knelt on one knee with his head down. Oddly though, no one was in front of them before a voice responded to him. I can see that. So, what should we do? The princess is in danger. So be it. Our goal has only been Kojiki Akimitsu. But, what about the level 5 yokai? This could be catastrophic for the dynasty. As long as we can control Kojiki, everything will be fine. At the same time the teachers were sealed, a barrier also appeared to surround Edward. And unlike the teacher's barrier, his was all black to prevent the outside from seeing the inside. Edward looked at the people that appeared in front of him. 20 samurais, 10 onmyo mages, and over 30 shinobis. One of the onmyo mage bowed to him. Kojiki-san, pardon us for meeting in such a way. There is no need to be polite. All of you will die anyway. Kojiki-san, this barrier is designed to block your connection to Hokuto and seal your spirit energy. So, please do not make things difficult and push us to use force against you. Edward did not care about these people. It did not matter whether they were from the Yamato clan, the shogun, or some other royal clan. He had other purposes. So, he clapped his hand together, generating a lightning storm that incapacitated all these people instantly. Then, he looked in the distance. Zuriel looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Teacher Kakashi, no, I should call you Zuriel, said Edward. I don't know what you're talking about. More importantly, if you can break this barrier, you should find a way to help the other teachers and students. You don't have to continue your persona. I have placed a barrier inside the shinobi's barrier. From the outside, everything looked normal, so our conversation will not be heard by anyone else. Zuriel looked at him without saying anything. Don't be like this. I've come all the way from the Western continent to meet you. Oh, your wife and child said their hellos. Edward moved his head slightly as a golden light passed by him. With a smirk on his face, he looked at the Western sword in Zuriel's sword and the grimoire floating in front of him. Additionally, a pair of beautiful white wings grew out of his body. His original dark hair and eyes turned into golden hair with blue eyes. You are indeed an angel, and it seems to be a unique one as that, muttered Edward as he looked at his opponent calmly. How do you know about me? Asked Zuriel. And what do you mean, my wife and child? Likita is not dead. Impossible. Lucifero should have found her, and there is no way he would leave her alive. Unfortunately, your god calculated everything, except for my existence, replied Edward. You saved her? Wait, how do you know so much? I do know a lot, but not enough. So, you will give me the answers I seek. 331 Three of them Hokuto, said Edward to summon his mighty dragon. And as soon as the dragon appeared, it opened its mouth to spray a powerful lightning breath. Sun magic, solar cover. A red cover with the sun's power surrounded Zuriel to block the attack, which lasted for at least 30 seconds. Afterward, Zuriel panted while looking seriously at the dragon. Solar gun. The pages in Zuriel's grimoire flipped as he stabbed his sword forward. A small dot of solar energy rapidly gathered on the tip of his blade before a massive energy beam rushed toward Hokuto with ghastly speed. The dragon could not respond in time, so after the attack, most of the dragon's scales were burned, and he appeared more illusory as if he was about to disappear. Edward waved a talisman to him and said, "Order." Green lights enveloped the dragon as the power of nature healed his wound at a pace visible to the naked eye. Hokuto, use the thunder escape tactic. The dragon roared to the sky before shooting another lightning breath at Zuriel. However, after the latter blocked the attack, the dragon suddenly turned into lightning and disappeared. When he appeared, he was being Zuriel and used another attack. The dragon repeated the same tactic by constantly teleporting around his opponent and attacking from the sky. After a few minutes of non-stop defending, Zuriel knew he could not remain on the defensive, so he used an AoE spell. Sun magic, solar flare. The red shield protecting him suddenly turned orange with a few white spots before expanding in all directions. And as it expanded, everything in its path was reduced to ashes. Edward summoned Hokuto to stay behind him and clapped his hand together while rapidly chanting, Akino Asif no Pika Town Poof Hide. 10 giant icebergs appeared in front of him as a shield. However, Zuriel's sun power melted the ice after a few seconds of confrontation. Subsequently, the ice turned into a massive ocean that submerged the heat of the solar flare. As a result of this elemental confrontation, mist covered the entire sealed space. Edward acted quickly to write some characters in the air, and afterward, the mist in the surroundings suddenly turned into thousands of ice swords. Zuriel's face immediately became somber as he saw these swords. He has been a teacher in the Onmyo Royal Academy for some time, so he understood the magic system. As such, he could tell these swords were not simple ice, or the subcategory of the water element, but also contained the gold element to increase their sharpness. To be able to manipulate ice, water, and gold to such an extent. Who is this person? Is he really from the Western continent? Because the Western continent only used one magic attribute, it is challenging for the people there to adapt to using multiple attributes, especially without a grimoire. After coming to this place, Zuriel wanted to become an Onmyo mage teacher at the academy, but it was difficult for him to adapt to the new magic system. He had to learn many magical theories of different elements, the relationship between them, and how to properly control them for battle. So, after considering the time it would take him to become a qualified mage and teacher, he decided to become a samurai instead. However, he knew that Ojiki Akimitsu had only been in the academy for over 3 months. So, it was unfathomable to him for this individual to fight him using the Eastern magic system. Boom! The ice swords landed on Zuriel, creating a shockwave that shook the ceiling barrier Edward placed in the surrounding. However, after the smoke from the explosion vanished, Zuriel's intact body appeared. However, he was intact. His body had now completely turned red as if he was the sun incarnate. His every breath seemed to twist the space around him because of the intense heat. Sun magic, light of the sun. Zuriel turned into a red light to rush toward Edward. In an instant, he appeared in the latter's position and slashed his sword down. Bang! The ground shook, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Luckily, Edward read Zuriel's ki and reacted in time by jumping on Hokuto's back and flying in the air. An attack based on the mass of the sun? Sun magic is quite the interesting magic, thought Edward as he looked at the massive crater his opponent left where he previously stood. Of course, Zuriel could not achieve the actual mass of the sun, otherwise, the entire continent would blow up. Edward waved his hand to activate hundreds of talismans which reinforced the barrier and healed the already existing cracks. Then, he started chanting, Lord Kokinoki, ruler of the domain of forest, I beseech thee to grant me absolute control of wood, and... As Edward chanted his spell, Zuriel continued his attacks on him by rushing and slashing with his swords or even using long-distance spells. At some point, he caught up to Edward, but Hokuto sent him flying away his tail, burning it in the process. It took Edward 1.5 seconds to finish the chant, and he suffered close to 100 attacks in the process. Luckily, he learned a lot about ki sensing in class and the knowledge he previously stole from the nobles. 10,000 Buddha arm. A wooden Buddha with more than 1,000 arms appeared, and Edward jumped into its head. One arm slammed against Zuriel with extreme force. However, the wooden arm burned upon impact. Nevertheless, the other arms continued their barrages of attacks, and each time an arm was burned, another regrew to replace the destroyed one. With the constant attacks, Zuriel found his mobility impaired. So, he decided to increase the temperature around his body to burn the attacking arms at a much faster rate. Anyway, he had the elemental advantage of fire over wood. Or so he thought. A few seconds into this confrontation, Zuriel noticed his mana was reducing at an alarming rate. The wooden arms could absorb mana. Knowing he could not continue like this, he quickly went on the offensive. Sun magic, sun explosion. A mini sun the size of 5 basketballs appeared in his palm before throwing at the wooden Buddha. Hundreds of the wooden arms were instantly vaporized by the sun's heat. So, Edward took out 4 talismans and threw them at the mini-suns. They positioned themselves in 4 positions before forming a cube-shaped transparent barrier surrounding the sun. Boom! The mini-sun exploded, but the barrier managed to withstand the attack. At the same time, Zuriel prepared to attack again since he felt his mana running at an all-time low. However, he sensed something above him and looked up. He saw Hokuto with his mouth opened and a thunder ball more than 2 meters in diameter. Before he could react, the Shikigami fired the thunder ball. Sun magic, gravity of a star. A powerful gravity shield appeared to protect Zuriel from the thunder ball. However, he soon discovered that the absorption rate of his mana suddenly increased. He looked at his feet where he saw a little tree sapling next to him. It was so small that he did not even notice when it appeared next to him. Zuriel's face became pale. After using such a high-level spell and having his mana absorbed, he was almost running out. It's about time, thought Edward before clapping his hands. Then, countless circular runs and characters that seemed to be written in black ink appeared in all 4 corners of the barrier. Subsequently, silver chains came out from all directions to bind Zuriel's body. Mantra, talisman, shikigami, ceremonies, and sealing art. In such a short time, you have mastered all the advanced forms of these magics. You are quite the individual, said Zuriel calmly. However, this will not change anything. You won't get any information from my mouth. So, go ahead, do your worst. I don't need you to speak, Edward replied before motioning with his fingers. Then, a new set of chains appeared before piercing Zuriel's head and pulling out a transparent version of himself, his soul. Edward took out a bunch of more new talismans and activated them. As the talismans floated in the air, a grey mist floated out from Zuriel's body into the talismans. Not even 2 seconds after gathering these grey mists, black chains appeared on Zuriel's soul to prevent the mists from leaving them. However, Edward activated more talismans to fight the black chains. A little over 10 seconds later, a strange vibration came from the chains and annihilated Zuriel's soul, and Edward could not do anything to prevent it. With a composed look, he muttered, I was correct. There are 3 different types of universe will, the one who sealed me, the one I notice in Elysium, and the one in the Academy. After fighting and analyzing the universe's willpower from Zuriel's soul, many things became more apparent to him. Edward waved his hand to collect the grey mists he gathered. Hopefully, I can gather enough memories to learn about Elysium. 332 Transcendence. Edward reviewed all the memories he got from Zuriel, and he learned a few important things. First, Elysium is divided into 4 layers. The first, which was the one he entered, was the angel area, where regular members of the angel race resided. Not all the angels in that layer focused on battles, some are just ordinary people, albeit with very high mana compared to other races. The second layer is where the archangels resided. They all have excellent battle strength, ranging from mid to high-level devils. The third layer is where the seraphim resided. These angels have the strength of the highest devils, and 2 are on par, if not more powerful than the 3 leaders of the underworld. These 2 angels are called the Seraphim Lord and have the second highest authority in the Elysium. As for the final layer, it is a forbidden ground where God resides. Edward did not get much information about God except that all the angels called him Father. Zuriel was once a seraphim. However, a few years ago, his father sent him on a special mission to impregnate a mortal woman in the mortal realm. And to accomplish this task, he needed to give up most of his powers and start over to enter the mortal realm. This is why he did not put on a better fight since he was restricted. Regarding this entity known as God, Edward learned 2 things. 1. He is responsible for Asta and Liba's birth, and as he previously speculated, he wanted to use them to deal with the underworld. Second, and the most crucial information, was a brief conversation Zuriel had with one of the Seraphim Lords. A beautiful woman with golden wings, dressed in a long white gown, a halo floating above her head, looked at Zuriel while sitting on a silver throne. Remember, your mission will decide whether our father can reach transcendence, so you must succeed at all costs. Transcendence? What does that mean? Muttered Edward as numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Then, he seemed to have figured out something. Does this god want to escape the shackles of this universe? He knew the highest power level achievable in the Black Clover universe was tier 7 star level. After that, it is impossible to reach a higher tier, but this god must have thought of leaving this universe to reach higher levels of power. If he succeeded, he most likely would have entered the void and died. This is the sad fate of weaker universes, Edward muttered. Wait, not necessarily. The Akashic record most likely has its hands in this universe as well. If God succeeded, they might contact him and make them one of their members. After all, how many people can reach the limit of their universe, let alone find a way to ascend beyond it? He could not help but remember truth. He was a Tier 11 multiversal entity and very close to ascending beyond his universe and reaching Tier 12. From what Edward knows, only in this tier can someone survive in the void without any danger. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he pieced many puzzles together. He theorized that the Angel-Devil War was probably a war between God and Satan for the right to ascend beyond the universe. Unfortunately, the wizard sage came out of nowhere and used the fact these two were weakened in their confrontation to seal them in their respective domain, thus preventing them from achieving their goals. The wizard sage was not a normal person as well, thought Edward as he summoned his origin grimoire. He could now guess this grimoire was essential for God's ascension, and the ascension method will most likely involve the universe's will. Alright, with this much information, it should be easier to invade Elysium, thought Edward. Plus, I must get my hands on the origin grimoire at the academy as soon as possible, so I need to use some drastic means. After making preliminary plans, Edward disappeared from Zuriel's barrier and returned to his own. He looked at the passed-out shinobis and Onmyo mages and decided not to kill them. He read these people's memories and knew the Onmyo shogun sent them. So, Edward decided to let them get captured by other royal families to create political strife in the upper echelon of the Yamato dynasty. After all, such blatant attacks on students and teachers and the fact these people placed the princess in great danger are enough excuses to deal a significant blow to the shogun. Edward broke the barrier that sealed him and returned to the real world. He immediately squinted his eyes at what he saw. The princess had used a spirit fusion technique and was now battling the yokai alone. As he looked at her with 5 tails and used the celestial talisman technique with ease, using unknown mantras, and dodging the attack of the yokai, Edward knew something was wrong. She should not have such power. So, he closed his eyes and sensed the mark he had previously left on her. He felt something wrong with her soul dimension, so he secretly searched for an explanation there. Is that the former emperor's soul? Muttered Edward softly. I sense an aura similar to Zagred's reincarnation spell. So, the emperor did not suddenly die but used a reincarnation spell for some reason and is now Princess Matsumoto. Edward continued to sense as he felt he was missing something. So, after analyzing everything, a sudden understanding came over. 1 body, 2 souls. Something must have gone wrong with his spell, resulting in him reborn in a body with an already existing soul. Based on this information, Edward can guess the events after that. The emperor became Princess Matsumoto's protector and teacher. Not only will he teach her his knowledge and experience, but he will also occupy her body to protect her in times of danger. From what Edward knew, the princess suffered many assassination attempts in her youth, but she survived all of them, unlike many of her siblings. This old geezer probably wants to find a body suitable for him to take over. Most likely, the princess was interested in me because she wanted mine. With the talent he displayed, it would make sense that someone would want to seize his body. However, Edward was interested in whether the Yamato clan or some members knew of the emperor's reincarnation. More importantly, why did the emperor choose to reincarnate himself? Edward shook his head as he could not guess because of the lack of information. He then gazed at the commoner students that he trained. They were all inside a barrier created by talismans he made for them in case of emergency. However, the other royal students were lying on the floor, bleeding and on the verge of dying. As for the princess, she was holding her own, but it was apparent that she would not last long. The incompatibility of the emperor's soul with the princess's body made him difficult to use all his strength. Edward looked in the distance at those shinobi who sealed Kurama and Kisuk-sensei. They were shocked before rushing toward their captured comrades. Unfortunately, Edward used a talisman that manifested chains to capture these shinobis. But to his slight surprise, they immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide. Nevertheless, he did not care since he already had the others as witnesses. Edward then flew to the dying royal children and wrote healing talismans in the air to heal them. Although he did not like the nobility, these were talented children. They can be molded into great arcanists for the empire with the proper education. In the process of doing so, he also deactivated the power boost he gave the yokai, drastically reducing its power from a mid-level devil to a low-level one. The emperor took this opportunity to slay the yokai. Meanwhile, Edward looked in the distance with a smirk. With such a terrifying disaster, the Onmyo punishment hall should have already sent people to deal with it. Yet, after so long, no one arrived. He guessed the shogun wanted to use this opportunity not only to capture and enslave Edward but deal with the princess and the royal heirs. And he did not mind sacrificing his son, Yuji, to do so. After healing these people, Edward did not say anything else and began to chant a long mantra. While doing so, he also wrote many characters in the air. After a good minute and a half of chanting, the characters formed a magic array in the form of a circle. Then, a brilliant light descended from it to surround the entire village. The light immediately purifies the abnormal energy from the spiritual world, including the ones in the villagers. Typically, these villagers should have died after this process while their pure souls move to the afterlife. But under Edward's control, the light turned into a vitality that healed their injuries while also fixing the deformation caused by being demonized. That way, these villagers turned back to normal. This was a feat that shocked the people who experienced it. 333 Core soon, members of the royal family arrived at the village. They found Zuriel's dead body, along with the captured individual. The team leader was Princess Matsumoto's uncle, a middle-aged man with white sideburns. With a single glance, the team leader recognized the captured individuals as people of the shogun's camp. Then, he looked at Edward, and his eyes lit up slightly. What happened here? He did not receive an answer as Edward ignored him. I'm talking to. The team leader suddenly stopped as he saw a pair of callous eyes glaring at him, sending chills down to the very core of his soul. So, he closed his mouth and went to check on the princess. Meanwhile, Edward remained calm. He could guess what this person wanted to do. Nothing but to use this excuse to take him into custody for interrogation, but his real purpose will be to either control or brainwash him to serve the royal family. After everything was settled, the students returned to the academy, but this event had consequences not visible to most individuals. On Maya Protection Hall, Shogun Arata walked to the top of the building with a stern and severe look. An aura of anger emanated from him, making all the employees avoid him. Soon, he arrived at the shrine where the Divine Maiden resided. After arriving, he stood there without saying anything, and the room remained quiet for at least 10 minutes. I can't help you this time, the Divine Maiden said. Veins appeared on his forehead as he said with a hoarse voice, how about our pact? This is your problem. You are greedy, act rash, do not trust others, and when things go awry, you expect me to clean up after you. Well, not this time. Arata clenched his hands underneath his robe while fighting every urge to go on a rampage. He snorted coldly before walking out. The Divine Maiden ignored him before taking 2 pictures in her hand, Edward and Maiko. With these 2, I may be able to find my brother's soul in the spiritual world. She had a pondering look for a few minutes before taking a talisman and injecting her spirit energy. Then, a holographic image of a young boy playing manifested. The Divine Maiden looked at the boy with love and doting. Then, she muttered, I will save you, no matter what. Now that she had discarded the shogun, she needed new allies to achieve her goals. Hopefully, things will go better this time around. While Arata was on his way downstairs, a paper talisman in the shape of a bird flew in his hands. When it landed, the bird said something in a human voice, the Emperor summons you. He crushed the talisman before walking out of the protection hall. Arata then summoned an enormous red crow with 3 legs. He jumped on top of it before flying toward the royal palace. After he got close, he returned his shikigami to the spirit world before landing. Without stopping, he headed straight to the throne room, where the emperor and the patriarch of the other royal family waited for him. The current emperor, a young man in his early 30s, looked at Arata and did not say anything else. He only raised his hand to motion for someone else to speak. Then, a person holding a decree came forward and said to the shogun, as the decree by the emperor and the royal council, a temporary position called 3 heavenly guardians will be appointed in the punishment hall, serving directly under the shogun. Arata's face became ugly after hearing this. He understood these people were using the recent event to weaken his power. These guardians are here to decentralize his military power as shogun and share it with the other royal clans. And these cunning foxes made the position temporarily so when it is their family who takes the position of shogun, they can remove it as they please. Based on this decree, Arata knew 2 things to be true. His reign as shogun would be short and powerless, and his son or family will have no chance at the position after him. For a moment, he thought of fighting back, but he quickly realized these people were waiting for him to act rashly. They can use this opportunity to band together and destroy the Seam clan. So, Arata took a deep breath to calm down. This battle was not entirely over. Most of the mages, samurai, and shinobis in the protection hall were loyal to him. As long as he acts quickly, he can keep much of his power. As you order, your majesty, replied Arata before bowing, an act which made the emperor frown slightly. After seeing how the shogun behaved, he was somewhat disappointed but did show it or say anything else but simply dismissed him. Meanwhile, Edward reassured his classmate at the academy before returning to his dorm. He activated the ceiling formation in the room before summoning his grimoire. Dream magic, dream summoning. Where am I? Muttered Princess Matsumoto. The last thing she remembered was that she passed out after the battle with the yokai, and someone brought her back to the palace, where the royal physician treated her injury. Then, she felt sleepy out of nowhere before finding herself in this all-white space, standing on a massive bed that seemed to float in emptiness. She looked around before seeing a handsome man with black hair and blue eyes that shone more brilliant than the purest of jade. A Westerner, she asked while instantly becoming on guard. Call Emperor Yaka's soul, he's the one I want to talk to, said Edward. I don't know what you're talking to, replied the princess. More importantly, who are you? Do you know the consequence of kidnapping a royal family member? Edward waved his hand to manifest a barrier that imprisoned her. He then controlled the barrier to slowly reduce in size, with the purpose of eventually crushing her. He did not wait more than half a minute before an older man with a long white beard appeared. Emperor Yaka looked at him while caressing his long beard. Is this your true appearance? It seems the reincarnation spell injured your soul. Yaka frowned after hearing this. Who are you, and what do you want? I want to know about what's behind the gate underneath the academy. You should know as the former ruler and most powerful mage of this continent. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but even I do not know. That gate has been a secret kept by the Yamato clan for countless millennia. Edward looked at the princess, and the barrier increased its speed of getting smaller. In just a few seconds, she did not have much room to move and had to use her arms to try to prevent it from continuing to shrink. I know you are connecting to her soul. So, if something happens to her, you won't survive. So, stop wasting my time. Yaka frowned as slightly but did not say anything. But when he saw the princess forced to crouch down to avoid being squeezed into tomato sauce, he said, "All right, what do you want to know?" "Everything," replied Edward before stopping the barrier. Yaka took a moment to organize his thought before saying, "I was not lying, the gate has been with the Yamato clan for countless millennia, and the head of the clan had a token to open it. After inheriting the throne, I learned that the other tokens were scattered throughout the continent. So, you decided to conquer the continent to gather them?" "Yes. Ever since I was young, I've heard tales from my father that the gate contained an unimaginable secret, most likely regarding immortality, and I wanted it for myself." "So, did you succeed?" "Yes, and no. After conquering the continent and gathering the tokens from other nobles in the neighboring kingdoms and finally finding what was inside, it was what you Westerners called grimoires. I know this much. What I want to know is what is the purpose of the grimoire? Why is it there?" Yaka was momentarily surprised by this news, but he did not focus too much on it. The grimoire is the core of the spiritual world, the very reason it exists. 334 myths and legends. Edward frowned after hearing this. "Can you be more specific?" In that case, certain background knowledge is required. Do you know about the ancient war of annihilation? Are you talking about the angel-demon war? I know a little. That saves me some effort. So, you must know the hero Alan and the 10 Guardians. "I know of Alan but never heard of the 10 Guardians," answered Edward. "The Guardians were the most talented individuals underneath Alan during the war. They were indispensable in ending the war. So, what do they have to do with anything?" "One of the Guardian was the Yamato clan's ancestor, Daisuke Yamato," said Yaka slowly, who seemed to want to take his time. After the war, Daisuke felt that the grimoire was a restriction on humans and other races instead of the boost it was viewed as. So, he wanted to create a magic system not too reliant on it. So, he is the creator of Onmyoji. He did not do it alone, but essentially, yes. So, what does this have to do with the grimoire and the spirit world? As you know, spirit user with attack abilities can purify devils and protect from angels worship poisoning. Angels are as dangerous of a race as devils. While the latter enjoyed killing and destruction, the former is not innocent despite appearances. Angels have the ability to force creatures to worship them. This ability is referred to as worship poisoning. Edward learned all this from Zuriel and prepared a method to counter this ability for the Elysium's invasion. Daisuke wanted the Onmyoji system to have the power of spirits, so he sought a way to create a world full of them. And the grimoire is the core or source of that world. Edward squinted his eyes. How exactly did he create an entire world of spirits? The power of legends and myths. Daisuke found an empty dimension and used the grimoire's ability to modify it to gather the power of myths and legends. Then, he spread myths and legends about gods, demons, and spirits. And as more and more people read these legends and even believe in them, the first spirit was born in that dimension. And with time, the spirit world became what it is now. Interesting, thought Edward. If that was true, the spirit world was more valuable than previously estimated. The empire is a multicultural and multiracial one, so there is no lack of myths and legends. These stories should increase the variety of shikigami or spirits contained in the spirit world. Tell me, why is the grimoire not kept inside the spirit world? Wouldn't it be safer to keep it hiding there? It was, but one shikigami discovered it and created a disaster that almost destroyed the eastern continent. That disaster is the source of the spirit world fusing with the normal world, in other words, the spirit disasters. Did you try to take control of the grimoire and fail? Yaka momentarily paused after hearing this before nodding his head with a wry smile. Yes. I thought that I could, at last, achieve immortality or the ultimate form of power. Unfortunately, the grimoire deemed me not worthy to be its master. So, you decided to reincarnate in the hope of being born into a more talented body. I'm guessing your plan was to keep reincarnating until you find a body talented enough to control the grimoire. Edward looked at the silent Yaka and knew he was correct. The former emperor probably wanted Akimitsu's body because of his talent to finally achieve his lifelong ambition. Edward pondered deeply about the information he had just received and found a few loopholes in Yaka's story. How did Daisuke have the origin grimoire? Did he take it from the wizard sage? He would have to be extremely powerful to do so, and Edward doubted he was this capable. And even if he was, why take only one part instead of the entire thing? So, the logical conclusion is Alan gave the grimoire to him. Now, why would he encourage someone else to create a magic system that would compete with his legacy of grimoires? One possible answer, he wanted to use the spirit world to reinforce the seal he placed on God and Satan. Moreover, I'm pretty sure both Alan and God have managed to take some control of the universe will. What did you do with the gate's tokens? Asked Edward. I destroyed them. Don't look at me like that, I'm telling the truth. I did not want anyone else to open it while I was gone, so I ensured that I was the only one who could open it. Edward did not care about the tokens since he had found the correct method to crack the sealing on the gate. With the Yamato clan's bloodline, he can create a counter-sealing ceremony to open the gate. It only requires a little time and caution. Furthermore, he had a plan that would shoot two birds with one stone. If he succeeded, he would not only acquire the Origin Grimoire but also cripple the Yamato dynasty's military power, thus fast-tracking his rebellion to overthrow the ruling class and spread semi-modern concepts in this place to make it easier to integrate into the empire. Edward looked at Yaka, thinking about how to deal with him. The man was truly talented. During the conversation, Yaka used his breathing, slight body movements, fingers, and even facial features to replace mantras to cast a spell to free the princess. It was an ingenious method that Edward had never seen or thought of. With his talent, he would make a great arcanist. His only problem was his ambitions, but Edward had plenty of experience in controlling over-ambitious people. When you two wake up, you will forget this entire conversation. After saying that, Yaka and the princess felt the world spinning before Matsumoto woke up in her bed. She felt as if she had an important dream but could not remember. The same was for Yaka. At the same time, Edward opened his eyes in his dorm. These two should not be able to alert the royal family, so my plan can proceed smoothly. He summoned a bunch of puppet talismans before handing them invisible inks. He instructed them to draw the counter-sealing array that would open the gate. And since the array would surround the academy, the royal palace, and the protection hall, it would take some time. Western Continent, Clover Kingdom, Wizard King's Castle. The magic captains, Mirioliana, Aesir, and Patoli, sat at a square table with a frown. The other people participating in the invasion stood around these people. Compared to 3 months, these people's mana and overall strength had drastically increased. However, their training was far from finished. A few minutes later, clone number 9 walked into the room, and after feeling the somber look on everyone's face, he asked, "What's wrong with all of you?" No one answered him at first before Yami asked, "Are you really that powerful?" "What do you mean?" "I'm talking about the training scenario where you went mad, and we must stop you." "Oh, you're talking about that." "No, that's only 80% of my strength." Everyone looked at him with the expression that they did not believe him. For that scenario, they tried many methods to deal with him, but all their strategies ended in failure. In one strategy, they gathered their knowledge of the mana method to create a magic array that could gather the mana of all the citizens in the Clover, Diamond, Heart, and even Spade Kingdom. They thought they could stop him with this power, but he still killed all of them and the people on the continent. In another strategy, some of the magic captains became devil hosts to boost their current unimaginable strength. But it was useless. In one of their most prominent strategy, they gather all the spatial mage of the continent to turn the underworld into a dimension bomb. Then, they sacrificed countless lives to trick the mad Edward into the underworld before detonating it. Unfortunately, he still survived. "I can't do anything if you don't believe me." "Well, let's start the meeting. I have received new information on Elysium so that we can make a plan for the invasion." 335 Arrival. I have just received some information on Elysium, so we finally have a plan for the invasion. There are 4 layers to Elysium, but you will be divided into 3 groups. Edward placed a device in the middle of the table to display some of the layout and information about the angels. The first group will include the elves and most magic knights to protect them. This group will be sent to the first layer and the weakest. Your objective is to subdue the angels as quickly as possible to the elves can start the summoning ceremony. He zoomed to the second layer. The second group will consist of the magic captains, and you guys will be fighting the archangels, who are on par with the high-ranking devils. You can choose a leader amongst yourselves. The third layer is where the seraphim and the 2 lords reside. In terms of strength, the seraphim lords are even more powerful than the underworld leaders. Edward was not lying. The seraphim lords have survived since the ancient war. Meanwhile, only Astaroth has survived since the war. The other devil leaders, Lucifero and Beelzebub, only acquired their position after the war. When it comes to the third group, they will be Asta, Yami, Mirioliana, Fugilian, Aesir, Noel, Vengeance, and Vanessa. Edward chose these people because they have the highest combat talent and should reach tier 5 after the training, which is the ceiling for all creatures in this world, except for devil rulers and seraphim lords, who can reach tier 6. And only God, Satan, and Edward have reached tier 7 in the world, and the wizard sage might be the only human who reached tier 6, or maybe he also reached tier 7 with some unknown method. As long as these people work together, they can defeat the 2 seraphims and the lords. Of course, they were not the only ones expected to reach tier 5 after the training ended. Charlotte, Dorothy Unsworth, and Rilbois Mortier will do the same. However, Edward wanted these 3 to look out and protect the others in the first 2 layers to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. "Sir, wouldn't it be better to have a healing mage on our side?" asked Fugilian. "Plus, Charmy's recovery food magic would be very useful. Charmy is responsible for the magic captains in the second layer. They can come to your aid if they defeat their opponents in time. As for the healing, you won't need it because of this." He waved his hand to show them a metal heart. This is a devil heart or arcane heart for a better name. To be precise, it is a magical artifact created based on my recent research. Edward's research on devil hearts so arcanists can have higher survivability is not complete yet. But, he could still create a magical item version. This heart will provide you the same healing factor as a devil. Unfortunately, the materials needed to create one of them are rare, so all members of Team 3 can have one. But the others will only have a sub-PAR version with less than 20% of the healing capability. So, a healing mage like Mimosa is needed to help them in case something goes wrong. Everyone understood the reason for the development. Then, Aesir asked, what about the fourth layer? This is the layer where God lives. And as I mentioned before, he is a being on par with me, hence the greatest threat to our invasion. He then looked at Secret Swallowtail. This is where you come into the equation. I will give you an artifact with abundant mana. Your mission is to use it to make a seal powerful enough to block the entire fourth layer. Secret frowned slightly before nodding his head. I know the training session did not have much information on sealing. The Empire's knowledge of sealing magic could only be classified as above average. However, this should change very soon with the sealing art from the Eastern continent. Furthermore, Edward also planned for a brief visit to the Naruto universe to get their funjutsu. I recently got some more information from the Eastern continent, which should be useful to you. Secret's eyes lit up despite no change in her facial expression. How is your study of the arcane rune magic system? It's going okay. Too much stuff to study to cast one spell. But it's cool being able to use other elements, replied Yami. It's simply not as convenient as grimoires. I want to cut people, not study like a nerd, added Jack the Ripper. Edward frowned as he felt the general sentiment of these knights toward this system was not positive. You better make sure you can use the arcane versions of all the spells in your grimoire. If I'm not mistaken, there is a high chance that your grimoires will not work in Elysium. Everyone became serious after hearing this. Without their grimoires, they cannot use advanced spells, thus drastically weakening their strength. And facing such a level of an opponent with only basic spells, well, none of them here would survive such an ordeal. There is still enough time to adapt. I know that magic used to be exciting and only required training, but you should quickly adapt to the status quo of studying. It will benefit your future. A few intelligent individuals sensed these words had deeper meaning or significance behind them, but they could not think of any reason. Dorothy, you must use your dream magic as a communication link between the layers. Yes, sir. Edward nodded his head. The angels have an ability called worship poison, an aura released from their bodies that can affect the mind, forcing weaker individuals to worship them. I will modify the training booths so you can train to resist this ability. I will also craft some magic items to help, but you still need to reach a certain standard before the mission. Edward then looked at Nacht, the vice-captain of the Black Bull Squad. You will be the first to sneak into Elysium, and you must spend an entire month without being detected. Are you prepared? Yes. Excellent. Finally, your personal equipment forged by the dwarves will arrive soon. So, test and get used to them in the training booth. Now, the meeting is over. If anyone has anything else to add, do so now. Someone raised their hands, and Edward smiled after seeing who it was. Noelle, what is it? Undine-san wants to take part in this battle. Did you tell her of the danger? Edward asked with a slight frown. I did. In that case, I'll accept the help. You two can train to achieve spirit fusion. Anything else? I also want to participate. This time, it was Likita who spoke. You can't. Why not? She did not like the idea of letting her two sons do something so dangerous when she could help. Now that I can control my physique, I'm very strong. And my magic can be useful. Edward sighed but did not answer her out loud. Instead, he talked directly to her mind, explaining the ultimate fate of Zuriel, God's plan for her and Asta, and how she might be a liability to this mission. So, that's how it is, Likita muttered under her breath. Are you alright? I'm fine. After all, I already expected this. Edward motioned for Asta to comfort her, but the idiot had a confused look on his face. So, he had to rely on instead. Then, Edward dismissed the team, telling them to continue training. Alright, let's prepare for the underworld. He opened a portal outside of the Spade Kingdom. From a distance, he could sense the sealing magic prepared for him that surrounded the entire nation. I could not find the origin grimoire in the Diamond Kingdom, but I could sense it here. Morris likely took it to help the Dark Triads open the gate to the underworld. He closed his eyes before stomping on the ground. A magic circle appeared with him at the center before entering deep underground, invisible, and undetectable by normal means. He then controlled it to spread until it covered the entire Spade Kingdom. Once he finished, he teleported to the underworld since he left a coordinate mark there when he dealt with Megicula. While invisible, Edward traveled to the lower levels while secretly leaving undetectable magic circles. Of the 7 levels, he did this for 6 of them, only leaving the lowest level occupied by the rulers. Then, he left as quietly as he came. The Void, a city traveled for a few months before arriving at what looked like a sphere, stopping outside. Is this what you called the Source Wall? Asked Fleur. Yes, replied Hermione. We finally arrived at our destination. As you can already guess, we will take a small break to focus on the Konosuba world. 336 Ice Guide Morgana, enter invisible mode before descending, commanded Hermione. As you wish, Your Highness. The floating city disappeared before entering the Konosuba universe. Any anomalies? So far, everything seems to be working perfectly fine. Can you scan the environment to detect where we are? As you wish, replied Morgana. A few seconds later, she replied, we are on planet Earth, the year 2017. In that case, hide on the moon. We will go to see if the laws of this universe will restrict us, added Hermione before changing her outfit to fit the modern standard, along with the others. The group teleported to London to a spot where no one could see them, nor were there any cameras. Is this what you called rule suppression? Asked Fleur as she sensed the mana inside her body. I can only use tier 4 strength. It's an unpleasant feeling to be weakened. She was not the only one feeling this way. Phileas was also sealed from Tier 6 to Tier 4, and since it was his first voyage, the feeling was slightly unpleasant to him. Let's check around, said Hermione, and the group spent the next hours visiting the city. How fascinating. The entire city, culture, and history are exactly the same as back in our universe. However, the people are entirely different, commented Phileas. I wonder the reason. Edward had two theories to explain this scenario, said Hermione. 1. The world we currently are, was created by some individual from primordial Earth, using Earth as a model. Or, the dimension primordial Earth exists in is so special that it can influence the void to create these worlds based on Earth. That would be an interesting conjecture to prove, said Lily. Yes, it would. Unfortunately, anything related to primordial Earth is currently above our pay grade, said Hermione. After checking the city to ensure there was no abnormality, Morgana hacked the network of the entire planet before creating an identity for the team. She also ensured they were wealthy and bought a villa for their stay. After all, with control of the web, money is nothing but a number. Morgana, how long before we can return to our peak state? Asked Snape. Permission to scan your bodies. Permission granted? According to my calculations, 3 months, 14 days, and 8 hours. Snape looked at Hermione. Do you want to use the plan now or wait until we fully recover? To be safe, let's wait. Then, the group decided to split up to do different things. Fleur and Phileas wanted to experience this era. After all, the Empire went from the technological age of the early 2000s to hundreds of years of the future in a few decades. So, the life of modern people in the year 2017 was attractive to the two of them. However, the same could not be said for Hermione, Snape, and Lily, who already experienced the novelty of this era in the last voyage. So, Snape and Lily decided to take a ship to travel throughout the galaxy, while Fleur and Phileas traveled worldwide, visiting different countries and experiencing different cultures. As for Hermione, she decided to become a dentist in the short 3 months. Before learning she was a witch, she always thought she would be a dentist like her parents. But she never had the opportunity, especially since dentistry was no longer an occupation in the Empire. After all oral issues can be solved with a cheap potion or a spell. She made a slight stir in the dentistry world in the short 3 months. And she could have achieved more if not for the fact she wanted to remain relatively low-key. Then, the group finally reunited before immediately exciting their plan. They drink a potion that seals their mana, aura, and higher life essence, essentially turning them into mortals. Then, they took a trip to Japan, where they had an accident during a bus crash. Soon afterward, the 5 found themselves sitting in a slightly dark and ethereal space. What is going on? Where am I? Asked Hermione in confusion. Fleur, is that you? Aren't we dead? Are the others here? I thought so as well. Hehem. The 5 of them looked at the woman with silver hair sitting opposite them. I am the goddess Eris, and unfortunately, you have died. The 5 of them, except Snape, had sad faces before sighing. Now, regarding your case, there are some complications. You are all British, so someone else should be responsible for your afterlife. However, given that you died in Japan, the region currently under my control, I'm responsible for you. What is going to happen to us? Asked Fleur, a little flustered. You have 2 options. You can ascend to heaven, or I can reincarnate you into a world of sword and magic with all your memories intact. Is it possible to send us back to Earth? Asked Hermione. Unfortunately, no. I figure. Reincarnating in another world, muttered Phileas. Is that what the Japanese called Isa? What's the word? Isekai, said Snape with his usual stoic voice. I forgot you like to watch these cartoons. It's not a cartoon, it's anime. I've told you this many times. Eris coughed lightly as she felt those 2 were about to fight each other. So, what is your decision? When someone gets Isekai, they usually have some cheat-like abilities or items. Does that rule also applies here? Asked Snape. That's correct. In that case, I want. Excuse me, could you tell us about the situation of this magical world? Asked Lily. The Maris explained about the world of Axis, the Demon King invasion, and a few basic knowledge. However, Lily was not satisfied and spent the next 10 minutes asking questions after questions. Phew, is this what it takes to be an elite lawyer? I can't believe such a meticulous person is married to an anime-loving pharmacist. They seemed completely incompatible, thought Eris while giving Snape a strange glance. I want all the magical knowledge of the world. I want a copy skill to copy all the skills. I want a skill that allows me to ignore skill points. I want a super class that combines all the classes. I want 1 billion mithril coins. Eris's lisp twitched after hearing the requests of these people. Unfortunately, I cannot accept your request. Why not? Recently, someone asked to take one of our goddesses as their cheat ability. So, the gods in heaven decided to change the rules and limit the request allowed. She quickly manifested a book. This is a book containing the things you can request for. The group rapidly read through the books before glancing at each other. They communicated the same thought through the eyes. All these so-called divine items are thrash. Any of them could make them once their power is unsealed. Ultimately, they chose a permanent buff that made them rise more quickly in levels than others. Finally, Eris sent them into the new world. What a strange group, she muttered before taking out a file containing their lives on Earth. She felt something was wrong with them but could not pinpoint exactly what it was. So, she gave up pondering on the issue. The world of Axel. Well, this went smoother than expected, said Hermione. Yes, I think giving each of us unique personality traits was a great idea, said Fleur. I'm just happy we don't have to use force to enter this dimension, added Phileas. Nevertheless, we still need Morgana to locate this dimension in case we need to make an emergency retreat. Snape looked at the ring in his body, and with a thought, a green tube appeared in his hand. He drank it and immediately felt the effect. He unsealed his mana. However, he soon frowned afterward. What's wrong? Asked Lily. My mana is unsealed, but I can't cast any spells. It must be because you don't have the mage class. The rules of this dimension might be very restrictive regarding classes. Snape nodded. The great news is our aura has no problem, so we can still use our physical strength if needed. Then, the other members also drank the potion to unseal themselves before heading to the Adventurer Guild. 337 job classes. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name on the website. The plot is getting exciting there, and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Atsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Atsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/bnseztappy__________________. The group asked for direction and quickly found the Adventure Guild. Their strange clothes quickly caught people's attention, but the adventurers quickly paid attention to the lady's beauty, especially Fleur, which had a natural charm emanating from her body. However, after Snape stared at them with his vicious eyes, they quickly pretended not to see anything and only looked through the corner of their eyes. Hello, how can I help you? Asked Luna. Are you the receptionist? Asked Hermione. Yes, you can call me Luna. She's beautiful, said Fleur. Edward would like her. She is his type. I wonder how many women he will bring back this time. He's been pretty tame recently, so I'm taking a gamble and say one. Hermione sighed out loud. It's because he's been tame that I fear he won't control himself now he is alone. What's with the sigh? What? Can't I at least complain? We've been together now for more than 6 decades. You should get used to his womanizing way by now, said Fleur. No, it does not matter how long we are together. I will complain. While these two were conversing, the other did not know what to say. This kind of topic involved the personal affairs of the royal family, and it was not their place to say anything, especially in public. Ahem, said Phileas, reminding these two they were in public. Oh, sorry for the delay, said Hermione, with no shame or embarrassment. Meanwhile, Luna could only smile wryly. She had heard of the scandalous affairs amongst nobles, but she did not expect to experience them in person. These women are over 60 years old? How did they keep their youth? Is it some kind of potion? We would like to register as adventurers, said Hermione. No problem, but an appropriate fee is required for the registration. Hermione frowned slightly. We forgot the fee. Should we go kill a few monsters for money? No need, said Fleur before walking to one of the tables with a few adventures. She had slight tears in her eyes as she explained how arduous of a journey she had coming to Axeltown, how she was attacked and lost all her valuables and money. Then, these adventurers handed her all their money, even the savings they had accumulated to place their old mother in retirement. Then, Fleur brazenly walked to the other tables and did the same thing, and she succeeded. Just like that, she acquired the money for 5 of them to register and the money to buy some decent starting gear. Looking at the sack of money in her hand, Hermione shook his head. What's the point of doing this? We could have just sold a few jewelries from our interdimensional rings. It's fun, Fleur replied while sticking her tongue out. Meanwhile, the shocked Luna received the money before registering them. The next step was to acquire an adventure card. She told one of them to place her hand on a special magic item that would determine their stats. Hermione was the first to place her hand on the orb-shape apparatus. A few seconds later, Luna looked at her card. Oh my, all your stats are maxed out, even your luck. What's more, it is said your mana is unquantifiable. With these stats, you can choose any advanced job classes. You even have an unnamed skill. Before Luna could make a commotion, Hermione took the card from her hand and looked at it. Upon closer observation, she could not find anything special yet. However, as she observed the category for skills, she read the information. Unnamed skill, strange energy that is both mana and not. It can grant the user enhanced physical stats, magic resistance, vitality, and some elemental affinity. A skill perfect for both magic and non-magical classes. Let's call it Aura, she said, and the name on the card changed. Yet, she had not detected how this thing functioned or any information on it. Soon afterward, the group all acquired their cards, and by then, Luna could not talk. This was the first time he saw a group of people with maxed out stats and such an incalculable mana reserve. I'm not surprised by the maxed out stats, but I'm a little surprised by our luck, said Fleur. So, what job classes should we take? We can't all be archwizards. One of us has to be an adventurer since they can learn the skill of all the other classes. I want to be an elemental archer, said Phileas. The most famous virtual reality game in the Empire is called World of Magic, and Phileas enjoyed playing the archer class once in a while. So, he decided to do so in real life. I always find it weird how a former duel champion like yourself enjoys playing as an archer, said Hermione. Phileas shrugged his shoulder. Being a mage is boring. I want to be the archwizard, said Snape. A boring choice. I want to be the crusader, said Lily. I'll be the archpriest, said Fleur. Are you sure? Asked Hermione. They have no battle powers except against undead. It's fine. I have the aura skill, so it's okay. In that case, I'll be the adventure. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you sure you want to choose the adventure job class? That's the weakest one. It would be a waste of your potential, said Luna. I'm aware, so you don't have to worry. Luna tried to persuade her, but it was no use. So, she changed their jobs with a sigh. Did you feel it? Asked Hermione. Yes, the so-called skill is a spell engraved in a person's DNA or bloodline, replied Fleur in the arcane language. She looked at the adventure card. This technology will revolutionize both our genetic engineering and bloodline fusion technology. She was slightly excited. Her main research has always been on DNA and bloodline, and she could be considered one of the best in the field. However, her main topic of deciphering the Dragon King's bloodline and fusing them has not succeeded after decades. But now, she finally saw hope. This fact is not absolute for the Archwizard class, said Snape. Oh, did you discover something? It seems to be a combination of bloodline spells and knowledge, he replied while reviewing the knowledge that was inserted into his mind after becoming an archwizard. Tinder, said Snape as he sensed his bloodline activated to use his mana as an energy source. Then, a small ball of flame appeared in his hand. The good thing about this magic system is we only need enough skill points to learn advanced magic. But, this could also be its downside. Furthermore, it seems possible to invent skills like aura. What about your crusader class? High stamina, high magic resistance, high vitality, high strength, and some weird affinity or talent for the sword, she replied while sensing the changes to her body. Then, she looked at the adventure card. As for the skills I can learn, they are most tank-related skills, with a few offensive ones. What about you, Professor Phileas? I have high dexterity and an affinity for the bow. As for skills, I have two basic ones, Farsight, which allows me to see far in the distance, and Snipe, which allows me to fire from a bow or crossbow. The odd thing is the success of my attacks is not based on my aim but on my luck. This could be an interesting thing to test out. So, what do we do next? Asked Fleur toward Hermione. We need to get as many skill points as possible to learn all the skills in our respected job classes. The magic system of this dimension might be extremely beneficial to the Empire, so let's find out how it operates. Of course, we still can have some fun in the process. Afterward, the group left the bewildered Luna, who was curious about what they were saying. They went to buy some basic equipment before heading out to hunt monsters. They first decided to gain skill point before learning how to purchase or make skill-up potions. An elemental archer is not a real advanced class in Konosuba. I made it up for this fanfic. There was no advanced job class for archers, so I made one up. Furthermore, decoy is the only active skill revealed about crusaders, while the other 4 skills are buffs. So, I'll have to make some up. 338 skill. The group traveled outside the town, searching for magical beasts or demons to slay and level up. Soon, they ran into a group of giant toads. Perfect, said Phileas before rushing to a nearby tree and jumping in one of the branches. Despite his short stature, he was pretty nimble. He took out his bow and arrow. Snipe. The arrow streaked across the sky before penetrating the head of the frog. The ground shook slightly as the enormous beast dropped to the ground. Weird. I really do not need to aim, it's all based on luck. Phileas aimed in a direction without any frogs. But to his surprise, one suddenly jumped from afar and landed in front of his arrow. Not convinced, Phileas shot on the opposite side of the frogs. However, the wind blew, changing the direction of his arrow a full 180 degrees before hitting another frog. Is this the power of luck? It could be an interesting form of magic. While Phileas lamented the strangeness of his job class, the others also began their hunt for the frogs. With her knight armor, Lily rushed to the nearest frog and sliced it into 2 parts. Then, she ran toward another one, jumped into the frog's head to avoid its weird tongue attack, and pierced its brain. Hermione was the same as her. The adventurer class had no skills at the beginning, so she had to rely on her previous skills. She had 2 thin swords designed for speed and agility, so she rushed to the nearest toad. Swoosh! The frog looked at her in puzzlement. Then, an X-shaped mark appeared on his body before he was divided into 4 pieces. She was about to kill another frog when she felt light covering her body, and her strength suddenly increased. She looked at Fleur and smiled. Is this the powered spell? Not bad. Then, she continued her rampage of slaughtering the frogs. Meanwhile, Fleur had a frown. She received a small amount of XP since she did not kill any frogs, heal anyone, or even help in the battle. After all, her teammate did not need her boost. Priests only have a few ways they can fight, and most of their leveling up and skill point acquisition came from fighting undead. She did not want to wait nor use the barbaric way of close combat. So, Fleur schemed through the list of skills she could learn. This world focused heavily on talent. Based on a person's natural talent, they will get more skill points when hunting. Learning skills require fewer points, and leveling up is easier. Some people will not even get a list of all their classes' skills or spells after changing their job classes. Only the talented ones will. The others must wait until they reach a certain level before these skills appear in their adventure cards. Fortunately, the group's talent was the pinnacle of this world, if not more. So, Fleur used her meager point to learn the spell Reflect. Then, she said to Hermione, "Can you use a sword slash toward me?" Although puzzled, Hermione agreed. She concentrated on her newly acquired skill Aura and slashed with her sword. A green sword slash traveled toward Fleur, who immediately used the Reflect spell. However, she did not deflect the attack toward Hermione but controlled it toward the nearest toads, dividing it into two. She looked at her adventure card and realized she had acquired a lot more XP and skill points. So, using this method, she acquired enough points to purchase the skill called Puppet. She used it to control the action of one of the frogs, forcing it to hunt its own kind. Snape looked at the frog in front of him and said, "Tinder." A small flame appeared in his hand, and he frowned. No matter how much mana he input into the spell, the fire did not get bigger than an egg. And even Fleur's buff did not seem to increase the power of the flame, but Snape guessed it might boost the damage it could cause upon impact. This world's magic system is easy to use and become stronger, but there are too many restrictions. The basic magic is mostly useless. While in thought, he moved his head slightly to dodge the tongue of the frog before 3 small tinders appeared in front of him. 2 of them entered the frog's eyes and the other into his mouth, burning it from the outside and inside. He looked at another frog and chanted, "Create water." Water appeared from his wand, and bathed the frog. Freeze. The water turned into ice, turning the frog into a popsicle. "I can't remember the last time I had to chant for spell casting. How embarrassing," muttered Snape before focusing on his next target. He used the tinder spell once again. However, he did not use it to burn his opponent. Instead, he controlled the flame to flight at a breakneck speed, essentially using the flame as a bullet. If any caster were here, they would be shocked at how versatile Snape used basic spells. After killing a few more frogs, he had enough skill points to learn a few intermediate spells, so he chose Fireball and Paralyze. "Fireball," chanted Snape as he looked at a flame the size of a tennis ball. He increased his mana input, and the size increased to that of a basketball. Well, at least intermediate spells are more malleable, but there seems to be a limit still. Then, he would make the frogs unable to move before burning them with the Fireball spell. However, after realizing this method took longer than his previous tactic, he focused on using Tinder to kill more frogs. After a few more tries, he no longer needed to chant to cast the spells, as his proficiency in the spells had risen on its own. Suddenly, he had an idea, and a wicked idea came to his mind. He looked in the direction of his wife, who was having fun slashing frogs with her sword. He watched her from the corner of his eyes to prevent her senses from detecting him. When she rushed toward another frog, Snape used the double casting skills he had recently developed. He instantly created a pool of water and froze it. And the frozen pool was located on Lily's exact footing, making her slip and fall. Things went so fast and unexpected that she did not have time to react. What's worse is that she fell right in front of the frog. Then, the enormous beast swallowed her. Swish! She cut her away from inside the beast's body. Unfortunately, she was now completely covered in slime from the frog's mucus. She looked at Snape in anger, but the latter was unlaughing. Furthermore, he took out an old-fashioned camera and started to take pictures. Looking at his wife in armor, covered in slime, Snape could only say one of his fantasies was fulfilled today. At first, Lily was angry, but after seeing Snape's pure smile and laughter, she also began to laugh at herself. Then, she began to pose for him, not even minding the disgusting slime. Can you two lovebirds leave your kinky activities for your private time," said Fleur. Immediately, Snape returned to his stoic face, pretending nothing had occurred. "Your Highness, there is no need to be jealous. The Emperor will arrive soon so that you won't be lonely for long," Lily replied before spinning around like a tornado to send away all the slime on her body. "Do you want to fight? Are you sure?" Then, Fleur remembered the situation she was in. With her Archpriestess class, she could barely fight. And she doubted her succubus's bloodline would affect Lily with its restraint in this dimension. So, she snorted before ignoring her. Meanwhile, Hermione slashed another frog with a weird look on her face. She would never imagine in her life she would see Professor Snape, of all people, acting in such a manner. And considering that Lily was the mother of one of his closest friends back in Hogwarts, she shook his head to ignore the absurdity of the entire situation. "The frogs are completely gone. Let's hunt other creatures. We have 3 days to earn enough points to learn all the skills in our classes." So, they rushed to exterminate all life in the surrounding few kilometers. The group targeted them, whether it was lizard runners, giant worms, unicorn bunnies, or undead. With their stamina and aura skill, they could run faster than most carriages and not be tired. So, they covered quite the distance in a short time. In the end, they had to stop because something had occurred. 339 Undead Empresso, blackness shrouded in light. Frenzied blaze clad in the night. In the name of the crimson demons. Let the collapse of thine origin manifest. Summon before me the root of thy power hidden within the lands. Of the kingdom of demise. Explosion. Boom. A terrifying explosion like a nuclear bomb devastated the area, killing all the unicorn rabbits and destroying the forest they habit. The shockwave of the attack created a powerful wind, making the group's hair and robes float. With a bashing red face, Snape turned to look at his wife holding a camera. "Are you happy now?" "Yes, seeing you do Chuyunibio things brings great joy to me." Snape rolled his eyes before embracing her and walking toward the other. Has Phileas not come back? Asked Lily. No, he just sent news to leave him alone to his adventure, Hermione replied, looking at Fleur, who squatted in front of a corpse. Did you find something? A few things, actually, she replied before pointing her hand at the half-mutilated corpse and saying, revive. Then, the body of the unicorn rabbit rapidly regenerated. Its bones, organs, and skin regrew at speed visible to the naked eye. Lastly, its soul was summoned from the afterlife and fused with its body. Back home, reviving someone is a long and arduous process. Whether it is to heal the body, summon the soul and fuse it with the body. All these actions are separate steps that require much effort and a lot of resources. However, this revive spell combined all these steps into one and drastically reduced the resources needed. The question is whether it will work for arcanists of a certain tier. She looked at everyone. Who wants to die? There is no point in us trying. We will get a tier 6 clone and try it, said Hermione. The real issue is whether the laws of our universe will allow such constant messing of life and death. Our solar system has its own underworld. Without Herpo's control, there should be no issue, replied Fleur. The problem is beyond our star system. We also must consider the chaos that will ensue if the Empire has thousands if not more archpriests with the revive spell, added Lily. Indeed, we have to take preventive measures, said Hermione. What about the other thing? As Edward expected, the archpriest's spell purification can indeed purify mana. But, the rate of conversation is atrocious. That goddess Aqua can use sacred purification, so she could be essential to helping us purify our mana and reach tier 7. I can probably make a mana purification potion with her spell as the ingredient, added Snape, who has been trying to come up with this potion for some time now. That's a good idea. Any other discoveries? Asked Hermione. We can translate some of the arcane runes spells into skills with skill points, but there is a limit to the number of spells translated, said Snape. Speaking of limits, I discovered that all the job classes are a form of bloodline, and the limit of all the bloodlines is tier 3, or level 60 in this world's level system. If we can recreate the magic system and how the entire dimension operates, the Empire will have a quick way to manufacture tier 3 arcanists. The way this dimension operates is that as long as you kill any creature, you can level up and acquire higher stats, including mana. Lily, how did your experiment go? It went well. The foreign magical beasts I summoned from the floating city seem to have been assimilated by the laws of this dimension. I killed one before assimilation and one after assimilation. And as you can guess, the one after assimilation gave me a lot of XP and allowed me to level up. However, I have no idea how the assimilation process works. Any idea? Everyone shook their heads. Then Hermione said, Edward theorized this dimension was based on the ability system manipulation, its subcategory, law manipulation, to be precise. A person with law manipulation ability could establish rules in a selected area. For example, they could make it that all battles are fought with sticks and stones. If someone tried other methods like guns or magic, they would not work or be punished. Or that person could make a rule that you can only kill a person if you touch the back of their neck. Then, no matter how powerful that person or what tier he is, he will die, unless the person with law manipulation is weak or their power has limitations. So, the rules are if you kill monsters, you can level up and acquire higher stats, said Snape. This should be another form of causality manipulation. Well, system manipulation and law manipulation are subcategories of causality manipulation anyway. We can use this direction to investigate this dimension and discover its mystery and try to replicate it, said Hermione before looking in a direction. Someone was coming. Soon, Luna showed up, accompanied by 2 other adventurers that looked like bodyguards. Luna, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, but I'm here on the order of the guild master. Is something wrong? The guild master asked your party to please stop hunting. Why? Isn't it a good thing to clean these dangerous creatures? Luna smiled in embarrassment. Normally, that would be the case. However, your party has hunted too many magical beasts to the point of disrupting the ecosystem in the surrounding towns. Furthermore, the guild relied on these creatures to give quests and ensure adventurers have a somewhat stable income. Your actions have disrupted this, making countless people unable to make a living. Hermione pondered briefly. If you put it this way, we are indeed at fault. Do you want us to help you fix the problem? No need. People from the headquarters will come to deal with the issue. One last question, can we still take other quests? As long as it is the high-level ones, the guild has no problem. Very well. Severus, let's go. Snape nodded his head before using the spell teleport. A flash of light enveloped the group, and they disappeared, leaving a shocked Luna. They could have offered me a ride home. I've come all the way here. The group had bought an enormous castle outside of Axeltown to serve as their base. So, they teleported there to rest. For the next few days, they set up a laboratory with equipment from the floating city. Luckily, 95% of these pieces of equipment worked with no problem, while the rest needed a few recalibrations, and only a minority stopped working altogether. Then, the team visited a few places throughout the city. Hermione needed to learn a few skills from other classes, like the thief skills, assassin skills, magic crafting skills, blacksmith skills, and skills with job classes his group did not have. Snape needed to learn how to make potions. He bought all the potion recipes available in Axel using a lot of money. Then, Fleur and Hermione headed to Wiz Magic's shop while Lily and Snape returned home to focus on the potions. Welcome, customers. How can I help you? Asked the Wiz with a smile. Fleur looked up and down at her. Besides the slightly pale complexion, she does not look like a lich. What are you talking about? I'm not a lich. There is no need to fluster, Hermione appeased her. We are here just to learn some undead skills from you. Forget about that for now, suddenly said Fleur. I just had a great idea. She would be a great addition to the harem. Hermione nudged her. What are you talking about? We are trying to incorporate undead as citizens to the Empire. What a better way to show our position by making one of the Empress an undead. You are right, but you should have noticed Edward's tone when he talked about her. It's obvious he is attracted to her. So, it's better to be proactive in the selection process. Hermione sighed. All right. Fleur smiled before taking out a photo. This is our husband. Handsome, isn't he? How would you like to become sisters with us? Wiz felt her head spinning as she could not understand what these people were talking about. Excuse me, There is no need to answer immediately. We will tell you all about him. Then, you can decide. The more Fleur looked at her, the more satisfied she was. Wiz was a peak tier 3 archwizard and a very talented one too. So, once she returned to the Empire, she would make a fine arcanist. In terms of look, talent, and strength, you are a qualified empress. The only issue I can notice is you're a little too soft and kind-hearted. Plus, your vulnerability to holy aura or magic is a significant problem. However, we should be able to find a way to fix your problems in due time, said Hermione. I have not accepted yet, said Wiz in a low voice. You will, said Fleur. While the two were chatting, the doorbell rang, and a few people walked in. Just in time, we plan to visit your group afterward. 340 Goddess and Magic Crimson Clan. Who are you? Kazuma asked calmly. However, his thoughts were entirely different from his expressed demeanor. Oh my god, two beauties with great bodies, especially the blonde one. Is my spring coming? Is it finally time for me to find love? Wait, I've been tricked before by darkness. I need to know their personalities first. You were thinking about something dirty, weren't you, kid? Said Fleur. Of course not. Please don't accuse me of anything without evidence. You know there are spells that can read minds, right? So, you said you were looking for us? What for? Kazuma blushed with shame before coughing slightly. First, let us introduce ourselves, said Hermione. We are from the Arcane Party. Arcane Party? The one who ran us out of our business, asked Aqua. We're sorry about that. We only wanted to make Axeltown safe. That still. Kazuma placed his hand on her mouth before saying with a smile, we appreciate your hard work. So, what does such a famous party want with lowly ones like us? We wanted the help of Aqua and Megaman with a few experiments, said Hermione directly. Experiment, said Aqua as she crossed her arm across her chest, taking a defensive posture. Yes, we want to know what is so unique about a goddess, what makes you different from a normal human. Goddess? What are you talking about? Asked Kazuma with a perplexed look. One would think he was genuinely confused if anyone did not know him. There is no need to hide, we are from Earth, London to be precise, replied Hermione in English instead of the language of this world. If you are from the London region, shouldn't you be in a different world? Hermione and Fleur's eyes lit up as these words confirmed their guess. There are other dimensions to which reincarnators from Earth will be sent after their death, and it is based on the country or region they are born in. We died in a bus crash in Japan, so they sent us to this region, said Hermione. This is against the rules. Eris should know better, muttered Aqua. So, what do you think of our proposal? I'm sorry, but we have to decline, said Kazuma. We'll pay you 1,000,000 Eris. Deal, replied Kazuma swiftly and with no hesitation. Kazuma, yelled Aqua and Megaman. How could you sell your teammates like that? Said Darkness with a crimson face, obviously aroused by the thoughts of being sold by her teammate. Do you know what we can do with 1,000,000 Eris? Said Kazuma with a loud voice. We can pay our debt and still have enough money to live a life of luxury. Aqua, you want to go back home, right? Yes. With that kind of money, we can hire the most elite adventurers to defeat the Demon King. No, better yet, we can ask this arcane party to help as a condition since they are so powerful. Megaman, think about your parents back in the village. Think how poor they are. You can change their life and become the richest Crimson Magic clan ever. The eyes of these two turned into money signs. Plus, you can use the money to buy skill-up potions and add all your skill points to level up explosion, said Fleur. I accept, immediately said Megaman. What about you, Aqua? The blue hair goddess only nodded as she was distracted, thinking about everything she could buy. In that case, let's go to our castle. Excuse me, can I also be experimented on? Asked Darkness. You need to learn how to control your masochism, commented Hermione. Wiz, you can also come with us. Then, she dragged Wiz to join the group before using the teleport spell to return to the castle. After arriving, Hermione handed Kazuma a purple bank card. A platinum card from the Eris Bank, said Aqua before taking the card from his hand before he could react. She checked to discover there was indeed 1,000,000 on the account. Since you have your money, let's begin with the experiment. It's not going to hurt, right? If necessary, we will give you anesthesia. The group quickly took Aqua and Megaman into the laboratory where Snape and Lily waited. They hooked the two to many machines and did many tests, including taking their blood. The four had a holographic image showing them a bunch of data. Kazuma wondered how these people acquired such advanced technology, but he did not ask. So, did you find something? Yes, and it is fascinating, said Hermione. Firstly, she has a long lifespan compared to humans. Of course. As a goddess, I'm immortal. Not quite. You can naturally live for only 1,000,000 years, but with more followers giving you faith, your lifespan is infinite. However, without them, you would die after 1,000,000 years. Aqua opened her mouth in shock as this was news to her. Hermione displayed a small crystal in the hologram. This is the source of your god's power. Do you have a name for it? I think it's called Divine Spark. Divine Spark? A barely acceptable name. Nevertheless, it is truly a remarkable organ. It's not an organ, it's a gift, corrected Aqua. It's located in your brain and connected to your nervous system, so it is part of you. Adding the fact it has a function, it's an organ. Aqua slightly snorted without rebutting. So, what does this spark thingy does? Asked Megumin. The Divine Spark has many functions. The main one is to convert the faith of Aqua's followers into mana. Is that why she has an unlimited amount of mana? Asked Kazuma. Basically, replied Hermione. However, the interesting thing about the Divine Spark is its natural ability to purify faith. The others may not know what this means, but the 4 from the Empire knew. The gods in their universe need to use the divine flame to purify their faith, and even then, it is still not enough as it corrupts their soul. But this Divine Spark does not have this issue. Of course, they also know there could be a limit to the Divine Spark. After all, based on their calculation, the gods in this world are at the peak of their power in the heavenly realm, not in the mortal world. And the most powerful of them are probably between tier 4 and 5, with a few reaching tier 6. Regrettably, they do not have enough data to know for sure. Does faith need to be purified? Asked Aqua. How can you be a goddess and not know these things? Said Kazuma. How can you blame me? I spent most of my time in heaven reading manga, so I didn't pay attention to many things. Just know that without purifying faith, it will corrupt your soul, forcibly changing your personality. Aqua frowned as she remembered Wolbach, the dark goddess of violence and sloth. Many of her believers were demons, creatures that feed on negative human emotions. So, it could be the reason she turned evil. Of course, she failed to consider that her followers from the Axis Church just randomly labeled Wolbach a dark goddess before sealing her. Does that thing have other purposes? Asked Aqua, now curious about her ability. Yes. It has an attribute, and yours is water. The others knew the divine spark of these gods did not have authorities like the divine sparks of elder gods back home, just attributes. Is that why I'm the goddess of water, and Eris is the goddess of fortune? Don't ask such an obvious and stupid question. Kazuma, who are you calling stupid? Snape, silently processing data with the other 3, gave these 2 a look, and they immediately stopped bickering. Meanwhile, Darkness was jealous that she was not the one who received such a stern stare, and Megumin was playing with her cat, Kumusk. As for Wiz, she was looking at everything around the lab with shining eyes. The divine spark is responsible for the divine aura your body naturally emits, which attracts undead and magical beasts. And more importantly, it is why you gods can use sacred spells. If there is one thing the group desired after studying the divine spark, it's the ability to use sacred spells, which are an enhanced version or boosted version of any spells. For example, Aqua can only use tier 3 level spells in the mortal world, but her sacred spells reach tier 4. If they can replicate this method and allow it to keep the 1 tier boost no matter what, Arcanists would be able to skip ranks in battles. A tier 8 Arcanist could use a sacred spell to defeat a tier 9 mage. So, this goddess is special. Everyone rolled their eyes. I still cannot wrap my head that Aqua is the goddess worshipped by the Axel Church, said Darkness. Forget about her. What about my results? Asked Megumin. Your Crimson Magic clan's DNA has been modified to grant all of you a high talent for magic, Fleur responded this time. That's it. Fleur smiled but did not say anything further. They all knew she was even more valuable than Aqua. Her DNA can be analyzed and recreated. And once that is done, it means that the Empire will enter the era where every single individual can be Arcanist through genetic engineering. What's more, the Crimson Magic clan's bloodline is a tier 3 one, so it is guaranteed that every citizen will eventually reach that level. This might not be good news for the safety and governing of the citizens, thought Hermione. Currently, 95% of citizens have practiced aura methods since it is now mandatory. So, even the average citizen can easily lift a ton. At first, controlling such a large population with superpowers was difficult, but they got things under control. Now, things will become even more complicated if all citizens can use magic. Well, let's leave all this trouble for Edward and Aunt Amelia to figure out. Is that it? Are we done? Asked Kazuma. No, we still require many tests from the 2 of you over the next few months. However, you can go home for today. 341 Arcane Spark. Hermione walked into one of the lab rooms, looking at the busy Fleur. How is your research going? I've just finished analyzing the DNA of the Crimson Magic clan. Now, I'm studying Aqua's divine bloodline and the bloodline of a succubus. Their ability to place people into a lustful dream has inspired me. Fleur once modified her Vila bloodline to a higher level of a succubus. However, the process is incomplete since the succubus she used to model hers was a low-level one summoned using the book Solomon's Key. You finished analyzing it so soon. Honestly, it was not as hard as I anticipated. After Wiz teleported me close to the Crimson Clan village and stole their blood, the process was quite smooth. It could be because of law interference theory, said Hermione. Edward and the Illuminati group noticed a strange phenomenon while studying DNA/bloodline back home. Although the wizard gene was discovered long ago amongst the wizards of the old era, it was impossible to modify the genes of muggles to grant them magical abilities. Bloodline infusion was possible, but it was a significant risk with a low survival rate, even to this day. At first, everyone believed it was because the Empire's genetic engineering was not on par, but as the technology developed, it was still difficult. In fact, even studies in this domain seemed extremely slow compared to others. Then, Edward came up with the law interference theory. According to him, magic, most likely because of its high ceiling, is a gift from the universe itself, so only a few lucky people can have the talent for it, not counting inheriting it from their parents. The research of genetically engineering wizards or granting people with magical talent goes against the essence of the universe. So, the universe itself interfered with or slowed down any research in this field. And the only way to deal with this issue is to do this research in another universe and brings them back. Now, the flaw of this theory is that if the universe does not allow every individual to have magical talent, it could render the research useless after bringing it back. However, recently, Edward discovered that after each voyage, he would bring back records of the laws or operations of other universes. And Krona, the universe will take these records and supplement the HP universe. This is one of the reasons that a universal power system like gate alchemy functioned in the HP universe. So, can we recreate it back in the Empire? Asked Hermione. There should be no problem, but we won't know for sure until we get back. How about you? How is your research? Not very good. I have analyzed the adventures card connection to the job class's unique bloodline and soul. It is similar to the concept of inherited memories we discovered in high-level bloodlines like dragons. So, the skills are like inherited memories, they are like instinct engraved directly in the genes. It would explain how they can use them easily without much effort. Correct. Unfortunately, this is all I have discovered so far. I still have no idea how the card is created or how the level-up system operates. Didn't you analyze the card-making machines we stole? Yes, Morgana is currently running diagnostic on it, but there is nothing so far. It seems we lack the correct direction. What about Lily? Asked Fleur. She's studying the divine spark, but she's not having any luck either. Then, what about the skill-up potion? Didn't you learn anything from it? No. Snape can make the potion by following the steps and using the potion-making skill but still has not discovered how it works. Well, there is no need to rush things. We still have a lot of time. That's true. Is that it? If not, I have to go capture an ancient dragon. We need to have a meeting on our overall plan for this world. Fleur nodded before heading to the lounge where Snape and Lily waited. Everyone got some tea and sat down to chat. What do you guys think we should do? Hermione asked. Do you think we should establish the Arcane Empire in this place? It should be easy to conquer this world with a Golem Legion, but is it truly worth it? Commented Lily. One thing for sure is we need to get these gods on our side or capture them if necessary. The fact they are a species who can transform faith into mana makes them extremely valuable, said Snape. There is a high chance we will accomplish the project of allowing a body to have both mana and divine energy through them. In that case, we will need to enter heaven at some point. If we establish the Arcane Empire, these gods will suspect something, Fleur commented. Not to mention we still have not found the other dimensions they send reincarnators into. I think the current best plan is to defeat this so-called Demon King and send Aqua back home. Then, we can use her to infiltrate heaven and learn about them secretly, said Lily. That's a good idea, Hermione said as she looked dazed in the distance, and the others quickly became quiet and did not say a word. A few minutes later, she said, do you think the leveling and skill point system works based on karma? What do you mean? Asked Fleur. In this dimension, monsters, undead, and demons are considered bad or harmful, while humans, adventurers, and gods are the good guys. Every time someone kills a monster, they receive positive karma. Then, after gathering a certain amount of karma, it can be used to enhance their stats, level up, or transform into a mysterious energy or power skill point that allows them to instantly learn knowledge, modifying their bloodlines, etc. You referring to karma empowerment, said Lily. This might make sense. The divine spark might also use a form of karma empowerment. It could explain why it could boost the gods' spells. If arcanists could have a divine spark, no, an arcane spark, we might be able to use our person karma, both good or bad, as a form of energy to boost our spells. We can use sacred spells. Fleur gave her thumbs for that name. If Edward were here, he would be pleased with her naming sense. Morgana, show me all the research we have on karma, said Hermione before scrolling through many documents. Many of the Buddhist arcanists in India and Tibet have studied karma. Furthermore, Edward brought a karma divine treasure back from the previous voyage, so he did some preliminary studies as well. Although not much, it's a start. Lily and Snape accessed the same file to help in their relative research. Let's work together since we have overlapping similarities, said Hermione, and the others agreed. Before I forget, for you guys, said Snape, handing them a few vials of grey liquid. The purification process is finished. With these, we can reach Tier 7 in about 5 years. So fast. I have to say, Aqua is truly the most talented person regarding purification. Her status as a water goddess and the archpriestess is the perfect combination. Indeed. Water is often used for healing and purification in many customs, myths, legends, or magic systems. So, it is an excellent combination for the priestess job class. Can you make the potion without her? Asked Lily. Yes, but not nearly as effective as this one. What's the ratio? Think of it that way. The standard version from Fleur's purification can make us reach tier 7 in 50 years. As for ordinary priests in this world, the time would take at least 3 times. Quite the difference. In the grand scheme of things, 150 years is not long, but the difference is quite noticeable, commented Hermione. When she arrives in the Empire, she will become very sought after because of her purification powers. I think she will be exploited instead by the National Potion Association unless she becomes a potion maker herself, commented Fleur. With that girl's intelligence, I doubt that. However, Kazuma will be with her, so that won't happen. Instead, she will thrive, Hermione disagreed. Well, forget this for now. Let's begin our research. Do you want to help us? Fleur shook her head. This world seems to be lucky charms regarding my bloodline research. So, I'm going out to gather more research specimens. In that case, don't forget to visit Wiz and convince her. Bang, bang. Before the group could disperse, they heard someone knocking at the door, so Fleur went to open it up. 342 rejection. Kazuma lay on a comfortable couch, wearing only a loose robe. He held a teacup in his hand, sipping it with great enjoyment. Worthy of the most expensive tea in Axel, he muttered, glad he did not let Aqua make the tea. Otherwise, she would have purified it into clear water. Kazuma, I've been thinking. Since we are now rich, why don't we build another town? Said Aqua, who was also drinking tea next to Kazuma. Why build a town when we can buy one? You're such a genius. The Axel Church can be spread in our new territory. While these two enjoyed their luxury, Megumin and Darkness walked into the room. Kazuma, when are we taking a quest? Asked Megumin. Yes, I would like to know this as well, added Darkness. Quest? What quest? Now that we are filthy rich, what's the point of doing all the hard work? Plus, there is no quest in the Adventure Guild. What about our adventure? I have to use my explosion magic. I agree with Megumi. We can't waste our life indulging in luxury, said Darkness. Yes, said the rich young lady who never had to worry about food and shelter in her life. Kazuma, you. Kazuma, although we are rich, I still want to defeat the Demon King and return home, said Aqua. Don't worry. With our money, we can hire all the adventurers of Axel. I don't believe we can't invade the Demon King's castle with so many people. Bam, bam. Kazuma frowned before waving for Darkness to get the door. How dare he treat me as a servant, said Darkness, walking to the door with a transparent blush. Luna. Kazuma, Kazuma, we need your help, Luna yelled as she rushed inside. What's going on? Kazuma asked calmly while still lying on his couch. We just received news that the destroyer is headed toward our town. The destroyer, yelled Megumin and Darkness simultaneously. What's the destroyer? Asked Kazuma. It's a moving fortress that has been roaming the world for hundreds of years. With its power, it will eradicate Axel with ease. Kazuma suddenly got up from his sofa. Why are you asking us for help with such a dangerous thing? Well, your party defeated Beldia, one of the Demon King general. So, the guild figured you were the perfect team to deal with the situation. Are you insane? We were lucky to defeat Beldia by finding his weakness. So, how could we defeat such a powerful monster as the destroyer? Wait a minute. I remember the last time when Beldia showed up, there was a public announcement to gather all the adventures of the team. Why was there none this time around? Well, said Luna, looking at the ground. Because the arcane party finished most of the quests, the adventurers have not been working for a while now, and the guild master fears they would run away after hearing news of the destroyer. So, you want us to secretly deal with the destroyer before dealing with the quest issue. Basically, impossible. This is a mission beyond our means, said Kazuma resolutely. Wait a minute, it's not impossible to deal with the situation. Kazuma, did you think of a plan so quickly, said Darkness. I cannot wait to stop the destroyer with all my body and soul. Kazuma decided to ignore the masochist. The plan is simple, asked the arcane party. Them. Yes. They are one, if not the most powerful party currently in Axel. With them, there should be no problems dealing with the destroyer. Arcane Castle. Luna. Miss Fleur, I'm sorry to bother you. Is there something you need? It's like this, the guild would like to give you guys a special quest. Special quest? Is it about the destroyer? How did you know? Fleur smiled but did not explain. Then, she said, we are currently busy, except for Phileas. She then took a magic device that looked like a cell phone and contacted someone. Phileas, we need you to come back to deal with the destroyer. What? I'm in the middle of an epic adventure of trial and tribulation, of the bond of friendship and overcoming adversity. You can return to your quest after you stop the destroyer. And don't forget to bring it intact, it might be worth studying. Fine. Give me the coordinate. Fleur then looked at Luna, who quickly told her the last spot where the destroyer was spotted. Excuse me, is he going to be alright? Don't worry, he is more than enough. About 2 kilometers from Axel, a white light appeared a few meters from this rampaging beast which looked like an enormous robotic spider. It was the destroyer. Why are they interrupting my fun time? Muttered Phileas. Back home, I either take care of the Bones Advanced School of Magic or do research. Where do I have time to enjoy such a grand adventure? He took out his bow and arrow. Flame arrow. The arrow rushed toward the destroyer with great speed, and on its way, it turned into flame, even leaving a trail in the sky. Unfortunately, a barrier appeared around the destroyer, blocking the attack. A high-level barrier. Phileas took out more arrows and continued to attack without stopping. Upon closer look, it seemed that he was doing nothing but repeating the same attack. However, the truth is that he was testing the weak point of the barrier, and after finding it, he changed tactics. Lightning arrow. His arrow turned into lightning, targeting a specific spot of the barrier. And as expected, the arrow only stopped for a few seconds before going through it like a knife cutting butter. As he walked inside the destroyer, he heard the artificial system of the fortress saying that the self-destruction sequence had been activated. However, Phileas ignored the voice before heading straight for the control system. Perfect, it's in Japanese. He typed a bunch of things to quickly access the control of the artificial system and deactivate the self-destruction protocol. Then, Phileas went for the energy core of the fortress. Is this what they called coronatite? Phileas said as he held a red sphere in his hand. He sensed the mana inside and tried controlling it. Amazing. The energy inside is on par with a lesser ether core, and it does not seem to need emotions to create. It seems to be made of some kind of unique magical ore. Phileas's eyes lit up. If this thing is cheaper to make than the lesser core, it could save the Empire trillions of arcane coins. Phileas then used his magic artifact to teleport the entire destroyer to the storage room back in the base. He did not want to learn the teleport skill since it was not part of his job class, so he had to rely on magic items. Phileas prepared to leave but suddenly received a message from the group, which had two crucial parts. First, he was in charge of defeating the Demon King. Phileas was alright with this since he imagined the grand finale of his adventure was to defeat the final villain, the Demon King. What bothered him was the second part. He needed to quickly finish his adventure and get back to work. The group believed it was possible to create a Tier 8 weapons based on the explosion spell. According to them, Edward might even be able to raise it to Tier 9 or higher. However, he needed to do the basic research and development on the project before Edward arrived. So, after sighing to himself, he left. Fleur walked to a shop. Wiz, how are you doing? Miss Fleur, you're here. After sitting down and drinking the tea she served, Fleur asked, so, have you thought about our proposal? I have, and I don't want to. Oh, why? Although this arcane empire sounds wonderful, I don't want to be any empress to someone I don't know or love. A woman not tempted by power and wealth, I like you even more, said Fleur. How about this, when Edward arrives, you get to know him first before you make a decision. Wiz pondered for a while, I guess I can try. But how do you know he will like me? As his wife of over 6 decades, I know him quite well, especially his taste in woman. I see. Can I ask you something? Do you want to know why I'm searching for a wife for my husband? Yes. I know amongst the nobility, men are allowed to have many mistresses as long they don't give them the proper status. But you seem to want to treat me equally. Well, the Empire's laws are different as there are no such divisions between the main wife and mistresses. Then, how do you feel emotionally having to share your husband? Fleur paused for a moment before saying with a smile, at first, I was resistant to the idea. But over time, I found nothing wrong with it. As long as he has me in his heart, I'm satisfied. Don't you get jealous? Sometimes. But I have to admit that Edward does a great job at not showing favorites, even though we know for sure he has one. It's a shame he refused to say. Fleur smiled, thinking about when they tried to get him to reveal his favorite. However, Edward refused to say anything. He even admitted to them he placed a spell on his soul that would erase the information from his mind if he ever tried to disclose it to them. It seems you guys have a great but complicated relationship. Not really. Our relationship is simpler than you think. We spent the majority of our time doing research, so it is normal not to see each other for a few months. And in the future, the time might be longer. How does that work? We are slowly transitioning into long-lived species. So, the way we experience time is different from ordinary people. Currently, a few dozen years is nothing to us, especially when we focus on our research. However, Edward did say we would start working on projects together to not completely be alienated from each other because of our long lifespan. I see. Then, the two chatted for a few hours before Fleur left the shop. Where should I go first? Capture the ancient dragon, or find a way to hell? So far, the group has found a way to infiltrate heaven, but they still need a way to access hell. Vanir, one of the Demon King General, is a Duke of Hell. He used a mask to interact with the mortal realm. Through it, Fleur could get the coordinate. She could not help to get there and get all kinds of bloodline samples from hell species. With a smile, she decided to capture the ancient dragon first before defeating Vanir and taking the mask. 343 Revelation. Edward sat on a desk writing a bunch of things, and each time he finished a page, he would place it on top of a pile at least 50 centimeters thick. What he wrote consisted of mathematical formulas, runes designing, and paragraphs of written words. Once he finished, he sighed out loud. He took the pile of papers and flipped through it one last time. Beautiful, he muttered, looking at his work in the past 8 months. After setting up the secret magic array around the academy, palace, and protection hall, he did not immediately activate them since he wanted to study the universe will further to prevent any problems. However, not long after his study, his willpower reached the 5 scale, which was the minimum requirement to use conceptual magic in a weak universe such as the Black Clover world. But he discovered something unique about this world after failing to force the universe will to grant him authority over space-time. Merlin once explained to him that Tier 11 multiversal beings is a unique tier that some individuals often unintentionally skip. Reaching Tier 11 does not mean someone could destroy a multiverse. No, only Tier 12 individuals can destroy a multiverse, and there is a valid reason for that. Reaching Tier 11 means that all the different versions of a person across the multiverse become one. They can access each other's power, memories, experiences, etc. And as long as one version of that person is alive in the multiverse, a Tier 11 entity cannot die. In other words, to kill a Tier 11 entity, you have to erase all their counterparts or variants simultaneously. Otherwise, as long as one person survives, after a while, as they make more decisions or through other means, the single survivor will create an infinite number of themselves across the multiverse. Here is where things get complicated. There is no way for a person to exist in every timeline across the multiverse, even if there is an infinite number of them. For example, there are many timelines in which Edward does not exist in the Harry Potter universe. So, as long as a Tier 11 powerhouse does not exist in every timeline, even if each of his variants across the multiverse had the power to destroy a universe, Tier 10, they cannot destroy the multiverse. Edward understood that this involves the concept of smaller infinite and greater infinite. Tier 11 powerhouses have an infinite number of variants, but their infinite is smaller than the infinity of the entire universe, which contains the infinite timelines the Tier 11 powerhouse exists and the infinity they do not exist. Universe equals greater infinity, Tier 11 equals smaller infinity. So, he theorized that the only truly perfect Tier 11 entity that exists across all infinite timelines/parallel dimensions is the universe will. Usually, a universe will is responsible for one timeline without the others interfering. For example, when Edward tried to force the universe will to grant him the authority of space and time, he should have confronted the universe will in the current timeline. This is how most of them functioned. However, the Black Clover world is unique since this universe will seemed capable of borrowing power to confront him. So, trying to confront the universe's will to wield conceptual magic was like fighting an infinite version of the universal will. Well, maybe not an infinite number of them, but a few thousand if not 100,000. Edward theorized this anomaly was related to God, the wizard sage, and how it seems to split the universe will into 3 parts. Nevertheless, he did not care about this for now since he had more important things to worry about. After discovering this anomaly, he had a brilliant plan to become a perfect Tier 11 arcanist, use the universe will to spread all his variants/self across the entire multiverse. So, he would exist in every timeline in the multiverse. At Tier 11, by controlling all his variants across the infinite multiverse, he should be able to destroy it if he wishes. Edward looked at the document on the table with a smile. He did not succeed yet as his research of the universe will and the multiverse is still in its infancy. However, he had a basic theory to build upon in the future. He destroyed the document after Morgana scanned it. Feeling the desire to eat something, he walked toward the cafeteria. It was late at night, so it was closed. However, Edward had special privileges, so he went inside to cook something to eat. He found the ingredient and made udon noodles. After eating his lunch, he looked at the dark corner of the cafeteria. Whoever you are, if you are a foe, please don't throw away your life pointlessly. If you are a friend, please state your intention. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors. When you are capable, it's called confidence, Edward replied as he looked at the uninvited guest. The Divine Maiden. You know me. Is there someone in the dynasty who does not know you? The Divine Maiden is known throughout the dynasty, capable of divining spirit disasters as soon as they appeared, saving the lives of millions of people. I guess that's true. So, what do I owe this visit? The Divine Maiden suddenly knelt on the floor. I need your help. I'm sure you are, but why would I help you? I'm willing to offer my loyalty. Based on what happened to the Shogun recently, I doubt your loyalty means much, Edward replied. The Divine Maiden paused briefly before taking a short dagger and cutting her wrist. As the blood dripped on the floor, she chanted, Ani Uzatai Podio Yem Fata Loya Grimikriv Bemshev. Then, her blood solidified into a crystal as beautiful as a ruby. The blood oath of fealty, muttered Edward as he knew he could control her life with this crystal. So, what do you want my help with? I need help finding my little brother, said the Divine Maiden as she took a drawing from her sleeve. He was swallowed by a spiritual disaster and is now lost in the spiritual world. Over the years, I have divined he is still alive, but I could not find him. Edward squinted his eyes when he saw this picture. It was Yami Sokiro, the captain of the Black Bulls squad, one of his friends. Are you sure this is your brother? Of course. Do you know by any chance? Get up, he said, helping her from the ground. The Divine Maiden could feel the sudden change in treatment, but she did not ask when he saw Edward deep in thought. Yami told him he had come to the western continent on a boat. Although he hid his heritage as the prince of the fallen Hino country, Edward never thought something was wrong with the story, except for how lucky the latter was to survive the arduous journey to the west through the terrible Grand Magic Zone. Despite the anomaly, Edward thought it was because Yami was a man of destiny, hence why he survived the journey even with his weak strength as a child. After all, he is one of the main characters in the storyline, and his fate is important. Edward began to think about the implications behind this discovery. He never read Yami's mind since he never had a reason to, and he generally does not read the minds of people close to him. So, he was a little confused about what was going on. "Give me a drop of your blood," he said, and the divine maiden rapidly acquiesced. After taking it, Edward chanted something for a few seconds, and as expected, she was indeed related by blood to Yami. "Did you find him?" Edward did not answer as he connected to his clone in the western continent to contact Yami. Then, they discovered the latter's memories of coming here through a fishing boat were forged. Instead, he was swept by a space storm that teleported him there. Because the space storm looked similar to the spirit disaster breaches, the divine maiden thought he was in the spirit realm. Furthermore, based on the clone's analysis, the person who did the forgery did an excellent job, almost undetectable by even him. God, thought Edward. Yami's darkness magic is essential to open the gate to the underworld. This is why he was kidnapped in the main timeline of Black Clover, manga, by the Dark Triad, so he is essential to God's plan of eradicating the devils. Based on how God could manipulate everyone, it is very likely he can use some form of fate magic. Edward decided to be on the lookout for this possibility and prepare in advance. He then looked at the divine maiden. "Your brother is not in the spirit world, he's in the western continent. Are you sure?" "Yes. Although I'm not good at divination, I used a bloodline tracking spell to locate your brother's position." Thank you," she said, with tears and a sigh of relief. She worried something might happen to her brother in the spirit world daily. Now, she was reassured he was alive and well on the western continent. After processing her emotions, the divine maiden handed the blood crystal to Edward without hesitation. However, the latter declined. He did not want to enslave his friend's sister. The divine maiden was surprised by this response, but she still said, "It does not matter if you don't accept, my loyalty still remained." Edward nodded as he understood she could help him or Oshiki Akimitsu, to be precise, in his plans. "I will help you get to the western continent, but not now. Before then, we have work to do." 344 The third piece. Edward placed a talisman on a body lying on the ground, and after injecting his spirit energy, it lit up before entering the body. Then, it opened its eyes. "Main body," said the body, and Edward nodded. He then checked the body one last time. "From now on, you are Oshiki Akimitsu. You know what to do. Don't worry. Everything will be done." Edward watched this new clone leave before looking in one direction. Let's begin. Today was a normal day in the capital. People went to work, children went to school, and the rich enjoyed their lavish lifestyle. Then, the citizen felt a shadow looming over them, so they looked at the sky. A black and gloomy cloud enveloped the entire capital. Then, something from horror stories occurred. An enormous hand descended from the cloud toward the palace. A powerful shield manifested to protect things, but it was to no avail. The hand broke the shield before decimating the palace. Afterward, the hand went after the Onmyo Protection Hall. Just like its predecessor, the hand destroyed the hall. However, the entire building did not collapse as the shide did function. Without wasting time, the hand headed for the academy. But this time, it failed utterly before disappearing into the cloud. Shogun Arita pushed the debris on top of him while breathing heavily. He wiped the blood from his face before checking his body. He felt many ribs were broken, and his legs were crushed. He tried to take some talismans from his pockets but discovered they were scattered or destroyed during the impact. With no choice, he took his blood and drew a few runes on his body. "Order," he said. Then the blood runes lit up before a green light infused into his body, healing his injuries. A few minutes later, he could now move. "Anyone alive?" he screamed for a few seconds before receiving an answer. Then, he quickly gathered all the survivors, including the divine maiden. "Shogun, what is going on?" asked one of the mages. "I don't know, but it seems to be a level 7 spirit disaster." The faces of the survivors changed after hearing this. Throughout the history of the Eastern continent, there has been only one level 7 spirit disaster, and it was so long ago that many people thought it was a myth. According to records, a spirit discovered some type of treasure that allowed it to control the entire spirit world. Then, it unleashed a calamity on the world that almost destroyed all life on the Eastern continent. The records were not detailed, but they still emphasized the hard work it took to deal with that catastrophe. "Then, what should we do?" asked a mage looking at the dark clouds in the sky. She knew this was the beginning. "We need to head to the palace and regroup with the powerful mages there," said Arita. The palace was where the Yamato clan and the other royal clans lived. So, it is the place with the largest number of mages and the most powerful one. Moreover, Arita felt this situation could be used in his favor if the emperor and many of the royal clan died. In that case, he could use this opportunity to rise in power and become the ruler of the Yamato dynasty. No, the Sime dynasty. "We need to go to the academy," suddenly said the divine maiden, bringing all attention to her. "What do you mean by this?" "This is the only safe place so far, so it would be best to go there." The other mages looked in the distance. There was a grey fog that enveloped the entire city. However, they could still barely see the towering buildings of the academy. "Don't spout nonsense," rebutted Arita. "It's obvious we must first ensure the safety of the emperor and the royal family." The divine maiden ignored him but looked at the survivors instead. She noticed an anomaly. Most of the survivors were from a commoner background. She even noticed that the survival rate of the commoners was 90%, which was very odd compared to the 12% survival rate of the noble mages and samurais. So, she guessed something even though she did not want to admit it. The reason the academy survived this attack is most likely because of Oshiki Akimitsu. Under his protection, we have a chance at surviving. Otherwise, heaven knows what is going to happen. Ridiculous, he is only a child. No matter how talented he is, he needs time to grow up. However, the Divine Maiden did not argue with him, she just waited for the others to decide. And as expected, the commoners sided with her along with some nobles. Meanwhile, the rest chose to go with the shogun. She looked at the group and said, "We don't know what mystery lies beyond this fog, so be alert and use defensive talisman and spells." The group then arranged themselves in a rectangular formation with the Divine Maiden at the center. Then, the outermost people of the formation activated their talisman. Meanwhile, the people in the innermost of the formation chanted defensive spells. As such, 2 stacked barriers surrounded them as they marched toward the academy. As they walked deeper into the fog, they could feel it slowly corroding the barrier. Bang! The heart of the mages skipped a beat, and they stopped to look around. What was that? I don't know, but something hit the barrier. Everyone looked at each other, fear written all over their faces. "No matter what, don't stop," yelled the Divine Maiden, calming their fears. However, the group had not even taken another step when they heard a blood-boiling scream. Was that from the previous group? "Did you hear what I said?" roared the Divine Maiden again. So, the group regained their bearings and headed to their destination. During the voyage, they would hear constant banging sounds on the barrier, but they could not see anything. Someone claimed to have seen a shadow, but he was the only one, so his words were not that believable. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the group finally left the fog. They saw a golden barrier a few meters away, protecting the entire academy. Someone stood on top of a dragon chanting something while writing golden runes on the sky. After seeing that person, the group felt relieved. Only this living legend could probably save the dynasty. While these people admired Akimitsu, the headmistress walked out from the barrier and called them. "Come quickly, Oshiki-san could use your spirit energy as an aid." The Divine Maiden then took the group inside, joining the other students and teachers who were sending their spirit energy. Some of the royal clan heirs wanted to ask the group about the situation of the palace and the protection hall, but they knew this was not the time. Underneath the school, Edward walked in front of the gate. He waved his hand, and countless bird-shaped paper talismans flew around him. Then, he placed his right hand on it. And the moment he touched it, one of the talismans disappeared. He knew it was now in another timeline, but Edward paid no attention to this. He created these substitute talismans for this exact purpose. Numerous writings as black as ink came from his hand before spreading to all the talismans on the door. The ink formed a circle with some character runes written in some places. The process took half a minute, and in the process, more than a dozen of the substitute talismans disappeared. Once he finished, Edward waved his hand to manifest a drop of blood that floated to the middle of the circle. Blue light emanated from the circle. Then, the more than 1,000 paper talismans stuck on the gate fell off one by one. Dang! Edward pushed the door open and walked inside. He saw a grimoire with a spade symbol containing a king floating in the air. On the ground seemed to be another sealing formation. Edward quickly analyzed it before creating another counterseal to destroy it. And the moment he finished, the spade origin grimoire flew in front of him, so Edward summoned his origin grimoire, instantly fusing the two. He then closed his eyes as he sensed the changes that had occurred. 345 Satan. After absorbing the spade origin grimoire, Edward felt he could control the entire spirit world. With his mana, he could drive the birth rate of Shikigamis and even close all the breaches connecting it to the mortal world. The only thing he could not do was force the Shikigamis to serve him, but he could ask for their help. As he continued to sense the spirit world, he suddenly discovered something, so he focused on it. A few minutes later, he muttered, "The seal on God is almost broken." He just learned there were two parts to the seal, one sealed God itself and most of its power, while the other prevented them from entering the mortal world. The first one has already been removed, while the second one is full of flaws and on the verge of breaking. Edward analyzed the seal before concluding it would break in about 23 years if nothing unexpected did happen. At the same time, he sensed something odd with it. He sensed a massive amount of soul strength. Regrettably, he could not feel everything clearly because he was still missing one last piece. "I don't want to wait that long, so the Elysium invasion is still on," he muttered before raising his hand to manifest a new and strange power. "The universe will," muttered Edward. With the grimoire, he now has some control over the universe will, to be precise, this timeline's universe will. He could foresee that with it, his research would go exceptionally well. Furthermore, Edward wanted to gather all the origin grimoires across the multiverse and use their powers to study the universe will and accomplish his plan of becoming a perfect Tier 11 Arcanist. Furthermore, with control of the universe will, he could now use conceptual magic in this universe, which was only possible with his time and death staff. The time staff was in the hands of the Konosubas group, while the death staff remained back home. So, it would be advantageous for him to use conceptual magic. "It's a shame I can only use a few spells. I have to get the last grimoire." Without the last grimoire, his control of the universe will is limited. Additionally, conceptual magic requires a lot of mana, and without the floating city as an energy source, he cannot use a bunch of spells as he did with his fight against Yahweh. After analyzing the origin grimoire, Edward put it away before leaving. He closed the gate and made it look like nothing ever happened. Before his departure, he looked at the Akimitsu clone from a distance. The latter used its power to remove the fog surrounding the capital, close the spirit world breach, and save the commoners who suffered from this incident. With the royal clans almost destroyed and the noble affiliated mages, the Yamato dynasty was essentially crippled. As such, it was the perfect time for a hero like Akimitsu to rise, rebuild, and spread new ideologies to the people. And with reincarnator Onizuka's ideas already existing in the world, the process will not be as tricky or suspicious. In the future, the people of the eastern continents will integrate much easier into the arcane empire under Akimitsu's guidance. And Edward will be responsible for the western continent's people. After one last glance, a portal appeared before him, and Edward returned to the western continent. He did go back to the Black Clover Kingdom but headed straight to the underworld since he knew something went wrong. His clone with 60% of his power was killed a few days ago. The first thing Edward noticed upon his arrival was the magic circles he placed in all 6 layers of the underworld were removed. So, he did not hesitate to go straight to the 7th layer. Lucius. Yes, it's me. Surprised. You've absorbed Astaroth's power. Not just him, but Beelzebub and Luciferos as well, said Lucius with a confident smile. I've always believed humans were the most unique race, and your existence is proof of that. You inspired me to take control of my destiny and no longer be Astaroth's puppet. Edward looked at him with a frown. Something is odd about you. Have you noticed? Then, he changed his form. He had a large halo floating behind him with a small one on his head. He had 3 pairs of slender wings and 2 horns that looked like deer antlers. Have you seen it? Humanity's new form. A perfect combination of human, devil, and angel, said Edward, with his eyes lit up. Lucius can use both negative and positive karma empowerment in this form, with no conflict. This must be the reason for him having 2 souls. Edward was slightly excited since he had found the perfect specimen to study karma empowerment. Where is Julius' soul? He asked. Julius was a kind person and a great wizard. Edward wanted to save him if possible, especially since the latter has the talent to wield time magic. He would make an excellent arcanist. He's dead, Lucius replied calmly. I don't even need to sense your ki to know you are lying. Without the second soul as an anchor, there is no way for you to control 2 opposite power of devil and angel. Lucius did not say anything. He retained his calm and confident side. It's either still with you, or you hid it in a safe place, said Edward. Enough with the chit-chat. I have conquered all levels of the underworld and inherited the power of the Archfiend. You mean Satan? Satan? That's a good name, very pleasing and oddly very suitable, Lucius said. Yes, I have inherited the position of Satan, and only you stand in my way of world domination and modeling humans into higher beings. Edward secretly shook his head. Although Lucius inherited Satan's position, it's evident that he did not know much. Otherwise, he would know that God was as much of a threat as him. A giant orb with Lucius at the center suddenly spread out. Edward knew this was the manifestation of Lucius using his time magic. Inside that orb, time is his to bend to his will. So, he immediately counterattacked by spreading an orb of his own, cancelling the opponent. Immediately, Edward frowned. He could tell that the current Lucius was tier 7, but he still had a larger mana pool than the latter. After absorbing all of Astaroth's understanding of time magic, along with his own study, and a larger mana pool, his time magic should have overpowered the latter, but they were equal. He glanced at the dark underworld and understood it was because of home advantage. The underworld dimension boosted Lucius' strength since he was technically its owner/controller. Gravity magic, black holes. Lucius used Lucifero's gravity magic to create 5 black holes, trying to swallow Edward. However, the latter waved his hand to make 5 dark slashes that separated the black holes in 2 before dispersing them. Yami's dark magic, thought Lucius before evading the slashes. At the same time, he frowned as he discovered his opponent was preventing him from seeing too far into the future. Spatial magic, space bombs. This time, he used Beelzebub's magic to create a bunch of small dimensions and exploded them. There were hundreds of them. Edward made the same number of time spheres to swallow these explosions. Then, he reverted them to their original form. Meanwhile, countless black lights came from the surroundings to enter Lucius's body. He raised his hand to create an enormous time sphere. Time magic, time erasing. Edward calmly looked at the ball and snapped his finger. 10 dark arrows appeared from Lucius' front and back. The front arrows pierced his time spheres before annihilating them. Although he evaded these ones, the one from his back still pierced his back and arms. Anti-magic? You can use Asta's anti-magic. Why are you surprised? They don't call me the god of magic for no reason, albeit, I'm not too fond of that name. Edward then used Secre's sealing magic in combination with the Eastern sealing art to create chains to bound Lucius, that could not use any spells with the anti-magic arrows on his body. Regrettably, before the chains could tie him up, a bone cage appeared to protect him. Edward looked at the 3 new people that showed up. Like Lucius, they had angels and devil features, and their mana was way beyond what it should have been. Dante, Zenon, and Morris, said Edward before focusing on the Diamond Kingdom's scholar. I've been wanting to meet you. Oh, I don't think we have any reasons to interact. You have 2 things that belong to me, Edward said. To be exact, 1 thing that belongs to me and 1 thing I want. 346 Angel Devil War, is that so? Said Morris before summoning a disturbing creature that was the combination of many different mid-level devils. It had 3 bodies stuck together, while the lower part appeared to be an enormous octopus. Dante used his body magic to turn into a small muscular giant 5 meters tall. At the same time, numerous bones sprout out from Zenon's back as he uses his bone magic. Furthermore, the 2 could still use the magic attribute from when they were a devil host. Gravity magic, presence of the Demon King. Dante used Beelzebub's gravity magic to increase the gravity in the surroundings. Spatial magic, spatial mana domination. Zenon created a cube that surrounded the group, and inside that cube, he had absolute control over mana. So, he can cancel spells if he wishes to. Meanwhile, Morris' abomination of a creature opened its mouth to shoot different attribute attacks. The first head shot a jet of purple poison, the second head had a fire element and the third wind. Edward calmly watched these people perform. He created an anti-gravity shield around to block Dante's attack. As for Zenon's spell, it was useless to him since his control of mana was even better than those loved by mana, which this spell is ineffective against. As for Morris' creation, he only looked at it and said, "Silence." With Zagred's word soul magic, this creature could no longer open its mouth, causing their attacks to explode their heads. Regrettably, as devils, they could regenerate. Meanwhile, Dante took this opportunity to rush toward his opponent. His body magic granted unimaginable physical and healing capabilities, making him perfectly suited for close combat. And he knew that most wizards were weak to close combat. And even if they were not, they could not compete with his overwhelming strength. Unfortunately, he miscalculated this time. Once he arrived in front of Edward, the latter punched straight in his face, sending him crashing on the floor while leaving a fist mark on his deformed face. Furthermore, Dante sensed an unknown and strange energy nullifying or delaying his regeneration. So, he quickly used his magic to its full extent. "Bind," said Edward, and chains appeared to capture Dante, rendering him useless. Zenon went on the offensive as his bone spike rushed toward Edward. However, his attack was a distraction as he separated a few dozen bone spikes to free his body. Meanwhile, a time bubble came out of Edward's body and, before Zenon could react, encapsulated him, rendering him immobile since time had stopped inside. In this short time, Lucius managed to remove the anti-magic arrows from his back. And for his next step, he opened the 7th layer of the underworld and summoned all the devils under his control. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they all had the same angel devil form that Lucius and the Dark Triad had. Edward ignored Lucius as he looked at the calm Morris. He then sneered before using the origin grimoire to summon the Shikigamis from the spirit world. He asked for their help to subdue all these devils. Then, he suddenly appeared between Lucius and Morris. Before they could react, a black sphere enveloped them, rendering their magic useless. Spatial magic, anti-magic domain. Edward created a cube-like space similar to Zenon before filling that space with anti-magic to create a pseudo-domain where magic is nullified. He then watched as Lucius punched the cube's edge with all his strength. Although he had the enhanced physical abilities of Lucifero, without his magic, he was not strong enough to break this spell. Meanwhile, Morris slowly disintegrated while his pet lay in the cube, also useless. Under Edward's control, the captured Dante and frozen Zenon flew into the cube before it became smaller until he could hold it in his palm. After selling these three, he looked at the confrontation between the Shikimamis and the devil. And after noticing his side had the advantage, he opened a portal to another place, the underworld's 8th layer. "I guess I cannot escape my fate," said Morris calmly. However, Edward ignored him but looked at a throne where a skeleton dressed in dark gold armor sat. Satan's dead body? It seems he really is dead. Nevertheless, he would make a great undead, thought Edward, looking at Morris, who seemed to be establishing some sort of ceremony. "I always suspected that God had a pawn on the mortal plane. I did not expect it to be you. Father offered me something I could not resist. Let me guess, knowledge." Morris was slightly surprised before smiling. "I had a feeling that you and I were candid spirits. Maybe, but I would never sell my soul for things I could get myself. Now, are you going to resist?" Morris just smiled, but Edward suddenly appeared before him before placing his finger on his forehead, sealing and controlling his soul. Then, he sensed the power of the universe will, trying to eliminate Morris's soul, but he was ready this time. He used his origin grimoire to cancel God's universe will before searching Morris' soul for information. And he did find something. In his early years, Morris became infatuated with researching magic at all costs to unravel its mystery. So, when a mysterious being contacted him in his dream and offered him the knowledge he could never dream of in exchange for working for it, he quickly accepted. His first task was to help the devil open the gate of the underworld while keeping tabs on them. Then, recently, his task was to acquire Satan's remains. Unfortunately, accessing the 8th layer was not easy, and even Lucius did not know how to and might not even know of its existence. After getting that information, Edward was not satisfied since he had only learned very little about God. So, he placed his focus on someone else who might know more, Astaroth. This devil survived since the ancient war and should know a lot more information. Lucius's soul magic allowed him to suppress Astaroth's soul and take control of him and his magic. Of course, Edward believed that the injury he gave the latter few years prior also contributed to his success. Nevertheless, it was not a complete success since Lucius appeared to not know about God or even the 8th layer of the underworld. These were secrets that Astaroth should know and should have learned from him. Edward removed Astaroth's soul from the cube and slowly searched through his memories. Although much of it was blurry through time or some outside force, he did learn a lot. God and Satan were the first creatures in this universe, and they each served the purpose of maintaining the balance of the world. They were responsible for guarding the afterlife. After a creature died, it would be judged in the underworld. If they lived a good and morally upright life, they could go to Elysium and turn into angels. If they were horrible in their lifetime, they would be punished for eternity in the underworld. And if they live a neutral life, then they can reincarnate and try again. Everything was normal until Satan got greedy. He discovered that the sinful souls he punished in the underworld could increase his power if he swallowed them. So, he began to tempt the races in the mortal plane to commit more sins so they would go to the underworld after death. And, of course, God was not happy with this, so he wanted to stop his counterpart and former friend. Unfortunately, the war expanded and got out of control until the wizard sage appeared and sealed these two. Edward frowned after learning this. He previously thought Satan and God fought for a chance to transcend this universe, but it appears he was wrong. Something is wrong with this information, he muttered. From the information he got about God so far, he appeared to be a cold and calculated individual, not someone who would do something for the greater good of all the races in the mortal plane. After reviewing the information again, he found a few anomalies. The first one was Satan's death. He sacrificed much of his life force to increase his strength and severely injured God. Then, he used the afterlife to reinforce the seal on God. As such, since the war, the soul of 80% of the dead people of this world will turn as energy to reinforce the seal. This is the reason it has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years since the war. After that, Satan did not resist when the wizard sage sealed the underworld, prevented all devils from entering the mortal plane, and died soon afterward. His actions were not like someone consumed by his lust for power, but out revenge and anger, commented Edward on Satan's action. Another anomaly he discovered was a battle Astaroth experienced between Satan and God. Although they appeared evenly matched, based on God's facial expression and eye movement, he could tell the latter was not really trying. Oftentimes, he would look at one of Satan's openings, but instead of taking the opportunity to attack, the latter ignored it. Furthermore, when Satan suddenly boosts his power to use a surprise attack to defeat his opponent, the latter would easily respond while making it look like he had suffered. With this evidence, there is a high chance that God started the entire war because of his goal of transcendence. After coming to this conclusion, Edward raised the threat level of God for their confrontation. Nevertheless, the Elysium invasion was less than a month away, and Nacht had already infiltrated these. So, he will know all the answers soon. He then gazed at Satan's remains. The soul is already scattered. However, I could use Astaroth, Beelzebub, Lucifero, Lucius, and the Dark Triad's souls to create a truly powerful undead as my aid. He proceeded to take Satan's remains away before taking out the Diamond Origin Grimoire, which was the final piece. 347 7-scale Edward did not waste time to start placing enchantments in the throne room of the underworld. Then, he left for the 6th layer, where the Shikigamis had already captured all the angelic devils. Then, he used Lucius's soul magic to control them before placing more enchantments in all 6 layers. Finally, Edward left the underworld. The first thing he did was try to enter Elysium again. With the Diamond Origin Grimoire, his grimoire was completed, and he now had more control of the universe will. Unfortunately, he felt an even more powerful resistance preventing his entrance. Something is wrong. Why does it feel like God's control of the universe will is greater than mine? A lot of thoughts flashed across his mind. Could it be? An idea suddenly popped into his mind based on his previous study of the universe will. If what I'm thinking is true, the final battle against him will not be so simple, especially without my floating city. After making some preliminary plans, he opened a portal to his laboratory in the Clover Kingdom. He first instructed young Sally to create a new body for Julius's soul before meeting clone number 8, which was in charge of fixing the world gate. How are things going? Good, but slow, replied number 8. How long before things are fixed? 3 to 5 years. That means the gate won't be helpful in this upcoming battle. Do you even need it? I have some new information which suggests that this god might be much of a greater threat than anticipated. Number 8 frowned. I could quickly fix some of the tier 7 cannons. Do so. What about the other tasks I gave you? Come with me. Number 9 led him to a room with a few people cryogenically frozen in large glass tubes. Edward walked to the first one, wiped out the frozen fog, seeing a very familiar yet strange face. It was Asta, except with a scar over his right eye. Edward walked to the other tubes, and they all contained Asta's. What's their stories? He asked. Asta 1 is after the result of a failed Spade Kingdom rescue arc. All the people who participated died at the hands of the devil. Ultimately, his madness allowed him to gather more power to kill all the Dark Triad. In the original timeline, the Dark Triad captured Yami and Vengeance to open the gate to the underworld. Then, a team composed of magic knights from the Clover and Heart Kingdom went to rescue them. Asta 2 is one that had to watch Sister Lily and all the people in Hage's people killed. Asta 3 forged enmity with Yuno, and they had a legendary battle where he was forced to kill his best friend and rival. The trauma destroyed his life. Asta 4 is an interesting one. Sister Lily actually accepted his offer of marrying him. Unfortunately, she later died in his arm as he could not protect her. Asta 5 is my favorite. He accepted Noelle's confessions, and they became a couple. However, Mimosa was corrupted by a devil and lured her to kill Noelle in front of Asta. Number 8 introduced the lives of all the Asta, and the overall thing they had in common was how miserable the latter was. Excellent, commented Edward. These Asta's variants should have high willpower. So, let's begin the experiment. Morris modification magic allows him to alter the structure of physical and magical objects. When boosted by the devil's power, he can affect intangible concepts like dreams and knowledge. So, Edward planned to use it to absorb the willpower of these Astas from parallel dimensions. Nevertheless, he needed to test whether taking such a shortcut would have lasting effects. So, he created clones of himself to experiment on them. After using the modification magic to transfer Asta's willpower to the clone, Edward searched the clone's souls, bloodline, mana, spirit, mind, memories, consciousness, and many other things to see if there was nothing wrong. Afterward, he developed the magic to be permanent so something like anti-magic would not reverse what he did. Finally, he applied the magic to himself. Is this the limit of my soul? A willpower of 7. Edward shook his head as he was so close to the 8th scale he needed to use conceptual magic in his universe. Then, a small flame appeared in Edward's hand. My control of mana has reached such a subtle level unimaginable. Moreover, I feel like how I see the world is different. Edward looked in the distance and could see the dimension where the underworld and Elysium were located. He could see with his eyes the mana in the surrounding, they looked like blue birds. He could see everything inside his body, including his magic core, soul, bloodline, organs, and even the nanobots. Usually, he would require a spell or machines to detect these things, but he could now see them easily. Edward even discovered he could see the atoms that make up his body. It seems that my cosmic awareness talent has evolved. He concentrated before returning his vision to normal. I have discovered something expected, said number 8. Did something goes wrong? Not necessarily. Based on the recent data, it seems that your soul is not the only reason you cannot improve your willpower. What did you find? It seems that the modification no longer works for Asta. So, in the future, you would have to find other people with high willpower to absorb. No problem. There are many people with high willpower, like Steve Rogers or Thanos. Anyway, what happened to the Astas? Their souls are injured, and they have lost the ability to control anti-magic. For the rest of their lives, they can only be normal people, replied number 8. Is this the side effect of the permanent extract ions? It appears so. Edward sighed. He initially did want to use this method. His first plan was to copy Asta and modify the clone's soul to be the same as the original. Then, he would place the clone under a powerful illusion, making him experience many things to increase his willpower before the extraction. Regrettably, this plan failed before even starting. The clone did not have Asta's naturally high willpower, even after the soul modification. And even after placing the latter through many cruel experiences in the illusion, his willpower's growth was abysmal. So, number 8 had to proceed to plan B of taking Astas from parallel universes. Heal their soul injuries. Additionally, fix the problems in their timeline, revive the people they care about, and ensure they can live happy and normal life. Furthermore, we need a better way to train willpower. Edward knew some of his wives, Hermione, Luna, Olivier, and maybe Fleur, would not accept doing such a thing to increase their willpower. However, they are okay with human experiments, only one that involves clones. When it comes to doing stuff like this that harms an innocent person for their benefit, even one from other parallel dimensions, they will draw the line. Afterward, Edward went to check on the other clones and their project. He looked at some data from number 7, who was responsible for Project World Stealing. Your plan is a little too risky. We'll discuss safety measures after the invasion. Number 2, what about you? My research on Forbidden Spell is complete. I have created a way to sacrifice lifespans to cast a spell at least one tier above our level. Excellent. The trouble I am having is with studying the karma empowerment. What's the issue? I've managed to discover the power of karma, said Number before casting a spell. Then, above all the clones appeared 2 numbers, one in black and one in gold. The golden number was much higher than the black number, but the black one was still large. As you can see, we all have the same positive and negative karma since we are one. That's not important. The point is, despite discovering the power of karma, I have no way to harness that power yet. What did you find from the devils? They have a unique soul that allows them to use negative karma empowerment. So, this power cannot be used unless we modify our soul to be similar to that of a devil. Edward shook his head. He has no qualms about modifying his body, but he rarely touches his soul. Well, take your time. I've brought Lucius' body, and he seems capable of using both positive and negative karma. A perfect combination of angel and devil, asked number 2. Yes. In that case, he should be helpful. Edward handed him the body before tasking number 6, in charge of the training and teaching of Sally, to turn Satan's remains into an undead. Finally, he went to see the Magic Knights and Captains. The Elysium invasion was only a few days away. 348 Elysium invasion. Edward slowly walked to the Royal Knights, which was the name he gave the Magic Knight group headed to Elysium. He was too lazy to develop a better name, so he used the one in the sacred timeline. Even the magical clothes they were wearing were the same as the manga. Upon arriving at his destination, he looked at the eager knights and captains. Are you guys ready? Yes, sir. That's good. Group 3, how is your arcane heart? Everything is functioning well, said Aesir. All right. Do you remember the plan? Yes, sir. Very well. I have done everything possible to keep all of you alive. If everything else does work and you really end up dying, remember to use any means necessary to preserve something of your existence. With time magic, I should be able to revive you. Thank you, Wizard King. In that case, let's go. Edward led them to a gate at the base of a massive tree. Then, he watched as they entered one by one. The ground transmuted into a chair that he sat on. Then, a projection appeared in front of him. Two people immediately acted as soon as the group teleported to their respective later. Secret Swallowtail took out a magical orb containing an enormous amount of mana that Edward stored. Finally, she used her magic to place a seal on Elysium's 4th layer. Subsequently, Dorothy Unsworth used her dream magic to connect to the others in the higher layers. As long as she wishes, she can summon someone into her dream for communication. The first person she summoned was Nact, who had infiltrated this place a month prior. "You don't look too good," commented Dorothy after seeing his pale complexion. "This will happen if you have an entire dimension searching for you. What matters is that you're alive. Did you get some information?" "I did, but only up to the 2nd layer," replied Nact, who told her the information he got so far. Then, Dorothy used a magic item to communicate with the others. She did not summon them in her dream because they should be intercepting the enemy right about now. Her dream communication is in case the magic items fail to work and reach the others in the other layers. The moment the elves landed at their destination, they began to organize the Tree of Life monument to summon Edward. Of course, the angels in the 1st layer immediately noticed the invaders. So, an army of angels rushed toward the group of magic knights. The leader of the group 1 was Langris, the vice-captain of the Golden Dawn squad. "Are those the angel armies? They are so weak." He raised his hand, prepared to fight. "Don't forget the Wizard King instructed us not to kill them if possible," said Finral, his big brother and a member of the Black Bulls. "I know," said Langris as his grimoire floated in front of him. Spatial magic, space prison. An enormous cube enveloped the majority of the angels, imprisoning them. Only a few capable individuals flew out of the way. Evaded? Not bad. The leader of this army was a beautiful angel dressed in armor, holding a sword. Her name was Alicia. "Why do these humans have such a vast mana pool? How can we defend against such an attack?" She squinted her eyes at the cocky Langris. "Soldiers, used Tactic 15, commanded Alicia. Then, a golden light emanated from all the angels, including her. "Worship the one and only God. Only this way can you have salvation. Mortal, he gracious to be in the presence of a noble creature such as us, angels." These words echoed in the mind of all the magic knights, including the elves. "So, this is your tactic," said Langris. "Using worship poison? You should do better than this." In their training, they were trained to resist the temptation from even a Seraphim Lord, let alone these low-level angels. "My talents were truly wasted in this group," complained Langris, who prepared to end this fight. Then, something unexpected occurred. "Soldier, used Tactic 11, commanded Alicia." Then, all the elves turned on to golden lights before fusing into one enormous angel more than 15 meters tall. Even the ones previously captured by Langris broke free from the space prison to transform into this creature. "This was not part of the information we received," said Finral. "But that makes things even more interesting," said Langris. "Spatial magic, Archangel shoot down." Numerous orbs floated before him before hitting the giant angel. Wherever the orbs hit, a part of the creature's body would be erased since they could erase anything they touched. However, the angel's body parts would regrow a few seconds later. "Let's see your limit," said Langris as he created more and more orbs. Eventually, the giant angel could not regenerate as fast as he could destroy, and when its body was 80% destroyed, it scattered before all the angels returned to their normal selves, passing out on the ground. "Well, that was easy," said Langris. Outside, Edward calmly watched this. He closed his eyes to see if he could enter Elysium before the ceremony, but it was still to no avail. So, he focused on the 2nd layer. The magic captains mostly watched as Jack the Ripper went on a rampage. The archangels in the 2nd layer mainly were tier 4, but all the captains reached tier 5. So, it was normal to be a one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, an enormous golden magic circle appeared in the sky, forcing everyone to stop and pay attention. "Our grimoire stopped working," said Charlotte, the captain of Blue Rose. Nevertheless, she had a calm demeanor around her. "Luckily, the Wizard King anticipated this outcome and forced us to learn the arcane rune magic," said Kaiser, the captain of Purple Orca. Meanwhile, Jack placed his grimoire away before tiny runes appeared on his arms. Then, the previously dispersed blades on his forearms reappeared. Subsequently, he continued his mindless slaughter. To be exact, he did not kill anyone since Edward instructed him to only if necessary. But in the current situation, it is not needed. This group has run countless simulations and fought countless angels for the past year, 10 years in time dilation. So, it was normal for the victory to be so easy. Things are going well, maybe a little too well, but that's fine, through Edward as he focused on the 3rd layer where the Seraphim Lords were located. After arriving in this layer, alone easily defeated all the Seraphims, which were equivalent to highest-ranking devils. And, this is not a far-fetched feat since he did something similar for devils in the latest chapter of the manga. Sorry for the spoiler. After that, the Seraphim Lords showed up. However, to everyone's surprise, 4 of them showed up instead of the 2 the information mentioned. And, I have received many complaints and criticism about this arc to the point that it was no longer fun writing. And I do not like when writing becomes a chore. As such, I decided to speed up the end of this arc and even shorten the time for the Konosuba arc. I've also decided to plan the next arc better so that it is both enjoyable to the readers and enjoyable to write. Expect some changes in the story's tone since I finally decided to try to give Edward some depth while also genuinely challenging him. 349 Elysium Invasion. 2. Yami looked seriously, knowing the situation might be out of hand if not taken seriously. Asta and you are responsible for one Lord, Mirioliana and Fugilian for the second, Aesir and Noel for the third, me and Vengeance for the last. Vanessa, wait on the side in case of an emergency. Vanessa nodded in agreement. Her primary role is to ensure no one dies. Although the team has the arcane heart to heal their injuries, they can still be killed. In that scenario, her fate magic will come into the equation. Before the training, her magic only worked for the member of the Black Bulls. But with her training, she can use the cat, Rouge, to reverse the fate of anyone in her proximity at the expense of a lot of mana. Luckily, she also achieved tier 5 during the training, so she did not lack mana. The Seraphim Lords looked indifferent as if they were mechanical robots with no emotions or thoughts of their own. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, however, they each looked like identical twins. Let's go, SYLPH. Did not waste time before fusing with his wing spirit, entering his ultimate form. He had 2 grimoire before him as he flew toward one of the lords. Liba, we can't lose to him, yelled Asta as he entered the devil fusion mode with black horns and black wings. Their chosen Seraphim Lord did not waste time as she attacked. Sky magic, air bullets. Dozens of bullets made of pressurized air rushed toward However, the latter did not evade. Instead, Asta flew in front of her and used his sword to cut off all the bullets before rushing toward Sky Lord and slashing her. However, the latter had plenty of battle experience, so she flipped her wings to fly away and evade the attack. Then, she rushed toward Asta and kicked him to the ground. The latter could not even react despite reading the Sky Lord's key. Star magic, quartile Asta. 4 stars appeared before and converged to create a powerful beam traveling toward the Sky Lord at light speed. Sky magic, could protection. Fluffy clouds surrounded her, and once the light beam hit them, the clouds bounced back the attacks, forcing the beam to hit the ground, generating a massive explosion. Sky magic, heavenly punishment. Dark clouds appeared above the 3. Then, black lightning suddenly fell from the sky, trying to eradicate the 2. Asta, who dug himself out, nullified the lightning with his sword while flew around to evade. Asta used an anti-magic slash toward the clouds in the sky, but the Sky Lord appeared before the dark slash and used her physical body to punch and avert the attack. Then, her attack continued. She seemed to have no reservations about conserving mana. While these 2 fought 1 Seraphim Lords, the others did the same too. Fuego Leon summoned the fire spirit, Salamander, to boost his strength and aid him. At the same time, Mirioliana used a new technique she developed during the training, Hellfire Incarnate. Her body turned into dark flames, it was like she was the incarnation of a fire god. Moreover, her strength was further boosted since she had a temporary contract with Salamander. Their opponent was the second female lord. Beast transformation magic, Dragon Lord. The Beast Lord turned into an enormous black dragon more than 15 meters long with a wingspan of at least 25 meters. Calidus Brachium Purgatory, Abyss. Mirioliana punched more than 10,000 times in a few seconds, and with each punch, jets of black flames engulfed the black dragon. However, the mighty beast glanced at this attack with disdain. She opened her mouth and spewed a green liquid, acid. The acid confronted the fire punches for a few seconds before overpowering them. Then, Fuego Leon, lamenting how his sister had become even more out of control after increasing her strength, took action. Fire magic, Lion King Roar. A 2-meter lion head manifested before him, it opened its mouth before spewing out a jet of blue flame. Simultaneously, Salamander also used a breath fire to aid in the confrontation. At first, these 3 attacks worked as the fire burned the dragon's acid. However, the black dragon's scale suddenly turned blue. Then, the acid breath turned into freezing breath. With the mana and elemental advantage, the Beast Lord overpowered these 3, forcing them to evade. With a glance between the siblings, they immediately decided on a new attack plan based on their training. They begin to fly around the beast and attack her from different directions. Unfortunately, the mana in the surrounding was affected by the angel's positive karma, so it was slightly harder to control with Mana Zone, even for a talented individual like Mirioliana. Nevertheless, she becomes more adept at doing this with time, slowly reaching her peak in the mortal world. Undine, lend me your strength, said Noelle. No problem. Then, she fused with the spirit. Saint Valkyrie dress. A beautiful armor made of water appeared on her body, and the same occurred for her mother, Aesir, except her armor was made of steel. Noelle flew toward the Seraphim Lord before stabbing her spear made of water. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon Roar. A massive sea dragon headed for the Seraphim Lord. That's my daughter, said Aesir as she also attacked. Steel creation magic, Blade Tempest. Thousands of blades made of pure steel surrounded the Seraphim Lord, who, like the others, remained cold and indifferent. Then, she went on the offensive. Dispel magic, spell nullification. The dragon head and the blades suddenly disappeared as if they had never existed. Anti-magic, thought Noelle. No, it seems different, like a weaker version. She glanced at her mother, and the 2 immediately knew what tactic to use, true magic. Using true magic, all Noelle's attacks will turn into actual water instead of water made of elemental mana. And the same for her mother. That way, dispel or anti-magic can weaken these spells but cannot completely nullify them. Luckily for them, true magic only works on elements found in nature, like water or metal. so they continued bombarding their opponent. Meanwhile, Yami and Vengeance also began their attacks. Vengeance summoned an enormous tree and used its root to try to bind his opponent. Purification magic, tree purification. All the roots attacking the Lord suddenly dried up due to over-purification. Yami took this opportunity to attack. He used his katana to slash, creating a dark sword slash that flew toward the pure Lord. Purification magic, dark purification. The dark slash suddenly turned golden. She purified the darkness into light before absorbing it into his body, making him slightly stronger. Purification magic, pure world. A golden sphere with the pure Lord at the center spread toward Yami and Vengeance, purifying everything in its path, including the mana in the surrounding. Dark magic, black moon. Yami created a small black hole above their heads, creating a dome that protected him, Vengeance, and the world tree. Once the golden sphere approached the dome, it was absorbed. Immediately afterward, Vengeance controlled many of the tree's branches to enter the black hole. Another black hole appeared behind the pure Lord where the tree branches and caught one of his arms. However, the Seraphim Lord was ruthless and broke that arm before regrowing another. Nevertheless, Vengeance's tree could absorb mana, so in this brief interaction, he stole a great deal of mana from his opponent. In the outside world, Edward watched this battle calmly. Even with only 2 versus 1, his people could keep with the Seraphim Lords despite being a tier lower. And it was all because of their perfect team trained over 10 years. He then focused on the first layer, where the summoning ceremony was almost over. Then, he sends a message to Dorothy, who then relays his message to the others. Then, something unexpected occurred. All the Tier 5 magic knights, including the captains, suddenly used the arcane rune spell, Apparition. They all suddenly teleported next to one of the 4 Seraphim Lords and attacked simultaneously, catching them off guard. And they used their most potent spells, greatly injuring these beings. Then, Asta acted quickly before creating anti-magic cuffs to restrain these people. Meanwhile, Charmy began to distribute food to replenish mana. Look, Plan O worked, yelled Asta. Of course, it did, replied Casualty as he left the spirit fusion mode. I'm glad everything went well, no one died or suffered. Did not say anything but remained vigilant. He won't let his guard down until the Wizard King showed up. Finally, the elves finished the ceremony, and Edward was summoned to Elysium. And, as I said, things will go faster. Sky magic, dispel magic, beast transformation magic, and purification magic 350. The truth Edward looked at the surrounding. It's been a year since he last came to Elysium. After looking around, he no longer wasted time as he opened a portal to the 3rd layer. He saluted all the magic knights and thanked them for their help. Finally, he asked Secret to remove the seal on the 4th layer before heading there. He found himself in a relatively small and plain space. The only thing existing was a small pool and a golden throne. He then glanced at the person calmly sitting on it. You don't seem surprised. At what? At the fact you're a woman, replied Edward. Yes. I thought I would get some reaction. Well, you are a higher being. It's normal to be able to change your shape at will. True, replied God. I've been waiting to meet you since you arrived in this world. What do you mean? Haven't you figured it out? Why is it that you were so determined to come to Elysium? For the origin of Grimoire? To meet God? To unravel its mystery? Don't you feel you went to this extreme length for a relatively vague motive? Edward frowned as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Spiritual hints. Bingo. When you were confronting Mother. Mother? You mean the universe will? Yes, replied God. Ever since your arrival, I've noticed your existence. And after a brief observation, I realized you were the key to achieving my ambitions. However, I could not leave Elysium. And I realized your power was growing at an alarming rate. So, before you reach my level, I place a spiritual hint on your mind to guide you so you can arrive here. When Edward first arrived in this world, he was only in Tier 6, so he knew some things this person was saying could make sense. How did I not detect such a thing? It's simpler than you imagine. After analyzing you, I noticed that one of the core aspects of your personality was curiosity about the unknown, even after losing all your memories. So, all I had to do was secretly boost that character trait, and eventually, your curiosity would lead you here. Edward internally sighed as he realized he may have secretly been too confident since things had been going too well for him lately. Merlin told him he protected his mind from beings way above his tier. However, when it comes to people on a similar level as him, 1 to 3 tier above him, he was on his own. Maybe, I have become too over-reliant on that old man. I should watch out from now on. I see. So, what is your purpose in doing so? He asked. God did not immediately answer. Instead, she walked to the small pond and crouched down, playing with the water. Of course, for freedom, she said, her eyes dazed, lost in memories. Adam, well, you call him Satan. He and I were the first creatures in this world. Mother created us to keep the balance of the universe. We had to ensure that all souls had gone to their destination after death. As one of the first creatures in existence, we had the utmost talent for magic. So, we grew at an alarming rate, to the point all races hailed us as gods. Satan was actually more nonchalant about magic. He did not need to learn or train. With his natural talent, he was still one of the most powerful beings in existence. As for me, I share your curiosity. So, I began to delve deeper into the mystery of magic. You can say, this was the beginning of my downfall. Eve sighed deeply after saying this. At some point, I reached the ceiling of this world. No matter what I did, I could not increase my strength and reach the next stage of power. So, I pleaded with Mother for a solution. I asked her to show me a way out, to guide me. Now that I reflect on my actions, I realize how foolish I was. The so-called Mother is nothing but an indifferent consciousness with the sole purpose of ensuring the universe runs appropriately. How would it care about me? As long as I did my job properly, it would not even pay attention to me. Edward squinted his eyes. So, you took matters into your own hands. Exactly. I knew as long as the world's safety was compromised, Mother, no, the universe would have to intervene. So, the first step of my plan was to tempt Adam with power. After showing him how much stronger than him I was, it was easier to lure him into breaking the taboo and start absorbing the souls of the sinful to increase his strength. And after getting a taste of such a rapid increase in power, he could no longer resist. He corrupted the mortals so they could commit more sins and goes to the underworld for punishment, and he can swallow them. Eve played with a little fish on the pond, and in the process, she looked at her reflection in the water. After that, things proceeded smoothly. Using his act as an excuse, I started a war that almost destroyed the world. In the end, the universe will had to intervene. Unfortunately, it had its own rules and regulations to follow. It could not directly intervene. It communicated to us, asking us to stop everything, but we did not listen. So, it had to go about things a different way. The wizard sage. Exactly. Eve turned to look at Edward. I love talking to intelligent people. Things usually proceed smoother. So, what exactly happened? The universe will created a being that could end our path of destruction, Alan, the wizard sage. It even gave him some of its power in the form of the origin grimoire. It chose humans, a race with limited lifespan and ingenuity, someone who could not reach our level nor live long enough to become another problem. It even restricted the potential of all races from now with the power of the grimoire. So, the wizard sage did not invent grimoires. He thinks he did, replied Eve. You don't seem to like him. Eve sighed out loud before returning to playing with the fish. This is where in the story that things began to go wrong. Alan was a clever man. Although not as powerful as the two of us, he still reached the level of defeating creatures like dragons or giants. Moreover, after gathering the strength of numerous races, he became a powerful faction of his own. Ultimately, I blame the failure on myself. My plan was on the verge of succeeding, so I was distracted. I ignored his rise, and after he allied with Adam, they sealed me, delaying my plans for countless millennia. What plan? Eve smiled but did not answer. You don't need to say, I can guess. When the universe will handed some of its power to Alan, you took the opportunity to analyze its essence and steal its power. That would explain why it was divided into 3 parts, the main one, the one Alan had, and the final piece in your hands. You are only partially correct. Edward frowned, trying to think what he had overlooked. However, he quickly understood that now was not the time to unravel mysteries. He sighed out loud. I am a person who likes talented individuals. So, under normal circumstances, I would invite you to join me and even provide you with some unique opportunities. Unfortunately, your action of scheming against me has injured my ego, so, I must destroy you. It would never have worked out in the first place. Oh, how so? To escape the shackles of this universe, I must acquire your memory and soul. I could have offered you a way out. I don't need anyone else. Not Mother, not Adam, and not from you of all people. Edward shrugged his shoulder. Since we are both done buying time, let's get this fight on the way.